blast from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Ni hao。台湾脱本用麺我是エビ。今日は台湾のご飯をレビューしていきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。それでは早速1つ目、牛肉麺。これは僕の友達のとっくんが大好きなんですけども、僕も、美味しいとは思うんですけど、一旦 B かなと思います。一旦ね、うまいけども、S とか A ではないかな。って感じですね。はい、次。台湾風煮込み。これなんだろう。あんまこれよくわかんないんだよな。でも、煮込みってついてるのは大体ある程度美味しいんで、B に置いてきます。これも。はい、次、ルーローハン。これはね、これ、エスティアです。これは、ルーローハンは。どこで食っても大体うまいし、値段も安いし、エスティアのご飯です。はい、次、鶏肉のスープ。これも B かな。鶏肉のスープはやっぱね、お店によってね、違いすぎる部分はあるので、一旦これぐらいが平均値かなっていう。これはね、何これ、ちなみに紅白色揚げ。これは甘いものですか？とっくん、これ甘い？結構美味しそう。これ食べたことはないんですけど、期待を込めて A にします。これはじゃあ。台湾唐揚げ。でもこれ悩むんですけど、一旦 A。イカ団子はね、これも一旦 B かな。うまいけど、なんか超絶うまいみたいな感じじゃないかなと。チャーハン。これはね、これちょっとエースです、これは。最近知ったんですけど、辛みを入れてくださいって言うと、ちょっと辛くしてもらえるんですけど、やっぱね、ちょっと辛みがあるチャーハンの方がめっちゃうまい。やっぱり。最近このシャオラーって言うんですけど、ちょっと辛みを入れてくださいっていうのを言うようにしたら、めちゃくちゃうまくなりました、チャーハンが。これは僕大好きです。牡蠣オムレツ。これ牡蠣オムレツ難しいな。でも牡蠣とオムレツ両方うまいんで、両方うまいでしょう。でも、めっちゃうまいかっていうと、餃子。餃子もこれも A。これもなんか場所によるとは思うけど、豚ホルモン入りそうめん。これ食べたことないけど、そうめんがね、僕大好きなんで、そうめんって入ってたら大体うまいでしょう、これは。でも、ごめんなさい、これ、リムーブさせてください。これ B にします。ネギ餅。これむずいな。これも一旦 B。ジーローハン。これも B。これも B。ちょっと僕もうちょっと油乗ったやつが好きですね。小籠包。これもお店によるんですけど、小籠包は食べたいと思った時やっぱちゃんと美味しい店行くんで、これはエスティアでしょ。臭豆腐。これはね、ごめんなさい。これごめんなさい。これごめんなさい。これごめんなさい。ちょっと僕は匂いがちょっと苦手ですね、あんまり。はい。台湾風エッグクレープ、これ僕ちなみにマジで大好き。これエスティア。これ本当にね、美味しいです、これは。エスティアが増えてきちゃった。これなんだろう、これ。これなんか読めないんですけど、見た目が美味しそうなんで A に入れてきます。台湾風ソーセージ。これね、悪くないんですけど、一旦 C に入れてこうかな。ちょっと甘いんですよね。僕的にはもうちょっと塩辛くてもいいかなと思うんで、ソーセージは。C に入れます。台湾式リュウサ？これはね、僕大好きです、これ。炒め物なんですけど、結構炒め物料理を全部称して、なんかリュウサっていうみたいな、熱い炒め物みたいな感じで言うんですけど、これはもう大体外れたことないですね、これは。はい、ここはもう全部うまいです。ウーファね、実はそんな食べたことないんだよね。でも、悪くないけど、C かな。 そんな食ったことないからわかんないけど、竹筒おこわこれ大好きです。これはめっちゃ好き。でもまあ S には入んないかな。ちょっと S 多いか。まあでもルーローハン A にしてもいいか。まあこんなもんでしょう。というわけで、今回の台湾食レビューは以上になります。皆さんまたお会いしましょう。まずはやっぱりコーチのお二人のすごいなんだろうな仕事っていうのがすごい良かったと思うし、まあ、それに加えてやっぱりメンバー同士のやっぱ信頼っていうのがすごく大きかったんじゃないかなと思いますね。まあ、正直、特別な方法っていうよりかはやっぱりよりどれだけ LOL に向かい合えるか打ち込めるかなんだろう、一言で言えばハードワークですよね。もう本当に今年に全てをかけて、練習してるというか、やっぱり本当にいろいろと最も向き合うことができたからかなとは思ってます。もちろん今までもずっとしてましたけど、いや本当に怖いですよイージェン。本当に怖い。てかもう今年1年彼と戦わなきゃいけない、俺かわいそうだなと思いますもん本当に。いやマジでしんどいですイージェン。いやもうでもなんとかやられないように年上としての意地を見せます。
我每天都在关心我前队友过得怎么样。上路阿志嘛，就是最近在忙别的事情，可能有意想不到的地方。打野跟中路就基本上在当兵嘛，打野刚当完，北体感觉就一样废在家里，跟教练他们，因为有时候会团练到嘛，然后有时候就会问他们问题，然后问他们日文的东西。就是现在的情况的话，就是大家的实力都差不多吧，谁努力一点都有机会拿到冠军。日文的话，我是刚学，然后基本上没有什么基础，所以沟通上有点困难。私はウディです。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Khi mình thấy tiếng đúp vô địch ở mùa trước, mình khá là vui cho bọn họ, nhưng mình cũng có phần cảm thấy khá là cay, bởi vì mình đã khao khát chức vô địch đó rất là lâu rồi. Nhưng mà cũng không sao, mình sẽ cùng Gam để tiến tới những chức vô địch sắp tới. Mình nghĩ tiếng đúp đã làm khá tốt ở mùa first stand vừa rồi, nhưng họ cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn để có thể đạt được kết quả tốt hơn tại những giải thế giới. Mình thì cũng không muốn an ủi gì nhiều, chỉ muốn nói là mọi người cố lên. Đây là mình nghĩ XD cũng có phần nói đúng, và đối với mình khi mà mình bước qua đội mới thì mình đã sẵn sàng cho việc mình có thể thất bại hoặc thành công. Nhưng ở trong suy nghĩ của mình, dù có thất bại đi bao nhiêu chăng nữa thì mình sẽ cố gắng thành công ở một thời điểm nào đó. Mình nghĩ mình nhớ lúc đó là kết quả không được tốt trong screen, nên là chắc là tất cả mọi thành viên đều khiến mình muốn đập phím, bởi vì mình muốn kết quả nó thật tốt trong cả luyện tập.
Taking aim.
ここから再出発だ。あとは結果で見せる。
Chúng tôi đã từng gục ngã, nhưng mùa này chúng tôi sẽ bứt phá.
我们曾站上巅峰，如今正走在重返荣耀的路上。
CFO.
Đội tuyển này có một vị thế nhất định và chúng tôi ở đây để đưa Gam về vị trí vốn có.
我们这里有实力，再不是等。
俺らの実力が証明した。あと勝ち続けるだけだ。
我们一路奋战至此，现在需要把这趟征途彻底完成。
DCG
Chúng tôi biết cái giá của người dẫn đầu, và giờ lúc chứng minh điều đó cho cả thế giới.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Free from Ahoy guys, welcome back to Game and Week. I don't even know what week it is now, Carrick. We've had so much else to do. Welcome in, everyone. We are here for some serious action of League of Legends and the LCP. My name is Pike. I'm joined with Carrick's mate. Last night we had some cracking games, but tonight we might be in for a treat. But how are you feeling today, Sunshine?
Oh, I'm feeling lovely, my sweet homie, as you've been picking up.
Sweet homie.
This has been a great one. I'm keen for tonight. Last night was great, and I was already thinking that tonight was going to be the better one of the week. So we should be in for a real treat.
We always get the love, as always, Carrick, but let's have a look at yesterday's results because, yes, they were bloody good. And let's just take a second to soak it back in once more for those who didn't get to catch the games. DFM just going down to GAM in a 2-1 series, but Secret Wales, we did sort of think this was the outcome, coming in hot and taking out GZ 2-0. Was this expected, Carricks?
Well, I think the big thing that was unexpected was the way that DFM played. Okay, they didn't get over the line, they lost the series, but they played GAM really close. That was something I was really happy to see. Every time DFM improves, it's better for the LCP.
Absolutely, and now we can look at our standings. A solid in the lead take from Secret Wales. It is GAM coming in second after yesterday's games too, but SHG now in third, Vikings in fourth, but don't be alarmed, chat, because it is going to be SHG and Vikings looking to make their way in this game again as they play on today's series. But it's looking damn good for these teams, and it's a very close race from what we're seeing here, Carrick, and we love to see that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a super close race. And speaking of close races, it is the player of the match. We finally broke the tie as Eddie put on a show for us last night.
Oh, look, it's nice that Eddie got another player of the match because, again, like we've seen, everyone's on ones right now, but Eddie breaking into that 2 means they are on top. I don't know what sort of awesome medal or something they get for the end of this regular season for getting all the player of the matches, but you know what, Eddie? We salute you. Well done there, but let's have a look at today's games here, Carrick, because, yes, it is SHG versus DCG, and then it is followed up with Vikings versus CFO. Both series are expected to be hostile, volatile, and maybe a little bit too dark for comfort. But Carricks, we're going to get into our predictions later, but which one are you looking forward to the most?
I think the one I've got my eye on the most is the second series tonight. MVK versus CFO are two teams on very similar trajectories, and they've got a lot to say to each other. But we've got to focus on this team on your screen right now.
God, look, we have to. Evie, Van One, Aria, Marble, and Vista is your lineup for the SoftBank Hawks Gaming. This team has looked remarkable all split long. The only series they've lost down to was against the Secret Wales, and that was just last week, and that series was a banger as well because they still took a game away. But still, this team is one of the highlight rosters of this split, and you got to put a lot of love into Aria and Van One. That jungle mid duo is looking so undeniable.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, overall, the SoftBank Hawks have just been looking so strong, but they've got to bounce back. They did take their first loss last week up against the Secret Wales. Not a team that was not expected to win, of course. It's not a huge loss, but still, the one thing you don't want is your momentum to get interrupted.
That's right. And look, this is the series that they're going to be up against as it is. Relove DCG. They made it to the finals in split 1. Now they're looking to take it a run back as they haven't had the greatest split thus far. Maybe this is their chance to say we are still up there to contenders. It's Florin, Pop9, Hongshu. Oh, don't do me dirty like that. I know it's Xiaoxi in that support role because they just, they have my heart. Carrick, that's the difference. They have my heart.
And we love to hear when teams can have our hearts and capture everything we feel about them. This is such a fantastic team to watch.
It really is, and I can't ignore Fang because that is one of the best names that I get to say as a caster every single time I cast. Fang, Fang, Fang. He's just like throwing a bullet at someone, or maybe I'm shooting a bullet, but who knows? Because yes, this is your Relove DCG roster. They are looking so good. I feel like they've got a lot to prove, though, Carricks.
They think they do. They have a lot to say, and this is a team that after split one, we had very high hopes for. They came in second there, but unfortunately have not gotten off to the best start. 1 and 2 is not where they want to be. Now, yes, one of those is to Team Secret Wales. It's an expected loss, but we need to see them pick up a win today and get this split on track.
Look, absolutely. That is the first thing that comes to mind. They need to get back on track as we can have a look at our predictions for today while we look at our phenomenal players out there. That's my Golden Samurai, Florin, right there chilling. But yes, we've both said here, Carricks, it's the 2-0 for SHG. Look, it's not that we doubt Relove DCG. I just think SHG is the better team right now.
I do think that SHG has just shown so much. They are a really high level team. They took it to Team Secret Wales. I went back over that series. They won the game 1 in a dominant fashion, and game 2 was extremely close. They were 1 or 2 plays away from dethroning the Team Secret Wales, and DCG, I just think they've got an uphill climb today.
Yeah, look, and that's okay because sometimes it's the journey that makes the man, or in this case, it makes the team. Relove had a good first split one, jumping into the league as well. Now it's their time to say, okay, we really need to hold our place here, and what better team is the SoftBank Hawks. These guys are ready to rumble and ready to kick off, but at the same time, Carricks, like, what should we really see out of Relove DCG to probably take it to SHG at this point?
I think where we want to play around is our bot lane. In the last few weeks, Marble hasn't really been put to the test, and I really want to see a team take it to the bot lane. What SHG has been able to do is just force the players to be around their mid jungle, which has been almost unstoppable. If you can take the focus away from that part of the map, you at least have a chance to find some gap in the armor.
Yeah, that's it. I think if Xiaoxi can get some sort of hook champion, the Nautilus, Blitzcrank even, we've seen him pull this off time and time again, and it's looked so good. I feel like they keep putting Xiaoxi on this more heavy support role of like the Bard or those sort of enchanters, maybe the Karma as well, just aren't really hitting for me, and they don't feel like it's Xiaoxi's playstyle. So I actually want to see DCG really shake up how they actually are drafting and say, okay, let's look for these strong engages. Let's look for a bit more of a front-to-back team fight, because I think that's where they really thrive. Whereas you look at SHG's roster, and you're right, Marble and Vista are just absolutely cracking on. Marble is just so fierce and is almost unrelenting. But I think if Fang gets the champion they need, maybe they get the Varus, maybe they can get like a Kaiser or something with that hard dive comp, they can really pop off and do some damage. So you're right. I think it is this bot lane that's going to be the most versatile, or at least we need to be seeing them spread their wings, you might even say. But it's not actually the Hawks spreading their wings. It's Relove DCG.
Exactly, and I completely agree with you. Xiaoxi, you just need to play aggressive, and I think that's one of the things that when you're the underdog in a match, and look, this is not a massive underdog by any means, but it is an underdog, you need to play aggressive, and sometimes you end up looking a little bit silly. You might grab a Blitzcrank, you might grab a Nautilus, and you end up kind of just not being able to hook anyone. Maybe you're hooking yourself into their team. That's no fun, but that is the X factor that you have to introduce. If you just play a standard game of League of Legends, SHG might just be better than you at that. We need to add just a little bit of je ne sais quoi to get DCG ahead in this game.
Vula, Shay Carricks is all I am hearing, because it is, we're not in France, unfortunately. This is not the LEC. This is, in fact, the LCP, but that's exactly it. There's no such thing as a standard game here. We are all about running it back. These teams love the blood. They love to just smell that chum in the water and dive deep for it, because they are all after these big wins, especially this today's series. DCG really need to lock this down, because if they can't, it's just going to be even harder going through the split. Yeah, they might go up against some other not as formed teams, you might even say, but it's about showing that they can stand up there with the top dogs, and SHG is one of the top dogs. So I guess we've talked about our predictions now, Carrix. Is there any champions you think you'd like to really see out on the Rift? Any position as well? Is there a favorite?
I think if I had to pick one champion that I just want to watch, it's Ari's Ari. It's hard to get out. He is fantastic on that champion, and he's so much fun to watch.
I'm keen for that Ari. I think we probably will see it today. I think there's going to be a lot of movement. I think we're going to see like an Ari Nocturne sort of combo. It's really going to throw up, but at the same time, Carrix, we're getting ready to go. The Riot Fist is imminent. Guys, stay tuned. Game number 1 of the series is coming right up.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Two teams enter. One team will reign supreme here, Carrix, as it is the SHG Hawks versus DCG. Two mighty foes looking to battle it out on Summoner's Rift once more in split number 2. But at the same time, Carrix, I'm excited to see this Ari that we sort of just briefly mentioned. We got the fist in there. We got to see my cool little voiceover. Doesn't make me cringe at all, so don't worry. But still, Carrix, I think we've looked at these two teams. We've broken down a little bit of what we expect to see. Is there maybe like another lane that you're sort of potentially looking at? Me personally, I'm looking at topside. Would you agree?
I think it's hard not to look at topside when SHG are on the Rift. Evie has been having just return to form. This sort of player that some were saying, you know, he's a veteran on the team. He's there more to be like a leader and a voice than he is as a mechanical player, has shown that, no, he's absolutely here to be a mechanical player. Last week in the game against Team Secret Wales, he was the better top laner in all 3 games up against Put.
Yeah, he really was, and I think that's why I wanted to talk about it. Evie is, in my opinion, at least in the top 2 of all our top laners in the entirety of the LCP. I think they've got the skills to be able to hands check anyone. They've got the skills to even look at pun. I think they can cancel out a lot of that, and I think Florin's got a lot of work in it. But at the same time, Florin's got a lot of good things going for him too. The way he plays around his team is phenomenal. His solo laning is also so good because he draws so much pressure. If he's going to get on like these rumble picks, he will just be tower dove, most likely level 3 to level 6, no sweat, because they'll want to take him out of the game, because this is a player that can really control tempo and push objectives a little bit further if they're in these team fights. Would you say would you agree with that?
I totally agree. And the other thing with Florin that I really want to point out is his willingness to counterpick. He's one of the guys that has pulled out that Vayne top into the Gnar, this counterpick that's started to crop up around the world and has sort of been known for a little while. He's the one that's been willing to pull it out. He pulls out the Jace top and has a lot of success with it, unlike a certain other Garm top laner. Gwen as well. He is able to put on the carry pants and really say, no, we will shape the game around me and I will bring us wins.
Look, and that's exactly what we want to see as we are entering into our 2v2 to decide who will be going and starting on what side and who gets first pick. But it is going to be Evie Marble versus Pop9 and Hongshu. Bit of an interesting one. So it's the top laner with the 80 carry, and then it's actually going to be the mid jungle duo that we talk so highly of Relove DCG. What does that tell you, Carrix?
It's always hard to like read too much into who they're sending out. Sometimes I feel like it's just whoever's got their hands warmed up already kind of feels like it. But I do like when it's a paired duo, if it's a bot lane or it's a mid jungle, it always feels like that's a good bit of synergy to warm up. That said, SHG has sent their top laner and their ADC. But the thing about Evie is that his champion pool is a champion ocean, so he really could pull out anything.
Yeah, look, and SHG, they might be the Hawks, but they know how to go swimming in deep waters. So I'm expecting to see something interesting from Evie. I think we've already seen a lot of these bans coming out previously of like the Anivia, the Poppy. We've seen the Cassiopeia being taken out too, but I'm actually not seeing that on SHG side. So maybe there is a chance we see that nice little singed Cassiopeia pick that could be available for them. So it really depends. It could be it's like they're banning out the Yasuo. So maybe we see something like the Draven coming out here, Carrix, which we've wanted so much, and especially in the hands of Marble, we could be in for a treat if they decide to go that route.
Yeah, we really could be. The other duo that sort of a few other teams have been playing with is this Singed Cassiopeia. You see, Cassiopeia is series banned for DCG, could still be picked up by SHG. That's always a fun one. We've seen it 3 or 4 times now. Just going completely aggressive. But Yorick, okay. Evie gonna bring a bit of a level 6 spike to the play.
Yeah, look, why would you go into a 2v2 when you can make it a 3v2 and just bring the maiden out? Like, why not? But there's Hongshu looking at the Hui as well. Hui, Jace means you get the pulls, but the Heimerdinger, please lock it in, because imagine if you're stuck inside of Yorick's cage and then all of a sudden you got like 3 turrets on either side just absolutely messing with you. I love it. That could be quite interesting as it is all locked in, ready to go. What's your take? Who's going to win this 2v2?
I can't pick against Heimerdinger. Of course SHG's got this one. They've got Yorick, Heimerdinger, and I have my full faith.
Yep, look, I'm almost inclined to agree. I think the Yorick's a bit of an interesting one, but that Heimerdinger, every single time I see it on the Rift, I sort of lose my mind, and I'm like, how do I play against this champion? And then I realize you have to kill the turrets. And then I go, oh, okay, this isn't actually that hard. And then they kill me, and then I realize this is hard. But that's another whole story of the solo queue adventures of Pike on Air. But now we're getting ready to jump onto the Frosty Bridge. It's cold, it's chilly. I know we're heading into winter, Carrix, but this bridge always gives me the shivers.
That it does. But let's hope the players' hands aren't shaking. They've got to lock in. They want that Rider first selection. And speaking of chilly, look at the Heimer skin.
Yeah, look, when you get Heimer as a snowman, you got to be a little bit scared because he's ready to put the frostbite into you. But still at the same time, no skin on Hui makes me a little bit sad. Meowrick is always a winner, in my opinion. But we're entering on, and both sides looking pretty good. Thumbs are flying, but still a bit of damage already going down. Again, these turrets in these well-placed bushes just being a little bit sneaky, Carrix.
Yeah, do manage to get cleared out. Unfortunately, the double ranged, not super fun here for Heimerdinger. Not able to keep his turrets alive. Would love to just bully a melee with those, but not able to do it. As a little bit of paint is thrown there by Hongshu.
Oh, look, colors of the wind, if you ask me, because it does do a little bit of damage, but only with that amplifying tome and the crystal. It's not going to be doing all too much, but once we start stacking up some levels, we get that level 6, it could be a little bit more to be concerned about. But Marble, taking Comet is a bit of an interesting one, so I like the poke that they're aiming for, is using those turrets to get a little bit more of those damage procs. Hongshu's already about 3/4 health, so it's a bit of an interesting play as they are getting the pulls in. Evie's very low. The electrocute proc out of Pop9, little bit of a disaster at this point.
Yeah, Evie taking a lot of damage. He is the lone real melee. Jace obviously spending most of his time in the cannon form as a good cage there. Does allow a little bit of damage to go over the top, but this might be the first time we do see that Ring of Fire. We have not seen it yet.
Look, I always loved that Ring of Fire because it's sort of like, it just forces the fight. That's usually what I want from these. Like, we want quick 2v2s. That's the whole point of this, is just full send it. So Marble and Evie, looking at these two champions, they're obviously saying, like you said, we're going to scale, we're going to get to level 6, we want the Maiden in the fight. But that's boring, character. It's boring.
I totally agree. I think I like the way Garm often does these 2v2s, where they just run at them at level 3 and see what happens. Yeah. I respect that a lot. As Hongshu taking some poke.
Yeah, not too bad. Pop9 jumping back in though, but both sides looking fairly low on mana. It is just Hongshu pretty comfortable with all that mana there. Big mana pool, looking very, very good. Might freeze over if you're on the rift, on the bridge a little bit too long, as ice usually does with water. But we'll have to see. Now that I'm looking at it, I think DCG might have this.
Yeah,
I think
it's
they do.
going to be a bit of a tricky one.
Yeah. And now they're getting their first recalls in, obviously.
Oh, there's the Maiden, and interrupt on Hongshu.
So Maiden is called out. It's not the end of the world, but it did cancel out the back. So no way does it cancel it again.
Oh, no.
There's one little green just chasing him down. That's unfortunate, Carricks.
Yeah, now Hongshu's kind of stuck. Can't really back now. He's going to go for it anyway. Maybe reading that he had a little bit of time as Marble, rather, is just collecting this wave. Evie coming back out, has a Sheen. The one thing to keep in mind here, of course, is you can win by destroying towers. And Sheen on a Yorick, that kills a tower pretty quick.
Oh, yeah, it does. But now we're seeing a little bit more coming out too. The Dirk is now picked up for Pop9 on this Jace. So a little bit of lethality is going to be pretty good. It's just about hitting those abilities and not hitting ghouls in the way. But we'll see what's on the other side as Heimerdinger is just about to back. So hopefully Marble can pick up something good. But no, it's just a lost chapter. Very similar to Hongshu. Nice little pickups. Just a little bit of mana pool, a little bit of damage. Nothing to write home about.
You were talking about the temperature on the Howling Abyss making a shiver. I'm getting itchy. I need a fight. Come on, fellas.
You get itchy?
Somebody hit somebody.
I feel like I've got ants all inside of me. But now, okay, they've thrown out a little bit, but let's see if they can return fire as Hongshu ultimate down.
Yeah, just kind of whipped it out. The follow-up just wasn't there. It's so hard to deal with the Maiden. You don't have the ability to zone the Yorick away. Evie's just going to be there to protect it. It is starting to go low now.
And it comes down if those cooldowns are off, but as Pop9 is now looking for a little bit of action. Double Ignite's being used, but let's see if anything else can go down, because the Spiraling Despair was already burnt. I think you're right. I think we might be seeing a Ring of Fire very soon.
I think we might. The big turret did just go down from Marble as well, so Heimerdinger ult, barrier burned. Hongshu doing well there, but it's another reset. I'm not sure what time of the Ring of Fire comes in, but I think we might be seeing it.
Oh, gosh. So those are the sounds I make when I just want to see a 2v2 just blow up. Like, I played an ARAM just before this, and my 2v2s were insane. We did not stop fighting, and that's just how I want to see this. But look, at the end of the day, they're playing a little bit more systematically, potentially, characters. Both teams really want that win. But I don't know what's going to happen when you get into like the crux of the Ring of Fire. Who would win out? I feel like Evie and Marble might, just because you're forced to move into the turrets. You're forced to move into potentially the Maiden.
Yeah. Now, Pike, I want to float something that me and Logan were talking about last night while we have this long 2v2. I love the 2v2, don't get me wrong. It's much more fun than just tossing a coin. But for split 3, shake it up. Rift Herald races.
Oh, now that's pretty cool. Okay, like,
what do we think?
Tell me how that works. Like, walk me through a Rift Herald race.
Look, I'm just the Steve Jobs here. I'm just throwing out ideas. I've got to get other people to really craft what that actually looks like. But they did Scion racing on the LEC a few times, where they were like curving through the jungle and you had to like essentially do a Mario Kart course. I think you could do that with the Rift Herald. It'd be fun.
Oh, that does sound pretty okay. I like that. Maybe if you could get the Rift Herald to keep resetting and you could keep jumping back into it, maybe it's like the first one to go around the map or something, but they both start at different ones. So it's the first one to get to the other person's access, but Ring of Fire is imminent. It is starting to burn down. You can actually see no way you're trying to back right now because it's just off to the edge. Trying to cancel it out. Evan's Spiraling Despair is on top of him, but it's not going to do enough damage. Maybe it's just about to get those early buys as the fire is coming in. I think he might not be able to make it. Let's see if he can actually survive this fire because he's in a bit of a cheeky spot. He's trying to run it down there, Karen.
He's just a bit faster. He'll make it. Now Evie definitely can't reset though. Evie's going to be low.
Evie,
a lot of damage going in.
This one. It's looking
Evie needs to back right off.
Yeah, he's sidestepping everything, jumping forward. The Ignite goes down, and there's the kill. It's wait. All right, it's ended.
Oh man, really just the longest build up for just them to ignite Evie and go, okay, I guess it's over.
Even they're having a good laugh going, what just happened? Like, he was chunked out and it was just like, we'll just wait for the reset. I feel like Evie may have just slightly miscalled a bit of that, but that Spiraling Despair was just a bit too much heat to handle. Didn't even need the Ring of Fire. Carrick's, we're going to find out in just a second where these teams are going to be going, but most of these teams have been hard prioritizing blue side.
Yeah, I think the first pick in the first game has made a lot of sense to me. Just being able to get an early tone setter for your comp, it does risk a few things. The Ashe Seraphine is sort of a second pick exclusive comp at the moment. Because you want to pick them up both at the same time. You don't want to get either side of that duo sniped away. But it's one of those things where you can set up these trades where you go, okay, we're going to lock in a really strong jungler. And now you have the choice of, do you secure Ashe Seraphine and perhaps give us a Rise or a Karma? Or do you not pick up your bot lane here and then maybe we get it? I think that's the dynamic that's been playing out in the LCP at the moment.
Yeah, no, there's always these counter picks and re-picks as well. Like, do you lock in the early Rumble and give over the Cassante? Do you give the Orianna but pick up the Rise? Like, there's so many counter picks that we've seen time and time again. That's just going to make it just a little bit too easy. But I think giving SHG, especially Arya, any of these strong picks is going to be rough. So I feel like they need to maybe not even just ban him out, but take away like the opportunity, because we haven't seen much Azir, but we know how impactful and strong it is in these mid laner hands as well. So especially for both sides. So I'd be curious to see when we're going to start seeing Azir coming back into the mix and being a little bit more of a playmaker in these series. But SHG win, I'm right there with you. 2-1 though. Oh, come on, give them a break.
Oh, that's just faith in the strength of DCG. Don't blame them, DCG. Even though they're coming from a little bit lower on the ladder, they have shown us a lot.
Look, and that's exactly what I want to see as we are entering into Game 1 draft. It's looking damn good on our screens. We can see the Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, Pantheon taken off. Junglers ahoy here, Carricks. It is all Pop Knight and Van 1. Again, a Nocturne. It's all junglers. You know what? And this is just a respect call that they know these are the two teammates that really can dictate the tempo of the game and solidify these jungle objectives, because both these sides love to go for these dragons and big fights around the Rift Heralds too. But we'll have to see where they're going to go as the Rumble's now banned out, which means we probably won't see a Cassante. Now it just tells me what more is open for them to pick, and I'm looking at Orianna, I'm looking at Rise.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that those two premier mid laners are up, the fact that Karma is still available as well. We've seen it, just that champion be an absolute menace. With all of these jungle bans, there's so many of the sort of quote-unquote OPs just left up. Yeah, ban out the Ezreal, leave everything up, let chaos reign.
Oh, I am here for it. Let's see what they decide to prioritize, as it is always that Orianna 100% pick ban rate, but its win rate isn't the greatest, only 5 wins to 4 losses. So even though it's been played absolutely every time. It's a bit hit or miss depending on who your jungler is, especially with no real hard engage now. You're looking at probably a J4 to be locked in for Pop 9 if you want that strong ball delivery. Even a Vi is potentially open. So it really depends on what you want to pick up. And SHG, Arya was hovering the Akali. Yes, Evie, that's the call. Locking in the Varus to give Marble a clean and easy game makes so much sense.
Yeah, I'd like to see them secure a jungler here as well with so much taken out of the pool. I don't want to necessarily give away first bite at the apple. You don't have to pick the Akali here. We can do that on our third. It makes a lot of sense. Jarvan, slam that one home.
Slamming it just like he's going to absolutely dunk the ball. Well, actually, that's Darius, but let's not worry about the Dunkmaster Skinland. But that's still, you could talk about Ivern as well. But let's not delve too deep into that. What would you put up against the J4 at this point? Because right now, I feel like it is the Vi. Nefiri as well has been so strong.
Yeah, I think Nefiri has been probably one of the best junglers in the LCP for the last few weeks. Sort of not necessarily being prized as the top flight of junglers. We sometimes see that Xin Zhao. We obviously see the Jarvan ahead of it this game. But Nefiri has been absolutely game-changing. Just the ability to nullify damage on such a short cooldown, just constantly able to dish out enormous amounts of damage as well. It's perfect for our LCP junglers.
And now we're seeing Florin with the Jace being locked in. So the top side has been secured. So they're leaving their bot open for the next ban phase. So we're probably going to see those Karma bans coming in most likely. But with Jace selected, you most likely want to pick up either a strong top laner here or probably lock in your support so you can get that priority in the bot lane. But they lock in the Akali instead. They said, we don't want to get it banned out. Arya is going to be having a big show tonight on this Akali pick.
Yeah, and I love this pick so much. It has been the traditional counter that's coming into this Orianna. It does, of course, mean that Ryze will just continue to float around for the rest of the series. One of the very, very rare times that he just goes through completely unpicked or banned. But Arya, I like Arya on these dynamic assassin champions that can go and go again. I don't necessarily want to see him on something like the Ryze. Not that he can't play it, of course, but I don't think it suits his role in this team. And the Akali does perfectly, and it helps that it's the great counter into Orianna.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And now that we're starting to see the second bans coming out, we're seeing the Sivir, we're seeing the Bard. I wouldn't mind seeing potentially a Corki banned out. I think if you're banning out the Bard, that tells me you want to stop Vista from being able to roam around and sort of impact the map a little bit more. But at the same time, you could argue the same thing for Shao Si. So I think the Corki that we could potentially see for DCG opens up that could go for like an Alice, you go for something a little bit different. But Lucian being the priority ban tells a different story.
Yeah, that is an interesting one for sure. Just taking away those ADCs and a little bit about what Feng might be pulling out. Shao Si pretty much has his pick of the litter as well. Bard, so far, the only support ban. They do ban out the Nautilus as well. Interesting stuff there. I mean, do we see something like a Blitzcrank? Or do we need to counter this dive and maybe go towards a Karma, a Lulu, something like that?
Yeah, you could, but I'm also thinking, do you look at something for the side? Because Marble right now doesn't have the highest mobility, especially into a Nefiri who can just chase you down. Maybe there's going to be something like the Alistair being picked up here, where you have a little bit of extra tanky front line that can sort of negate this hard dive. But Sion could be a call. It's going to do pretty... It's Cassante. You know what? Don't even worry about everything I said before when you ban Rumble out. It's fine. Yanara Lulu, easy pickup. It's left open, and it's going to be locked in.
And it's interesting, this is a duo that has kind of started to not show up nearly as much. I'm actually kind of happy to see Feng and Shao Si bringing it back. This is two champions that have so much synergy with each other. They play really well into the Jarvan, into the Akali. I think it's DCG have put together a really fantastic draft, but SHG are getting a last pick Karma. No, they're going to switch to the Rel. Okay.
I like the Rel. Look, as much as the Karma is like this big pick that everyone's like, it's really strong in the moment. Look, I respect that. I understand why it's strong. Makes a lot of sense. I just feel like it didn't really speak to this comp that SHG is putting together. They needed follow-up engage upon with Van Line on the J4 and the Cassante. Like, I just read this as, okay, Arya's going to get to the back line. Marble's just going to be punching out as much damage. It's going to be an on-hit Varus. It has to be, because if you don't have a big front line, you're not really doing any lethality damage at the same time. But you look at the other side, and you need meat in order to weather the storm that is going to be Yanara, level 6, with 2-3 items, plus later as the game goes on, and Orianna and Etheria. Like, there needs to be some sort of safety on this Varus to be able to do some damage, and Rel speaks that language.
I do agree with you sort of holistically. I think the Rel did make a lot of sense for the team comp. What I'm a little bit worried about is actually just the lane phase. Playing into the double range, Lulu is just going to poke Rel all day. It does mean that I think Van 1 is going to have to pay attention to the bot side. And something I said earlier was, if DCG can make this a game about the bot lane, if that's where the attention has to be devoted, I think that improves their chances.
Yeah, look, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing here tonight. It's a nice change up from DCG. They're actually able to get a little bit more and put that love into the bot lane. We know Fang can carry a game. Give Xiaoxi the chance to show up for the team, and they will make magic happen. The only difference, they're up against our seed 2 thus far in the regular split, and this team is looking good too. As we enter onto the Rift here, Carrix, game number 1, SHG versus Relove DCG. Titans of the LCP industry facing it out. We both predicted the SHG 2-0. Do you think this first game is speaking at all? We're not going to do the weird voices like I did. Did you guys do anything fun for the cool splash arts?
No, sadly. We let the skins fall by the wayside. I was waiting for you to be back.
No, I respect it. I respect it. No, we're getting pretty good ones. We've got the T1 Varus in here as well for Marble, so obviously paying some respect. But now we're looking at that. Look, Battle Queen Rel, not terrible. I think we're going to see a very dominant DCG bot lane here because you're already seeing that Vista taking half health.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is sort of what I was outlining before. You're playing melee support into double ranged. It is not a fun time, unfortunately. Lulu, especially, those glitter lancers are really not fun.
No, even getting out of the charge, you have to do the drop down, and then still, you can already see Neferi too is very far already on this bot side. Might be looking for a level 3 fight under this tower. They could be looking for those early dives, which could spell disaster for SHG.
It definitely could, but it's a very volatile move. I don't know if I like it. I think he is just backing off. It's going to be vertical jungling sort of enabled there, as Van 1 obviously knows this has happened. He's moving into the top side, but no, he's back. They're going.
They're going for it. Pop 9 making this early gauge. The heal comes out. Marble's trying to survive a little bit longer, but I think he's no longer for this world. Xiaoxi incredibly low, and this is just what you can do with this comp. You can just dive, and Pop 9 gets out scot-free.
That it was perfectly executed. It was just Xiaoxi tanking up until the moment he no longer could. And now you've got this lead on Fang. Things have just gone from bad to worse. He gets a free reset. He's going to come back with that recurve bow. Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed, Carrix. It's not good. But this is the DCG we've been waiting to see all split long. So finally the time. Let's get a replay of it and see. This was a really well executed early dive.
Exactly. They just walk it Marble. There's just no counterplay, unfortunately. Vista does his best, nearly locks Xiaoxi down for long enough to take him out. But frankly, even if Xiaoxi had gone down, it wouldn't have changed the calculus, really. And yeah, this is going to go from bad to worse. We need to be screaming for Van 1 to get here, but it's really hard for him to. They were doing vertical jungling, and now Van 1 has to cross the lines and figure out how to re-engage the normal jungle route without falling massively behind in farm.
Yeah, well, it's like little bits of tempo here and there enable so much, and getting a bit of like a full clear as well for Pop 9. Gonna get a nice reset, buy a bit of damage on the board, but now Arya very aggressive into Hongshu, trying to get some damage off. Has to flash though. Hongshu very strong, very healthy right now. Might be looking for a little bit of a re-engage. The flash goes forward. It's not enough. Arya's trying to stay alive a little bit longer. The flag and drag keeps him alive, and Van 1 picks up their first kill of the game.
And it was by an inch that Arya didn't go down. He played right on the edge, knew exactly the damage that Hongshu could put out, as just in time, Van 1 comes to save him and equalizes the bot lane play.
That's such a good call, and now we're just seeing more and more action down on this bot side, which is just gonna hurt my heart just a little bit more, but I feel like Marble's up to the challenge. Let's watch the replay here, because look at Aria, like so healthy and then taken incredibly low.
Yeah, that E missing from Aria there really changes how this trade plays out. That E is so much of your damage on Akali. He moves up, realizes he has to try and get this wave, but then Hongshu goes for the aggressive play, thinks I just have to trade 1-for-1, but just doesn't get the spell before he goes down.
It's disaster. The flag, I feel like, did so much in that, just dropped right on top of Hongshu. They flashed forward as well, so now that it's 2 flashes down on these mid laners, it just tells me we're rearing up for even more ganks into the mid. Arya now level 6, perfect execution, ready to go. Let's see how they're going to use it in these fights, because I love seeing those awesome solo bolos against these mid laners. We've seen it so many times with the Akali. I'm keen for it.
I mean, I'm always keen for a solo kill, though I will say I don't know if it will have to be solo. Van 1 is a few camps away from level 6. The Orianna's already used the flash. There's no counterplay to the Cataclysm. You just walk at him.
No, I don't hear that very often. No counterplay to the Cataclysm, and it's just because the flash is down. So I have to see if they're going to make those exact moves as we are entering into the 6-minute mark, looking at the grubs as well. Little bit of a small lead for Van 1, even just with that kill. They've got the little bit of gold, but it is DCG just slightly up at 500 gold, just getting that first blood, I would say. But first dragon on the board, it is going to be that Hex Tech. Pop9 again, getting some good deep vision.
Yeah, Pop9 feels confident enough that he can just walk into the enemy jungle, does just get that vision down. Vista, good roam timing here, actually just matching Xiaoxi. Oh, it's going to go in.
If they're looking for more, they might have just found it. Xiaoxi is just obliterated. Vista reading the map way too well.
And just recognizing, like, hang on a second, Xiaoxi, you're not level 6 yet. You cannot play this aggressive. And now SHG, that early disaster in the bot lane, they've pulled the attention away from bot. They've made it into a mid-jungle game, Pike.
That's all it needed to be. We talked about how Van 1 and Aria will run a game if given the chance. Marble said, I'll take the back seat today, guys. It's A-okay. I'm playing Varus. It's no problem. Downside, they are going lethality Varus. Yep. I'm just gonna breeze over that. Damn, look at this. Oh, the flash stun, crash down. Oh, what do you do?
I mean, not a lot. It was perfect execution, if I can borrow an ultimate name. Just, yeah, you don't do much, unfortunately. We have a look at this top side where it is, you know, it's a Cassante lane. They're farming up a storm.
That's exactly what it is. Arya as well now about to take on a dog coming to the lane, but you know what? When you got a dog whistle, you can sort of disrupt it just a little bit. But now it's all that the shockwave comes in. Let's see if it's going to be a little bit more of a fight. As Hongshu just burning through it, saying, please stop clearing out and trying to stay equal in my farm. Because honestly, Arya is well up in farm. Almost 10 minions to Hongshu, which is very, very rare to see a lot of the time. It is usually that very early range control you get out of the Orianna that's sort of not having as much of an effect as we'd like to see it.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I love Arya on this type of champion. That's super dynamic. He can just put his hands to the test. He's not playing for scaling. He doesn't have to play for like very specific timings, like something on like a rise. Oh. He can just say, I'm just better than you. I can just go in. I can out CS you. I can get pressure where I'm not meant to have it.
Look, and I think they knew something was afoot because they have great vision all through in the river there for SHG, and they knew there was a dog nearby. Pop9 just being spotted out by better wards, and they lose the Void Grubs for that trouble.
That they do. Just the tempo for SHG. Yes, there's that slight gold lead for DCG. Yes, the bot lane. It's a little bit gross. Marble has fallen individually about 1,000 gold behind. But the tempo is all in favor of SHG. And again, it does kind of come down to Pop9. We need to revisit this bot lane. I think we need to get more than one kill in a farm lead. We need to really put Marble down.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Yeah, like you said, 1.3k gold lead. It's it's a lot, but at this point in the game, it's still only 500 gold up for the side of DCG. Dragons have already gone over to SHG. They've picked up the Void Grubs. They've got absolute control over these objectives right now. So really, you can have the gold lead all you want for Fang. Unless you start pulling it into some form of tempo in this game, it's not going to result in all that much, and you're just going to get blown up by an Akali who is fed. Pop9 looking at this top side. Evie is already below half health, trying to take on Florin. Might need to get out of dodge as the pound of the pound is coming in because they're trying to send these dogs back, but no, Evie is just too tanky to deal with.
Yeah, just able to slide out of that one. It is just a bit of a timing attempt there by Pop9. Does invest the ult, but Evie, yeah, East Casante, this is not where I think we're looking, as in the meantime, knowing that Pop9 is up on the top, it is SHG able to clean up Vision, and they're going to reset Marble to the top side to try and bail him out.
Yeah, it's not often you see those nice little sort of rotations, but it's always good. Get Marble off to the side, just being able to farm it out a little bit better. Maybe if they can keep the Jace, don't get those resets, should be pretty good, but it does leave a lot of those crystalline growth over to Fang, who is just mincing out of this tower. Might be, just misses that last one, but still, at a really good point. Fang is in a very nice spot, as now Arya looking at Hongshu, but there is Xiaoxi off to the side, perfect execution used, but honestly, it's all about pressure.
It is all about pressure, and they are under pressure in this one, as now we've got to move up to the top side. They know that the reset is coming. Can they interrupt Florin before he gets here? He's reading it, but
looking for something. Happy Feet is looking good. Florin is still taking a lot of damage, but there's the Magnetic Storm 2 into the Cataclysm, and he actually sends them back, but has to flash away to survive. And a great play by Florin in a 2v1.
It's really well played there for Florin to not die. He sidestepped basically everything that could be sidestepped. Really wonderful stuff, but it does mean that Marble's able to get this push into the tower. He was able to get a little bit of gold back to himself. He's just trying to pick up the pieces after what happened in the bot side. He needs to be able to get somewhat closer to parity with Bang, who's already finished that Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, Kraken already online. Also picking up their quest as well. Does give that little golden injection too for the 80 carries. It does make it a little bit nicer. They should be sitting on quite a bit right now. I would argue that they might be sitting on about 1,000 plus gold. So they could back and start looking at either boots or going a little bit further. Second tier boots, I mean, but second dragon is up on the board. It is a mountain drag. We'll see if which team's going to get that early priority, as we're seeing great vision from both teams.
Yeah, we really are. And I think something to point out with this lane swap, it's just a minor thing, is that it actually slows down Evie's quest completion quite a lot. Not being in the top lane, you get a lot less credit for killing minions and the like. We see Florin has already finished his quest. Evie not there yet. So that empowered TP, if it, maybe it comes up, the timing is going to be a little bit tight. There's a dragon on the map though, and if Florin can come in with a giant shield and Evie can't, it's not a great situation for SHG.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now we are seeing a lot of damage. Fang is going forward. Chase Corruption actually missed because he flashed over it. The stun's good. Crashdown used just to avoid, but Fang is feeling strong. That Kraken and the Zeal online is exactly what they need to get those empowered attacks off and do more damage. Let's see if they can now look for the dragon, or if SHG might just have to give it up.
Yeah, they'll have to think about it, I suppose. But they're fighting back in this area. We do now have, Van 1 on it. Drops a flag in an interesting position there, just trying to scout out anyone behind him, I suppose. But he's on vision. They're not going to contest. This will be 2 dragons for SHG.
I think they just know that Akali is off to the side. Got the early rotation, early roams. Makes it a little bit harder, but all the vision's now sort of gone down, so it's not worth taking that fight. Good read by Pop9 just to say maybe it's not worth looking for this big one, but easy lockdowns. It's 100% control over these objectives. Now we're seeing it is the Cloud Soul here, Carrix. What do you think of that? Which team do you think benefits the most? And I'm honestly looking at DCG.
Yeah, I think DCG will love a Cloud Soul. Yunara being able to get some more movement speed, able to chase people down, reposition in fights. It's hard not to look at that way. But that said, no one says no to movement speed.
That's true. I think that is the golden child of any buffs you can get in the game. We know that is the most sought after Dragon Soul too. So seeing it in game one, we're in for a treat, Carrix. That's all it is. We're in for a treat. But I do think as well, I'm looking at Pop 9. I'm looking at this Neferi. If they can get 4 stacked Cloud Souls, that's a lot for this dog. The dog is going to be running the map. Hongshu waiting off to the side. Evie may have overstepped a little bit too much, trying to lock it back, but I think they're just gone. There's no magic resist for the tank, and they're taking an easy first kill for Hongshu.
Yeah, Evie not reading that Hongshu was in the area at all. Just goes for a trade that he absolutely can't go for, is punished for it. And that's a bit more in the DCG camp. They're now, you know, that gold lead went from, oh, it's only 500 gold, that doesn't really mean a huge amount, to now being 1.5k.
And it's definitely a lot more, and that's going to be leading up, but it is 1.3k all on Fang. So it is this 80 carry, but remember, you still have a lot of just all in. You have the Cataclysm. You need to be able to slow this Yunara down. So Van 1 and Arya really have the job of kill the president, which is Fang at this current point in time. Pop 9 off in the area. They are looking for a fight here. It is the Rift Herald they're fighting over, but now let's see if they can keep them back because they're clearing out the vision. 5.5k on this Rift Herald, but they might be looking for a reset as Hongshu's being taken out by Evie. I don't think they've got a flash. They have to get over this wall, trying to survive a little bit longer. It's too much. The wild growth is good. The damage is just too much, and Fang cleans it up. Hongshu is still alive. 1 HP, but no, they are picked up. There's the shurikens. They get the polymorph off too. Let's see if they look for the re-engage, but no, it is a lot of damage, but it is still DCG who come out on top of that fight.
Yeah, it was a game of inches there, but Van 1 sort of just had to walk through the enemy team. This should be a vision setup. They won't be able to start the Herald. The health bars are a little bit too low for that. But DCG, they can get some deep vision. They can get a reset. And when round 2 at the Herald comes, they've got the wards around it.
Oh, I love it. Walk me through this, because I think I missed like half of this fight just because I was so entrenched in what was going on the other side. But the all out here, it was pretty good play to start the game.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Evie just solos out Hongshu, but the problem here is that shield just keeps him alive, and then the wild growth from the Lulu means that Hongshu lives so much longer. Yes, he will eventually go down to Arya, but it's already meant Evie and Van 1 had to throw themselves to the wolves just to actually make something happen off that play. And in the end, it just doesn't work out for SHG.
Oh, and you can look at those damage charts as well. Fang is feeling good tonight. 2.4k damage to 1.2 on the other side. Pop 9 might be caught on the wrong side of this wall. Looking to go into the pit. Can just jump over the wall if need be, but caught out by 2 members. They're still looking at this Rift Herald, and no one really wants to start it. No one's committing, but we'll take a quick look at the map as well here. Carrix already top tier 1 going over for SHG is down. So let's see where this priority is going to be. Heading over for SHG to claw back one of these towers.
Yeah, SHG doesn't really have anywhere that they can get a tower back immediately. The Rift Herald is sort of necessary if they're going to try and push down the mid lane. They don't have a setup on bot. Oh, hang on.
Oh my god, he can't do it. We saw this exact play the other night. It was the exact same position, the exact same spot, and the solo bolo by Arya onto this Orianna. It's all too much.
That was absolute destruction. Basically, Akali ulting on the spot and just taking the head off of
the tower. We're going to get a replay of that. We have to get a replay of that. Here it is, because that was just too good.
Yeah, so he sneaks away. Surely Hongshu still has the read that he might be around. But he's honestly playing pretty safe.
Yeah, but straight on in. Look at the damage. Oh my god. Even pulled in with the shockwave and staying under the tower. That full health. Full health.
And the crazy thing there is I actually think he was going to end up quite a bit further under the tower, but the shockwave went off after he'd gotten the kill that pulled him back. So in the end, Hongshu kind of helped him out a little bit there. Obviously can't predict it. But, I mean, this is why we see the Akali pick into Ori. Ryze was available this game. If you pick Ryze here, you might have the tier list better champion, but you don't have that X factor that can go for there. And I like that Arya just had the guts in draft to say, no, give me Akali and I will just solo kill.
Oh, the pack is going to jump back up. Pop 9 is low. There's a beautiful Magnet Storm. The damage is absolutely monumental here. Carricks, and they're absolutely blasted through. Fang is now being soloed out by Evie. Arya picks up a double kill. And it is SHG just laughing in the face of DCG's gold lead.
Gold lead means very little when you land Magnet Storms like that, Vista. Take a bow. It looked bad at first with Pop 9 going in, the ball on top of him. It was a 3-man shockwave, but it doesn't matter because the better circle won out.
The better circle did its job, and I fully agree. Yeah, I got to watch this because it was good. Pop 9 walking up, but it wasn't enough as they're just trying to clear the wards, and then, yeah, you're right, the Magnet Storm was huge.
Yeah, but you see, Pop 9's got the ball on him. He goes in. It's a 3-man Oriole onto good targets as well. But the follow-up's not there, and Vista shuts it down. And then, of course, Arya plays this to perfection, just dancing through the fight. The real work was done by Vista here, but it was Arya that came in and just sort of painted on the embellishments.
Oh, and now that's a very different story we're seeing out of the 80 carries too, but look at this mid difference. Arya is just feeling so good, almost double the damage over Hongshu, and that's including a shockwave that hit 3 members in that fight. So it just tells me that this Akali pick is doing a great job. 5-0-1, 2 items completed. I don't know. I think Arya is just here to solidify a good spot for SHG and absolutely run train in the mid lane. Maybe that's why they gave a little bit of those priority picks and this bot side.
And I hate to keep sounding like a broken record, but I said, if we make this a bot lane focus game, DCG has a better chance. Feng is ahead. Feng is winning that 1v1 matchup. It hasn't been because of the 1v1 necessarily, but he is ahead in the matchup. But no, it's a mid-jungle matchup, and look at them go again.
They're hungry for it. 4 members in this mid. Arya's on the other side, so Pop 9 could be in a bit of a sneaky spot as they are going to get jumped on. Flashes over the wall. Pop 9, this dog is scared. Tail well between his legs.
I mean,
wait, TP?
This dog... There is a TP. They're calling Hongshu. They want to go again. They think they've got the angle on this.
Yeah, well, Cataclysm is down, but they've got 5 members deep. Pop 9 wants to be here. Let's see if they can slow it down a little bit more. Chains of Corruption does hit. Is it going to be enough? It was on Fang, but they were just looking at this tower. There's a flank TP, actually. Akali wants to join this one. Arya saying, oh, maybe it's just a little bit of a bait and switches. Now they're looking to go down, see if they can catch out Arya. But that TP actually cancelled out their initial shove. Is this just like a 1,000 IQ play just then? Like just showing the TP move and saying, we can bait him?
Well, it's always that interesting thing now, now that TP is a dash, not just the old teleport. You sort of see the Akali fly in the orb over your head. And you immediately go, oh, run away. It's just kind of mental mind games as he actually just goes and pushes in a wave and then gets a reset.
What do you do again when you see the Akali teleport in?
I'm not doing that again.
Oh, Evie now looking. Hongshu could be in a bit of a cheeky spot. Has to proto belt out, but is still getting knocked up, thrown around. The all out was just too much, and Hongshu is caught. Oh, Flash is good and gets them out to safety. But wow, they're looking for it. TP's now coming in. Not able to hold on to tier 1.
And he arrives just in time to watch the tower go down, but Arya inheriting the wave, just able to pop that crystalline growth, get himself some gold from the plating. And it must be said, how interesting is it that despite all of these fight wins for SHG, they're up in Dragons, they're a minute away from potentially getting Soul. It is still a 1.5k gold lead, and it's just purely Feng and Florin. But I think Florin in particular hasn't brought that to bear yet. We haven't seen these big shock blasts from Jace.
Well, that's also the thing about Jace is like if they're not really in these fights, like how do you get through a front line of Vista's Rel and Evie's Cassante? Like it's a tall order, especially with a Serpent's Fang. Yes, you got a little bit more. You got the Mirror Mana on there too, but right now we're not seeing the big damage coming out. So you're right. How do you get through this big wall? And now they're all looking at this drag, which is up in 30 seconds.
30 seconds. It's DCG with control of the vision at the moment. They've got that ward in the back of the red bush. We would like to see a bit more vision control, but they just can't step that far in. And the problem here is that everything is available for SHG. The all out, the only thing that's still down, and that's only seconds away. It's going to be a massive fight, and my eyes are glued to Vista. The Magnet Storm engages have been perfect so far.
Absolutely, they have Arya as well up in this mid lane too, so could be looking for a little bit of a flank once again. This is the Arya Akali special, trying to get into the back line, but now Fang's actually walking up, doing a bit of damage. It is just onto Evie. They are pulling out this dragon. Here is Arya looking for a play, but spotted out on a pink ward. It really comes down to who pulls the trigger first, and I feel like SHG is the team to pull that trigger, as actually they're clearing out the vision. Nicely done. They're just trying to secure their space, but now the flank is good. Can they collapse in time, Carricks? As it's slowed down, it's down to 2k health. Let's see if Pop9 to smite off. It is stolen away from DCG. Now they just have to back out. SHG probably don't want to take this heat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like this.
They're trying to get a little bit more flair. Van 1 is good, but look at Arya in this backside. Magnet Storm 2 is just too much. Arya gets out alive. Can they continue this fight? As they go straight back onto it. All out onto Hongshu is good, but Evie might just be the sacrificial Cassante, as they are looking for a little bit more, but no, it is SHG walking away.
And I really don't like this from SHG. You do not need to take a 50-50. You are stronger at the moment. If the last few team fights have been anything to go by, I don't know why they just go, all right, Van 1 try and outsmite Pop9. It doesn't get the 50-50. Let's have a look at the replay. I just feel like there's no synergy here. Pop9 able to get the steal. And then when we decide to try and fight, SHG can get out, Pop9 goes in, and then we just pull the trigger. And yes, they pick up this one kill with Arya going and doing a huge amount of damage. Feng goes down. That's a nice kill to get, but it just feels like this whole passage of play is unnecessary.
Yeah, I feel like Evie taking them over the wall into sort of no man's land made that really rough, because they were just caught out and alone in a 2v1, and the rest of SHG couldn't really follow that up. But taking out Feng, if I was in the shoes of SHG, if Feng's dead, the rest of the team should be quite fair game. Like, they should be trying to look to capitalize, because their damage source is really down. 3 items completed on Feng as well is actually terrifying. But now you can see Arya might be in the wrong place, but is smart enough to know better.
100%, I agree. As we look back, we have a little bit of a moment to catch our breath. There's no objectives immediately being contested. There's no massive team fights. There's no magnets storming. It's still a gold lead for DCG. It's Feng in a prime position. Has that 3rd item completed. Marble does as well. Of course, those lethality items a fair bit cheaper. But now the problem does start to creep in that a Yunara does a lot more damage than an on-hit Varus.
Absolutely. Lethality Varus, honestly, but it's all about getting through.
Sorry, I meant to say lethality.
Yeah, no, I thought I'd just clarify. If it was on here, I'd be absolutely chuffed, because you get the Bork in there, get a Ginsu's, you laugh at. But no, it's not, and I'm upset about it. But we can walk away. I just take a deep breath. Pike, it's okay. The lethality Varus is fine. It's okay. Like, these players know what they're doing. They're better than me at the game. That's fine. But still, I disagree with them strongly. But now Floren's now looking for a bit of a cheeky fight onto Evie. Fang is in the space. TP's coming in. It's all about survivability. But no, with Floren and Fang popping those ultimates, doing the damage, there's not much you can do, even with Arya.
Yeah, and an overextension here by Evie is punished. SHG, they know what to do, though. Just go in, get a little bit more gold onto Marble every moment. Oh, no, teleport coming in.
Marble has to flash this one. It's all about trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Going straight back in. There's the absolute shockwave hit so much, and Vista should be taken out of the map too. 2 members down, and Floren properly on the board with a double kill. They could be looking at a Baron right now.
I think they should just run at the Baron. 3 down. Yes, Van 1 is still alive. You would have loved to kill him, but you can't get everything you want. This Baron dies extremely fast, and DCG have taken full control of the game, Pike.
Yeah, 3k gold up, and I think this Baron is just going to be an easy pickup, not even contested. 5 members strong with Baron. Let's see how much this play can push through, as it's already a 900 gold Baron play. But this was just a great TP coming out. Locks them down. I think they just knew there was something wrong. Marble had nowhere to go. Straight on in, and the shockwave just did so much damage.
Exactly. Marble does get a decent Chains of Corruption, but it was just way too late. This was just the trigger being pulled, and now we see Florin bringing that individual lead to bear. This Jace got involved in a fight, and the fight doesn't look close. If he can continue to be on that front foot, able to bring his damage in, it's hard to see the way back in for SHG.
Yeah, look, 9 kills to 10, but a 4.3k gold lead and a Baron available. They are in their jungle, absolutely controlling everything. DCG want this win. They want to prove why they are one of the top teams in the LCP, and the way to do that is take out one of the top teams. So now it all comes down to how well they're going to rotate around this map and what SHG can do to return fire. But wow, these towers are obliterated.
Yeah, Feng and Florin able to tear that down. Evie on the other side of the map wishes he could kill it that fast, and he's just got to TP in to desperately try and defend the base. It's kind of everything going right for DCG. There's a Cloud on the map, the Cloud Drake. They do need to worry about that one. They don't want to give away Soul, because that could be the way back in. And there is, of course, a lurking Aria.
Yeah, I feel like Aria's had good success in like these side lanes doing a lot of damage in like the 1v1s, but we need to start getting them moving a little bit more in these fights, especially skirmishes. They've just picked up a Rabadon's Death Cap. They've got the Seeker's Arm Guard for safety. This is a very scary Akali that they have to be worried about, but Dragon could just be started up. But if Feng's taken off the board, I think it could just be SHG's game to win this one. But you're right, Florin is a problem. I think they're starting Aria taking the long road around to the side. They obviously know that Aria is somewhere to be seen and has to be very careful. Throws out the Shuriken. Vista's up on the top side. They're a very deep flank out of this robotic horse. But now, it's all... I don't think they should be trying to 50-50 this. As Pop9 looking at Marble into the bush. It is going to be out of that vision. Now trying to force something. Evie could be caught out. Fang is quite low. Look at Aria on the top side. Hongshu, Shockwave is good. The Stopwave, Stopwatch comes into effect. Let's see if they can lock it down. Aria able to go godlike. He's able to hold on a little bit longer, but no. Aria wants a little bit more. It's all on Pop9 onto the backside too. Then for sure, the Magnet Storm does it. The Cataclysm on the back. Is it going to be enough? As it is just absolute destruction out of Fang. The double kill, the all out. Can Fang do it? He just can't hold on. It's the ace for SHG and the Cloud Soul.
Take a bow, Vista. My, oh my, a 4-man Magnet Storm to save a fight that could have gone so badly. We saw the damage that Feng can do, but now it's a soul, it's a staunched wound, and I think SHG are right back in this one.
Oh, it's only 2k gold difference, but they had the Baron. They didn't really get as many towers as I think they wanted. So once the Baron was gone, it was over. But just Aria is absolutely dominating in this game right now.
He absolutely is. Just jumps in onto Hongshu. Hongshu does everything he can. The cavalry tries to arrive, but that shroud means they can't trade onto Aria. He's able to dance back, and then Vista... Oh, the MVP of this fight, completely disrupting DCG's lines. Feng does his best, but with the lockdown from the all-out, Evie able to make sure no disaster strikes. And with the Cloud Soul secured, 2 minutes on Baron, the damage, yes, Feng is doing crazy things. He's going to continue to do crazy things. But with the way Vista is playing, it's really hard for him to actually be able to move through team fights fluidly.
Yeah, 100%. You know what? I'm going to call it as well, Carrick. I'm going to say that was one of the plays of the split. I'm going to call that right there. Like, that was such a big team fight. I'm going to put that as one of the top plays of this split. So, LCP production, if you hear me, save it. We need to be able to watch that back. And we need to do like a best 5 plays of the split at the end of the regular. That would actually be kind of sick.
That would actually be really cool to have, you know, a top 10 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe something we can get on. As DCG just clear the vision out of their own jungle, just trying to get some control back. Van One's lurking. Van One has got that Guardian Angel, something we've seen just be honestly really overpowered on these Bruiser junglers, able to buy so much time and just be a menace in the fights.
Yeah, especially for a J4 who can re-engage with a snap, with just a flag and drag, get those knockups, sort of be a bit more of an enabler. It's just going to alleviate that pressure for Vista to hold on a little bit more. We are seeing a lot coming out, but we're seeing a full tempo swing here too, because it is now SHG inside of DCG's jungle, taking all their camps. It was only maybe like, what, 10 minutes ago that we saw all of DCG in the side of SHG's jungle, just cruising through, taking everything off the board, and it's just completely flipped. It's only a 1.5k gold difference now, 34 minutes in, but Soul has been confirmed, so SHG's movements are going to be so fast across this map, with Baron up in 5 seconds.
Barrett is spawning. There is no real vision for DCG. They have to walk into the river blind. The only ward they've got was a pink ward that was unfortunately missed. As Pop9's jumped over the wall, he's able to invuln his way back out. But it's Feng versus the world here. I think the problem is that Florin, as much damage as he does, a lot of it will get soaked up by Evie. Feng is going to be that consistent damage dealer. We'll just have to see if he can get it done.
Getting it done is the Florin special, but now look at Fang walking up very confident, trying to get this damage off. Is seeing Evie on a bit of a rough side. Van Wine off to the side, trying to take this top scuttle just to keep that strong vision over this Baron. But one false step, one wrong move, and it could spell disaster for SHG. But no, they start up the Baron instead.
They just start the Baron. They want DCG to come into them while they're strong. They want to find the fight. They've now spotted that pink ward that Vista didn't see earlier. It was a little bit unlucky. Van One taking a lot of poke, but Evie has an enormous shield, able to just tank everything up.
Yeah, this is the big thing, is like how much disruption can you do, is the whole of SHG is a little bit scattered. They might look to just to reset this one, because I think Van One's quite low and they don't really want to take that fight in the wrong time, but now it could just be DCG who start up the Baron instead.
Yeah, they think with the resets coming in, they're just going to try and make SHG come into them. Whoever is getting the other team to run at them is favored.
That's it, and now it is at the 5k health as Vista off to the side. Look at the good Magnet Storm, but it's going to be enough as there is Arya off the other side. Florin is pretty low, taking into the GA. This could be the ticket as they're going in. It is taking DCG, lock down the Baron. But now it is Florin keeping them alive. Pop9 off to the side. Arya is low, half health. Look at the re-engage up into the air. Pop9, good. Magnet Storm's good. Is going to be enough damage as we do see the reset coming out of Florin, trying to just back out. The TP is coming in. They're chasing down SHG. Evie with the all-out is not enough, and Fang locks down a kill, and what was a bit of a scuffle or kerfuffle, you might even say, Carricks, DCG come out ahead.
And I don't know how we're meant to guess who's going to win any of these fights. It just seems to come down to hand stiff every single time. And the big thing to keep your eye on here, DCG have Baron for 2 minutes, Elder Dragon spawns in 1. Will we have a look at this replay?
Yeah, watch
Arya on the side just solos Florin out. You think maybe that's going to go really well here, but Arya spends all of his time waiting for Florin to get back up, and now has kind of used everything. Pop9, magnificent Neferi play. They're able to dodge away from everything, and now he can just run forward completely uncontested. Evie just has to sacrifice himself. We can't have Arya spending all of his time just killing Florin. It's Feng or it's nothing.
Yeah, that's it. But even now that with the GA is already used, Fang has to be very careful. Big shields are there, especially with that Orianna ball on top of you. But they're just walking down. This could just be DCG taking game 1 at this point, because they are so strong. 5k gold up. It's looking a little bit rough. Like you said, that Elder Drag is 10 seconds up right now. Arya looking for a play. Could be making poppers. Pop9's going over the wall. Has to go up. Is going to be enough damage. They can just take out the dogs here. It's a lot of damage going down. Where did he go? Pop9 cataclysm onto the backside too. It's so much damage. Fang still alive off of the backside as well. Gets absolutely destroyed. Arya just cleans up house. And what was looking so good for the side of DCG with this Baron has just been absolutely abolished, Carricks.
And it just turns out that, again, it's that X factor. It is the hands difference as Van won this time, adds his name to the list, able to find an enormous cataclysm, locks them all down, and lets Arya dance among them. There is nothing more that can be said about how fantastic Arya's play has been. He's 9-0. He is unstoppable. He's legendary. And now there's an Elder on the map, but there's no junglers alive. This is so scary.
I feel like it's, yeah, both junglers have the exact same death timer, maybe 2 seconds, but Inhib is open, so someone has to respond, and it is Arya who is this big kill threat. But let's rewatch this play, because, yeah, you're right. It was a huge engage.
Yeah, it was Vista getting it started. It kind of looks like maybe they blunted it, but no, Marble, that lethality coming in, half of Pop9's health bar. And then once they're all low, there is no one that can actually approach Arya. Hongshu just doesn't do the damage. The ball isn't fast enough to lock down an Akali with a Cloud Soul.
Oh, and that's just now the Elder has been started back up again, Carrix. It is DCG wanting to control it once more, but SHG clearing out good vision. Looking off to this side, it is at 10k health. Evie is just a mountain running at them. Remember, they have the Cloud Soul, so the movement speed is really good. They can just pounce on people if they need to, but Evie taken to half health already. Arya does not go well, but Arya on the back, out of vision, waiting in the wings, looking for Fang. But no, it is Fang actually going forward instead, getting a lot of damage off, but still, oh, Arya, you're in a bit of a pickle. Don't want to be too far up because that juice do be vinegar and it can hurt if splashed in your eyes. That was a weird thing to say. Don't worry about me. But no, we're getting back into it. They're clearly trying to keep that vision on. The TP is actually coming back in. It is going to be Evie coming back into this fight, but now they're taking control over the Elder once again. Let's see if SHG can lock it down. 10k health is the call.
To grab the dog.
Fang is on the backside. Shuriken is going to go out, but no, the flip back was not going to do it. It's 3k. They're looking for the flip. It is going to be selected out. It is SHG who take out the Elder. Now they're looking for the re-engage fight as they do have Elder on their side. Marble trying to hold on a little bit longer, doing the damage to Fang, but it is Fang with a GA2. So there's not much you can really do as it's just too much damage. Marble needs to go, but now they're looking for that refight. Double kill still for Fang, so they clean up. Evie, where are you going, my guy? You can't fight this.
I don't know if you want this, Smoke. You don't want this.
Oh,
Fang just takes him down. Evie thought, oh, I can interrupt the back and maybe we can make something happen, but no. Only 2 Elder buffs survive, and you see the coaching staff for Relove DCG looking a little bit mystified.
Oh, like, what was the thought process there? I'd have to see. Don't even need a replay for that. It was like, yeah, let's try and stop them. And maybe they were trying to give a bit more space for Marble to survive throughout this fight and get back with a good reset. It just meant really nothing. It was just, they were already out.
Yeah, and I want to point out, Evie does this really well. Drags Pop9 away, means that that combo on the Elder is unstoppable. But, okay, we'll have a look at this side of the part that we didn't really see. So Evie does take down Hongshu, but this isn't the part that really matters. Oh, we didn't see this.
Oh my lord, okay.
I mean, nice thought, Florin, but that's now a 10-0 Akali. That's a very scary ninja.
Yeah, look, whenever I see women throwing 5 shurikens and doing backflips while throwing a shuriken and then just dancing across on other people while doing a lot of damage, I'm usually pretty scared. But
yeah, I'd be
we're still in game. Baron is up right now here, Carrix, as both teams looking for it. Vista on the backside gets the Magnet Storm 2. They're looking to Hongshu. They still have the Elder. That's the stopwatch going down. Let's see if they can hold on a little bit longer, as it is a lot of damage. Marble still able to do the good work. Arya on the backside gets the double kill. Could be looking for the triple, and there it is. They might be looking for a penta. Arya is feeling good. They're chasing down Pop9. It's all about the survivability. They're looking to lock it down too, but instead they're focusing on the wave. Florin off to the right, down in the jungle. But now it is SHG. They have the numbers. They can look mid, and they're pinging for an inhib.
They're pinging. They've got 45 seconds before Fang respawns, before the biggest threat on DCG is on the map. We get an inhib. I think we reset, and then we need to think about Baron. No, we're committing a TP. They're going for the end.
Look, this is the major call. They don't have the Elder buff anymore, but they have the damage too. You can see Arya's trying to make some moves, make some plays, but it's going to be jumping back out once again. It could be SHG looking at this first tower. It's gone. They got the Resurrect already. They're looking at it. They said, you can keep winning these fights. You can give Fang a lead, but we will take the game anyway. SHG coming back clean in game number 1 here, Carrix. A cinema masterclass of how to retain and come back at any point in time. GG's.
GG indeed. SHG, they didn't make it look easy, but they do get back on the horse after their loss last week. They pick up that first game, and Aria, yeah, I mean, if you're holding up an Aria fan side, you're ecstatic after that performance. I think he was 11-0, 12-0 by the end.
Either way, it's a very scary score for an Akali to have, and I think that we're going to see a lot more priority in this mid lane to take Arya out of this game. We saw on that beautiful fan art as well that we saw the Ahri on there too, but it was Arya's character holding the Akali. What is it, like a scythe? What is she? It's like a... I actually don't know what the weapon is.
Akali's weapon? It's a kunai.
Yeah, you know when she's like spinning around, it's like one of those things. She's like sort of looks like she's sort of crouch walking, like what you do in like COD or something.
I'm not a big knower, but I think it's called a kunai. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
We need to find out. I'm gonna do a quick research, but look at this damage he carries. 43-minute game, a long one, but a loss for DCG as SHG turned that game around. Fang was trying to carry the world, the stars, the galaxy on his shoulders, and it just wasn't enough because that is 60k damage. Disgusting.
That's a lot of damage. Yeah, Fang, look, they do well. This is the play that got Fang super ahead, and I was calling for it. We need to just play around our bot lane. We need to make this not about Arya. But this game, there really is only one thing it was about, and it was the Akali.
Oh, it's an Arya game every time. The superstar just loves all eyes on them. And you know what? Rightly so, because it was a phenomenal performance. Still, I'm not sure what Hongshu's going to be able to bring out in this next game, depending on what sort of they look to pick up as well. Rise is up on the board too, but Arya can make anything look good at this point, and I'm very nervous for even Secret Whales. They lost once to them, but Arya is inevitable.
Arya truly is inevitable. And this is the tricky thing, is that you can try and ban him out going into next game. You can ban the Ahri, you can ban this kind of thing, but he can just play the Rise. It's not what I prefer to see him on stylistically, but it's not like it won't win you games.
No, it will win you games no matter what. Rise does scale into it, but these dragon fights too were so monumental, and it was all on Vista, who arguably, Arya was still huge, but Vista might still be my MVP of the series because these absolute magnet storms were phenomenal. Look at that.
Yeah, it's one of those times where I'm desperately trying to, in my head, justify giving Man of Best on Ground there to Vista because he was incredible, but it's really hard to look past the Akali performance. But honestly, all members of SHG, Evie had a little bit of an off game. I don't think he looked super connected on the Cassante, but the other 4 members just putting on a show.
Oh, man. You're so right. But now it comes down to, does DCG sort of go back to their roots and decide, okay, do we keep putting it on Fang? I feel like Fang wasn't really given as much of the tools because Fang played incredible, but the tools to enable him just weren't available because SHG still controlled the game. So maybe they need to put a little bit more balls into the court of Hongshu to control Arya in this game so that we can see Fang pop off a little bit more. Oh, these plays.
I totally agree. Give another hyper carry to Fang, and that's how we come back in game 2. This is a hard loss to swallow because it was so close. There were so many team fights that felt like DCG could have clinched the game in. But we come back in game 2. We recognize that, hey, he can't play Akali again. He can't do it to us again. Give the tools to Fang, play around him, keep sending the jungler down there. Don't just do it once. Pop9 needs to revisit that lane.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we need to start seeing a little bit of a change up for Relove DCG, but at the same time, SHG, they were so far behind and they still clutched the win. This team might just be my favorite in League now, but it doesn't matter. We got a game 2 coming right up, Carricks. Guys, stay tuned. It is SHG versus Real Love DCG. See who's going to take that crown. See you in a sec.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
And when the Wi-Fi connects, I'm all over your timeline, that's the effect of aura. Top of the league, no warm-up. 100 degrees, no sauna. You're not on my level, stay in your corner. I'm too real, only big dogs in the field. Big planes on the airfield. Big houses that we build. Yeah, definitely. It's all in the way I walk. Matched by the way I talk. Celebrate that sparklers and course. How they gonna stop me now? Throwing a towel, you can't even keep up. I got my feet up, even though it took a while. I'll still make it look easy. I'm a hybrid, in fact, I'm a different species. Energy captivating, all of the ratings. There's no point in hating. In fact, you can learn from me. Evidently, my name holds weight and relevancy. A little bit agrees with elegancy. Don't get it mistaken. I like mine stirred, not shaken. Look what rejection awakened. It's all mine for the taking. It's down to the aura. It's
Welcome back, esports fans. It was not the cleanest game out of SHG, but they still said, we'll take you to school and tell you how to play mid and support. It was a huge game from Vista and Aria in game number 1 here. Let's see, Carrix, if SHG can run it back and get the 2-0, because Relove DCG are owning the game until SHG just flip it on a dime.
And the thing is, coming into that second game, we need a mental reset. DCG have picked themselves up that first pick. Where do we think they're going to go? I think it has to scream to me the bot lane again. Feng was... yeah, Rise is a big one, but I kind of don't mind banning that out. Point some bans at Aria. Take out the Ahri, take out the Rise, because unfortunately Hongshu just didn't quite look up to the task. I want to get a strong bot lane. I want to get that Karma and get Feng ahead.
Who do you like seeing the Karma with, though? Like, because we know Karma's really good with like the Ezreals, Varus as well. Like, what other AD carries up on the board probably in this game could we see go with the Karma?
I think Ezreal is the obvious one, but I think something we saw yesterday was Karma with Jhin. And I know that sounds very weird. I'm a bit of a Jhin hater in that I don't necessarily think he does the same thing a lot of AD carries do, and how he fits into team comps can be a little bit weird. But Eddie showed yesterday that it turns out that when Jhin gets his movement speed and then more Karma movement speed, he can just run through team fights and kind of do whatever he wants.
Yeah, no, I've versed a Jhin today actually, and yep. That's enough on that matter. No, I agree. I think Jhin could be well, we're probably going to see that Ezreal ban again, so it sort of says Karma might not be the pick, because I feel like it needs a strong AD carry to pair with it. Now, this brings us to the next question. We're highly praising Aria. We're obviously looking at Vista, who picked up that rel and said, I'm going to make it really work, even in a rough lane. What are the high priority picks that we want to see coming out of these two teams that we might just start seeing? Because we're seeing the jungle bans once again.
I think that's actually the jungle bans lead straight into talking about the jungle. With the Nefiri gone, with Jarvan gone, and the first game had so much focus towards banning out Van 1. Lee Sin was taken away. We already see Xin Zhao Pantheon gone. We've got to change with the Nautilus being banned a little bit earlier. Maybe it's Pop 9 that we have to secure a champion for.
Maybe. Like, there are some strong junglers still up for grabs, but we are seeing them banned out too.
Nocturne is the big one.
That's what I was thinking. You took the words right out of my mouth. And I think we might see a Nocturne ban coming along very shortly, because we know Van 1 can control the jungle, but Pop 9, I think, sort of showed up a little bit more in that first game and was making impacts with that Nefiri. Nocturne, like we said, banned off the board too. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Ezreal for SHG to be banned out, but they've taken the Nautilus on Relove DCG side, so that says that they're now a little bit scared of what Vista can do on these engaged tanks.
I mean, if it's anything, game 1 is anything to go off. He can do whatever he wants. That rel was magnificent. Would love to see him going towards another one of those engaged tanks. What he can sort of find, of course, a lot of them have been banned out. Rel gone as well. Not too sure where he could go. I mean, he could go crazy. Something like the Pike that's been popping up. Of course, that's not a tank, but it is a very explosive champion. But they are just going to lock away the Rumble.
I like it. Rumble pick here, really strong, solidifies that top side. Florin has had some great performances on this too. Now, there's no real tanks you could probably put up against it. Maybe Scion speaks to me as a champion that's can survive. Maybe, and you know what, bear with me, Dr. Mundo potentially could be a bit of a pick into it too. Just all about that scaling. Like, it's a bit of an interesting one. It's a bit of a off-meta pick in my opinion, but you know what? It could work, but Ryze being picked up. Arya is just given every tool possible to carry these games.
Yeah, I mean, and after game one, you can't blame them for giving them to him. He gets that. Ryze, as I said, it's not necessarily a champion that 100% suits his playstyle within the team, but it is just undeniably one of the strongest picks on the patch. The fact that he's able to get that in a game two is such a boon for SHG. They're also going to lock away this. No, they go to the Yorick. Okay, last second. Evie wants to play that split push style.
Look, I kind of like that. I think this sort of feeds into a little bit more, like the quick rotations you can get out. TP is obviously going to be really strong for Evie in this top side as well. But I'm seeing a Vi being hovered over for Pop9 means no ball delivery system because there's no ball this game, but you still get such great lockdown, great CC from this Vi. The cease and desist is going to be huge and impactful on getting to the backline. I was going to argue, does Evie look to go something like the Ambessa? But no, the Yorick definitely was the call. Let's just see what they're going to put up against this Ryze, though, because nothing really great speaks to me.
It is hard. I think something like the Azir is still available. The Anivia, of course. Kind of interesting. We've seen Anivia mid sort of starting to fall out of favor, even though Anivia herself certainly hasn't. Which bird do they go with? They go with the yellow one.
Bird is the word here, Carrick. That is the difference because, yes, the Azir now back in play. I said at the start of the show, I've been waiting for this champion to come back a little bit into the meta. Its outplay potential is so good, especially in the hands of Hongshu, but I guess it comes down to how much control can you get in the early game against Arya's Ryze, which is going to hurt like the Dickens. But now, Wukong being hovered, so getting a Cyclone on board, not the end of the world, and a really nice jungle pick here into the Vi.
Yeah, I like this Wukong as well, coming back into the meta. We've started to see it popping up as sort of that second string engaged jungler, Van 1. I think he can get a lot done on this one. It suits his style. He plays the front line for the team. He can go for cheeky angles, cheeky engages with the W. As the ban's coming in, I mean, neither bot lane has been picked. Surely we're just choking the support in the ADC pool.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, like it makes a lot of sense. You have Zeri taken off, which means they could be speaking to an Ashe Seraphine combo. So I'm expecting one of those to be potentially picked up here. Lucian being banned out obviously means they don't want Marble and Vista to have that Lucian Nami or Lucian Milio bot lane as well, which has been quite strong and popping up a lot more around the world. So I have to see what they're going to look to prioritize here as supports still haven't been picked up for either side, and I feel like it is Vista and Xiaoxi that really can dictate how these lanes go.
Interesting here how we're sort of banning ADCs to soft ban supports. You ban the Zeri, which kind of soft bans the Yuumi. You ban the Lucian, which sort of soft bans the Milio. Bard taken away as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe one of these enchanters gone. No, it's Ashe, which kind of soft bans the Seraphine. I'm actually kind of curious. Corki is an ADC, obviously still available. Ezreal still on the board.
Ezreal Karma is up, so it's like if you pick the Ezreal here, the counter pick of the Karma could be locked down. You could pair it with a specific champion too. So it's a bit of an interesting one. And I like that the draft has been sort of leading up to this bot lane like sort of fiasco. I'm trying to think about what else is really like Stiva is up on the board, but usually you pick that into like the Varus. But there's the Ezreal being locked in for SHG. What do you put up? You probably put a Sivir here at the same time for Fang just to scale into the late game and just power push waves.
Yes, Sivir makes a lot of sense to me. Of course, Karma was banned out a bit earlier, so we can't go towards that. I think Jhin does make sense as well. I don't want to play super close range against a Yorick and a Ryze. Sivir can do it, but it's certainly not easy. There's also so much damage coming out of the solo lane in the jungle. We don't need Feng to hyper carry. Yes, Game 1, he showed that he can play that role, but he can also play this sit back, open up the pizza slice, and just be a long-range utility ADC. And I think Nico would be a great pick as well, because SHG's engage is fairly one note. They go in, they use the Wukong ult, they use a Realm Warp. You can put a Pop Blossom under that, and they don't really have the tools to dance back and come back in.
Yeah, you're right. It's all about that poke EV. So I really love the Nico here. That Pop Blossom is going to be huge in these fights because you can already see how it's going to be laid out. Vi, Pop9's going to start this fight. Hongshu's going to get the pullback, but the Pyke is locked in. What? For Vista? What? This is just full aggression right now for this Pyke, and I am here for it. Let's see if Vista can bring up with the goods, because that is a spicy salami pick right there.
That is a pick that has been played to varying levels of success. In the LCP, we've seen Taki run it, didn't really look pretty good. If you look abroad, there is that game everyone is talking about where Keria put on an absolute masterclass on Bard, looked absolutely cracked, and then lost because the champion doesn't exist after 20 minutes.
Yeah, nah, it's pretty rough, unfortunately. But no, it is still going to be locked in. I'd love to see this Pyke. We want to see a Pyke get those good depth from below resets. We just don't see them happen all enough. And you're sharing that gold around, it's great. But I want to see the hooks land. I want to see the Burrow hook do its job. I want to see depth from below absolutely running this game, because at the same time, they're somewhat tanky. Like, Azir has a bit of health to them. Vi is a bruiser. Like, it's so hard to get through this front line as this Pyke now, so it's all about how much disruption can you actually do. But Carrix, we're in game number 2. We're getting ready to run out onto the Rift. SoftBank Hawks Gaming versus Relove DCG. Whose comp do you favor the most?
I will lean towards the SoftBank Hawks. The Pyke is a wild card, but I think the rest of the comp just works together. And with that Pyke, I think the Jhin is really hard to play, because how do you dodge the hook?
How do you dodge the hook? Indeed, it's a good question. It's what everyone's going to be asking, but now it's about, can this Nico disrupt the hook more enough? But some small trades already going out. Vision being placed. Ooh, Meowrick. Evie played that in the 2v2. We had to get it, the run back. It's a repeat of the 2v2. They did not win that, however.
No, they did not. And honestly, the Yorick looked a little bit lost. So hopefully making a bit more sense on Summoner's Rift. Always love to see a Yorick popping off. It's always good to see him go out for a nice picnic with his wife and kids.
Yeah, look, who doesn't love a good picnic, though? Like, actually, Carrot, while we're in the early game.
Beating Florida.
Yeah, like, why not? Like, just walk at him. It's the Yorick special. What's like your go-to snack for a picnic? Like, are you a charcuterie board kind of guy?
Oh, I live in Melbourne. Of course I'm a charcuterie board type of guy.
We have all premium meats. That's an early bit of damage. I think the Ignite was already used. Xiaoxi taken incredibly low, but that is the level 1 aggression of a Pyke.
No, see, my actual answer to that question, I'm going to go back to it, is my dad owns a fish business, so I get really nice fish pies.
Oh, really fish pies.
Good fish pie.
Okay, the level 2.
Flash burn.
Hook is going to go just weirdly to the side, and Vista's in a bit of a bad spot. Their great health might not be enough as the flash keeps them alive just a little bit longer. But no, Vista teetering with death, is toying with it.
But the grey health actually heals him back up, so he's in a fine position. This wave is going to get pushed into them. He's going to potentially go for a reset here. Maybe just thinks he's not needed in lane. He's just lurking, trying to find the angle. Of course, the clone from Nico is a really good tool against the Pyke.
Oh yeah, nah, absolutely. Makes it so much easier because you basically have to choose, and if you choose wrong, you have chosen poorly, and unfortunately the Holy Grail will kill you and melt your face. But no, it's a Nico instead, so they're just going to stun you, and then they're going to melt your face. But still, okay, I got another question for you. We're going to get off the security board stuff. Van one might be jumped here. No, Pop9's fine. Great, thank you. We can keep chatting. What do you think of the Pulse Fire Ezreal skin? Do you like that skin? Because that's the one that evolves over time, right? Like, that's the cool one.
So, yeah, it was the first, like, quote-unquote ultimate skin, I think, before they had that terminology. I have, like, massive nostalgia for that skin because I have a really distinct memory of it coming out and me going to 7-Eleven with 3 of my friends that I played League of Legends with, buying a physical $20 RP card because none of us had debit cards, like we just had to pay cash, and using that to buy Pulsefire Ezreal. So I have a lot of nostalgia for that skin.
Actually, you know what? I have those thoughts. I have that nostalgia too. I remember buying those cards, and I wish you could still do it this day. But you know what? It's so easy to ruin my bank account when I can just log in and say, "Please use PayPal," and I'm like, "Great! Where did all my money just go for these skins?"
I have a PayPal. I can do that.
But no, I totally agree. I think that was actually one of the first major skins I got too, and I remember being like, "Oh, I'll just play Ezreal," and I was so bad at the game at that point. Arguably still bad at the game now, but I remember just being like, "Oh, I'm level 16. I'm fully evolved," and I thought I was so cool.
I have really strong memories. I had the exact same experience. I was like, I'm an Ezreal man now, and obviously I'm sick because I'm 14 and I think I can do whatever I want. But we were still on the NA servers at that point, if you remember.
Yes, I do.
We were still, OCE didn't exist, so we were all playing on 200 being trying to play Ezreal, but a hook has landed.
Hong Shu as well had to flash Shurima shuffle out of dodge. That's 2 flashes for 1 good hook that Vista has given on the map. I'm a little bit nervous, but actually we can see as well, Pop9 has been spotted on a good award by Evian, playing very safe, not really looking to give too much. Be a little bit silly to go in on this fight, but looking to just slow push this wave and really not engage with it because Pop9 is wasting so much time up here. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, really, really wasting time just to find out he's been spotted on the ward. Of course, his jungle has only just started respawning. He's going to lose a couple of camps to Van 1. This has not gone well here for DCG. I don't think these map moves were particularly well thought out.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get that sort of a little bit of a lead for Florin, but now Fang can jump once again. Is it going to be enough damage? The Ignite ticks, and first blood. It is going to go over to Arya. They had the cleanest game 1. Now they're back on the board, 1-0. Carrick's not great when your bot lane can't walk up to their tier 3.
Yeah,
tier
but
1.
I don't really understand what we were doing there for DCG. Let's have a look at this replay. They just think, oh yeah, we can just be near the Pyke and the Wukong. They knew everyone that was there. Yeah, okay, the Realm Warp comes in, but frankly, Arya kind of just Realm Warped into Killsteal, which is fine. It's a rise. But he didn't change the dynamics of the fight. Just a very strange decision there from Feng and Xiaoxi to think that they were allowed to be anywhere near that.
Maybe they thought they could sort of muscle it just a little bit more because I don't think Van 1 had really backed or had too much to note in regards to items into that fight, but Vista was a little bit up there, so I feel like the damage would have been good. So maybe they thought, oh, it's a 2v2, like we can sort of get through this, like they've sort of used everything, and then boom, Arya was already there and the damage was already too good from Van 1. I don't know. I feel like it was just a little bit of a misread from the DCG, but now Fang on a bit of the back foot with Marble showing their first lead in the lane this series.
He's getting something going. Marble coming back as
Fang cannot get away, and it's just too easy. The combos were so clean, and Marble's just chunking out Xiaoxi. Disgusting gameplay.
Well, the Pyke's working. It turns out the Pyke is working as the hooks are landing. It's another kill given over. Marble looking very strong, doing a lot of damage on that Ezreal. That early tier has already come in. Let's have a look at the replay, though. There's not a huge amount to say. He dives into the water. He swims on up the lane, and he knows he's not spotted. Feng has no idea he's there. Flash, hook, E. Easiest kill that Marble will ever get.
Oh, man. This is just like the times that I tried to learn Pyke because my name is actually Pyke for Flashes again. Vista might not be long for this world. They're pretty low. They're at half health. Grey health is still pretty good. Pop9 with a cease and desist is going to lock him down. And Fang was the one that secured the kill. A nice return fire for the DCG bot lane.
And that's a good move there by Pop9, finally getting involved a little bit on this Vi. We talked about how he was going and wasting a bit of time in the top lane, but now gets on the map, is able to get Feng back into this one. They crash a wave in nicely, a better reset for the Jhin. This is what I want to see. We're not playing around the mid lane. You'll notice that neither jungler has been able to go to the mid lane because Hongshu and Arya are just trading back and forth. But speaking of mid lane,
Realm Warp with Van 1 in tow. There's a lot of members. Cyclone's too good. Just locked down, and Florin is picked up. Evie getting their first kill on the board. Florin is just shaking his head going, man, it just sent everything at me and more.
yeah, and let's have a look at this bot lane play. This is going to be the replay of Vista getting spotted out a little bit too early there. He can't get the hook onto the right target. It's not Feng that gets locked down. He just takes an enormous amount of damage, doesn't have any getaway tools, and then with a flash forward, the ult from Pop9 will lock him down. Good stuff there, and on the reset, they use the tempo. DCG do read it well. They'll get themselves a consolation grubs.
Yeah, like, not too bad. Grubs at this point in the game, like, once Hongshu gets a tower open, dropping out that passive too, means you can have a little bit more safety in these lanes as well. But at the end of the day, it's still a couple kills over to the side of SHG, 3-1 right now. 1.3k gold lead is up, but it's really looking at this top side in regards to levels too. So Arya and Evie feeling very, very strong. Marble in a close 5th though, so definitely seeing a little bit more action out of this AD carry. Marble having a bit of a better game. Up 20 CS, Carrix. That's pretty solid.
Solid is definitely the way to put it. He has looked really good. This is why this Ezreal gets banned out so much. It's so strong at the moment, and it's so independent as well. You see that Vista was roaming, getting some vision down, only just now comes back to the lane. And of course, part of that is that they never really know where Pyke is, but it's also the fact that even if Pyke isn't there, Ezreal is just so safe. Marble can just scale on his own that it really makes the entire map bend to their will.
You got to be careful now too, because Van 1's off to the side. Hongshu could be caught out in a little bit of a flow, but Pop9 was in the wings. I think they are looking at a drag in 2 minutes, just trying to get a little bit of aggression and control. But Decent Assist is there. Pop Blossom too. There's a big barrage and beautiful Fang with the curtain call, closing out the blinds and is able to get the damage off. And last hit, a really great pick by DCG.
Really well layered CC there. Van 1 knew exactly what was going on. They had a ward, but it's layered CC, and this does open it up. This gives another clear to Pop9, able to get a reset. The Dragon did go over to SHG, but the gold is going well for DCG. Yes, they're a little bit behind, but that is basically entirely in the bot lane. Some of these individual matchups are working, and importantly that Hongshu is able to hold on. This isn't like game 1 where Arya is just running the show.
Yeah, you can see those big plates going down on this top side too, so going to get a little bit more of that gold. Evie is that solo lane bully. I feel like Florin really wants to try and get out onto the map and drop some equalizers on some heads, but it's so hard when Evie's just pushing you permanently into your tower. Vista is here. Might land a hook. It does secure it. Let's see if they can lock it down a little bit more. Shousey off to the side. Pop Blossom isn't available here. So they're trying to get a little bit more damage off. Shurima Shuffle is good into the Emperor's Divide, but now Arya trying to walk out to the other side. Hongshu's in a bit of a cheeky spot trying to get over that wall, but might not be able to do it. But it is Van 1 off to the side, burning out. It's Vista with the reset. It's just too much. The double kill was beautiful. He misses the hook, but it does not matter. It goes everything in pear-shaped. Florin is low. Shield comes up. Just a little bit more damage, but Florin skims the teeth. And Vista with the double was huge, Carrix.
Vista coming in and salvages that play, really brings it back up from the depths, because it looked like DCG had found the way to make this happen. Let's have a look at the replays. Vista is the one that sort of starts it off with a hook onto Pop9. Initially, looks like it's going to go great. They get the smite down. Shousey's Shurima Shuffle is a little bit suspect, as he only really puts Arya into the team where he's able to deal a fair bit of damage, kites it out. But here is what we want to watch. It's that double, of course. It's the reset. Massive stuff. But what I also wanted to point out was Florin just is a wall. The rest of the team can't push further into that red buff area because they can't go through the rumble. And he even gets out, as you said, by the skin of his teeth. Gets out on absolutely nothing. So the fact that DCG able to stabilize, it's not a good play in the end. It's very gold positive for SHG, but at least they get something.
They get something, and something is better than nothing. Carrick's at least at 13 minutes in this game, but SHG back into the controlling of these jungle objectives, especially the major ones being the second dragon of the game. We're going to find out what soul it is. That Cloud has been confirmed. Let's watch this replay. Something happened in the bot side that Marble died. Unfortunate, as they are going to be able to walk up on him. Oh, the Pop Blossom was good. Oh, it wasn't good enough, but it still was enough.
No, yeah, I mean, the Pop Blossom was good in that it forced him to move the wrong way. Hello,
being chased at Van. One double kill for Evie. This Yorick is now the mountain, and that is a huge play. SHG, we went to a screen, and then it was like, no, we got to send it because they just cleaned up another fight, and 2K up is SHG looking at more objectives again.
Just kind of finding a fight out of absolutely nowhere. It's almost like Marble had he knew he died and then went, okay, so in about 30 seconds, they're going to show the replay. Okay, guys, fight. Then they have to cut the replay so I can see me die. Didn't quite work out on the timing, but we need another replay now to see how this one happened, as once again, the camera's following Vista. He spots out Pop9, knows there's no one else here. Oh, he just interrupts the blast cone.
Oh, and the equalizer goes down, and this Vista's getting jumped on and survives with their grey health.
Yeah, not quite enough damage. Pop9 caught window shopping into that blue buff. And once again, Realm Warp used to save Ben 1.
Beautifully done. It's nice when a Rise gives you their Realm Warp and says, I got you, homie. We're all good. But now they do get out alive. They need to be a little bit more careful. Vista is still quite up to 1-3, but an Umbral Glaive completed and the Merc Trades means the lockdown's going to be just a little bit easier to handle. The tenacity is online. But you can see down at this bot side, there's a bit of a fight about to go down. Arya might be caught out. They're underneath this tier 1, just trying to clear out this wave, and they do get it. But they might look for the re-engage. Or not.
Well, there is, I mean, there's still a pike. Vista could go at any moment. There's never a dull moment in the LCP, particularly when there's a pike on the rift.
Mate, there's a pike on the rift every time with me. Don't worry about it.
True, that is true. And thankfully, unlike you, Pike, this Pike comes with a bit of an expiration date. We are about 5 minutes away from it. I hope you don't share that with your namesake or things are going to get very awkward.
I'm a little bit nervous to think if I have an expiration date. Are you trying to predict another outcome here, character? Like, am I going to die?
Look, the voices in my head say a lot of things, but we don't need to relay them. As Rift Herald has been started up.
Guys, I'm pretty sure my co-caster wants me to die. This is devastating. But no, Rift Herald's gone. It's already off the board. SHG, easy confirmed. They had the control. They had the vision. Nice pick up there. Pike, don't die. Both Pikes, don't die.
Yeah, Pike, don't die. Pike, don't die. As Vista, once again, just lurking. Just threatening constantly. Shousy's actually doing a really good job just throwing out the clones to spot him while he's in that W. Really like his usage of the Nico. Just always around, just making sure this Pike isn't sitting under the waters. We're a minute away from Dragon. It's SHG with all of those at the moment. Hongshu is still just slowly scaling up. The problem is, of course, he's scaling alongside a Rise.
Yes. Rise with a Rod of Ages as well, so the scaling is double for the Rise right now until it is fully stacked, but it really comes down to who's going to hit those power spikes first, who's going to really start to snowball the game. Arya is 1-0-3, Hongshu is 0-1-2. Scores do tell a different story, but Fang now with a little bit of a gold lead too. It'll be interesting because look at this Jin's build. You got the Ginsu's, you got the Ghost Blade locked in. Like, now they're going for the full armor pen. What does that tell you? I'm not even sure what that real build is.
I don't know either, as Hongshu's gotten a little bit uncomfortably low under this tower, just basically from the Maiden draining him. They're not going to be able to go under. Shousy here just in time to bail him out. Able to clear out the wave as I'm looking back at that build. Look, maybe it's he has to build the anti-heal, but I don't know
you
if
think
he
Nico
does.
would build that? Like,
Yeah, I would think you just go Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so that's where I'm a little bit confused, but that's okay. Like, maybe they just want to get a little bit more of that armor pen, especially with the Cyclone. You get a little bit of shields as well. Definitely for Arya on the rise. You got shields there as too. So I don't know, but Dragon's been started up. It has just spawned. Then one is in the wings. Maybe they're looking for a steal because they're in the area, but 3k gold over could be a quick move as they is already just gone, Carrick. Just a quick pick by DCG, and you love to see it.
Yeah, they take away that scaling win condition. The Dragons slowed down by just a little bit for DCG as they keep moving on the map. Oh, pop 9.
Strike alone. It's already done as the equalizer drops, and it's not enough damage. Realm Warp is actually trying to catch out Florin. Double knock up with the Cyclone with the teleportation is good. They missed the depth from below, but it was Arya locking them down, picking up their kill too. Oh my lord, and Baron is up in 1 minute's time.
Baron might be just a little bit too slow for them to go immediately to. Shalsey gets hooked. Doesn't take much more. Oh, Pike. This is an action-packed game. It's bursts of action, and then there's little ebbs in between, but it has all added up. It's coalesced into a 6k gold lead. SHG are running away with this.
Oh my lord, and a lot of that is on Evie right now. 2.3k gold lead. They're just sitting 3-0, and they're having a good game on this Yorick, the 2v2. Maybe they predicted something and said, look, we might lose this one, but my Yorick is still here. But we're getting that back. Let's watch. We're looking at this replay, Carricks, and Pop 9, wrong place, wrong time.
Wrong place, wrong time. A lot of abilities going straight onto him. Then they realm warp over, and perhaps it was a little bit of an overextension. The death from below does miss, but it turns out it's just death from the runes. Arya tanky enough, just flash forward, get the damage down. I said Baron might be a little bit too late, but here he is. He's already been pulled.
Yeah, you got the Maiden in there too, so now Shalsey is coming along. Looking to see if they can come help out this team, but Vista off to the side needs to be very careful. One wrong hook does just miss the flash over the wall.
Oh!
It's still from DCG. It is Pop 9 absolutely locking it down. Now they're looking for the reset fights. It is Florin now taking out Vista, but can they get the damage off? Fang is able to get the shutdown too, but an absolute disaster for SHG. They had it, and they just lost it by the skin of that damage. The Vi.
Oh, what a steal. Pop 9 keeping them in this one. Baron was on junglers.
It was theirs. It was SHG's to win, and it just got snatched right under their fingers. Look at this.
Literally one
HP. 1 HP. You're joking. You're joking.
Oh. Vista tries to go for a really cheeky play there using the death from below and the flash. Doesn't quite work out. Goes down on the backside of it as well. Now DCG have so much priority with this Baron buff. They've already reeled that gold lead in back to just 5k. Just 5k, I say. That's still a lot. But they can get it further back. They take the Baron away. Even if it ends up just being a denial of Baron, that's pretty good. They denied a dragon as well. Yeah. They're giving more and more time where this Pike is going to get weaker and weaker.
Yeah, look, and that's it. But at the same time, Pike late into the game is really just a reset. It's a hook and then an ulti on the top. If you don't get those executes, like we said, the gold on these champions right now, the tankiness that's going to be coming through from DCG's front line is going to be so hard for them to actually just melt through initially. Whereas Nico has so much more agency in this. Shalsey will be able to get those big pop blossoms off and be so relevant in these team fights. So it really comes down to Vista being able to control the narrative of how this initial fight goes, or is Shalsey just going to run train as it goes on?
We'll have to see if he will be able to do that, as Evie continues to be a problem. They haven't really come up with a solution for this split pushing Yorick yet, particularly with the shadowing from Arya. That Realm Warp, always such a massive threat. Even with the Baron buff, it's still your towers being hit, DCG.
Yeah, crazy. It's a 1k gold lead still heading over the DCG on this Baron power play. 30 seconds left on it, and they're only just looking at a tier 2 on top side. Hongshu might have to reset here though, just because they are a little bit overextended, but no one's really coming. It's now only Evie walking out of base, looking to make some moves. But the pressure that we are seeing SHG put down, regardless, into a Baron is pretty crazy. Van1 definitely looking there.
Marvel needs to dance his way away, does do it, gets to the waiting arms of his team. 8 seconds on the Dragon, of course. This isn't Soul for either team. They could choose to just back off, but teleports are being called. This is going to be a big one.
This is the fight that they're after. Dragon did get started up. Van1 getting a little bit, but the pressure and the damage has now moved over. Pop9 in the face as this Dragon doesn't know who they want to hit because both teams are right on top of it. Florin off to the side, but Arya is here. It's just gone. Instantly taken 2 over the DCG. The realm of the Cyclone onto 3. The Pop Blossom just mitigated though with the Empress divided. It is SHG still cleaning up. Arya's doing so much damage. She's in the back line. It was just a misplay out of the side of DCG, and it is SHG now walking down to this tier 2.
Oh, Hongshu, no! We'll have to go back in the replay, but it's a little bit of a miscommunication that has given SHG priority around the map. DCG did get the Dragon. They get the prize, and they continue to buy more time. They can continue to try and build towards a solve themselves. But have a look at this one, because this Pop Blossom was about to be perfect, getting the Wukong out, but in the end, he has to flash for it. They're too deep. It's so easy for Vista to move away, get a kill from the death from below before going down, and now Arya just runs through the team.
Yeah, Realm Orb into the back was so good, but it's funny, the Pop Blossom would have been perfect. It literally just was shoved back a little bit. They were just on the cusp of burning the flash just to make sure it landed. We are seeing a lot of damage out of Fang still. Such a monumental standpoint to this Jhin, who might not have had the strongest early game, but is still very much in the lead. They're 500 gold up. They're maintaining something in the face of this SHG roster that is still 6.3k gold ahead. Marble just hasn't really had the in that we were hoping to see from this Ezreal pick. Oh my god, where'd that tower go?
Yeah, I mean, Evie is getting exactly what we want to see out of a Yorick pick, though. Absolutely deleting towers, just doing a huge amount of damage, pulling back now and managing to save the Maiden as well. And it's obviously something to always track is, does Yorick have the Maiden out? It's not really much of a champion without it, but he does at the moment, and he's just staying on the bot side. He doesn't need to reset. He's just going to do this again and require constant attention, because I don't think Florin can stop him by himself.
No, and that's the big thing. Florin needs to be in these team fights. I said it just before. So the hard part for this Rumble is, how do I get away from this Yorick? Because the second you leave him alone, he's just going to be taking your base.
Exactly. We don't want to let the backdoor happen. We want to get this one. Baron is respawning. We've had 2 cracking games between these teams. It's 7k gold lead for SHG, but Relove DCG are not saying goodnight.
No, they're not saying goodnight just yet. They're still up. They've had their coffees. They're rearing to go. Let's see if the damage is good. As Vista's off to the side, looking for those hooks. Does land on Pop9, but nothing really able to follow up all too much. Vista in a bit of a rough spot. Just caught out instantly. He got flashed on. Fang was able to lock it down, but what was he thinking? He was trying to jump over that wall, but he just missed it.
He had flash. Slow reactions there from Vista, but with all the resources used, SHG think, okay, you just used an ult, you used a flash, we'll just start Baron.
But I think the problem is yeah, you got Evie down pushing, but the Baron's like, it's only 2 people there with no Pike as a bit of an insist, but Ari is doing a bit of damage and Xiaoxi has to back right off. Evie now going into the jungle. Maiden has been used. Maybe it's just to be, I'm a level 17 Yorick, and I can really go where I want.
really can, but Pop9 will come in, just secure that one. Tell him, hey, you've had enough. You've eaten some towers. You've eaten a lot of minions. You don't need a blue buff as well. That's greedy, Evie. That's greedy. But we'll come back over the wall, and the very hungry Evie decides he needs another wave.
Yeah, but he's actually in a bit of a wrong spot. He went for the fight just before because Pop9 is now in the area. But look at Florence, still quite low. No, it is going to be shut down. But the Baron could be taken over. The cross-map play was done, and it was an easy secure for SHG. It was all a bait and switch.
They say, hey, Evie, just go draw them to you. Be the sacrificial player. He just doesn't care at all. It's not for personal glory. It's for the team. Sacrifices himself, but the team will get Baron. They are in a dominant position. The gold lead, once again, up over 5K. But they need to figure out how do they actually break the wave clear of Hongxue.
Yeah, it's so rough. And now Tower's still going over. It's like, really, how do you react? Like, we sort of called it before. You have to send so many members over for Evie, who's in a side lane. But if you're sending Pop9, you're sacrificing any jungle objectives because Dragon is up. This is the third one for both teams. If it's a third Dragon for DCG, their damage is going to be massive with 3 in front of them. But no, there's a route going down. GA is available, so Evie might be able to hold on to this fight. Pop9 seeks to assist on the back line, but it's just gone instantly. Vista depth from below. There's the Cyclone Empress. Divine is good, and they're still running away, but there is the Realm War back into the side. Pop9 is just not able to hold on. Van 1 doing the damage. Evie gets out. No, the GA's popped anyway, but they're looking at their towers. They've still got the Baron buff here. Fang trying to hold on, but just can't. This could be SHG walking into their base. And what was looking so good for DCG was just a disaster of a cease and desist from Pop9.
Yeah, Pop9 went way too deep. The pizza slice opens up. We are desperately trying to clear the wave. Can't quite do it. These towers will evaporate.
No. It's not enough here, Carricks. They are walking through SHG emotes, flashing everywhere. The 2-0, we both called it because SHG were pretty damn dominant this game 2.
Game 2 looked pretty clean. Well, clean's not the right word. It looked dominant. I agree with you. Yeah. Clean, I wouldn't go there. There was some messy moments from SHG. The pike from Vista had its ups and its downs, but SHG bounced back after their first series loss last week to Team Secret Wales to show that they are still massive contenders here in the LCP.
Look, and that's the score they were really hoping for. They wanted to secure this spot. Yeah, Evie's got the double thumbs up this time. Usually we only see one. I'm expecting to see it here again, but still looking dominant. Evie died one time. I don't think Arya lost or died at all this entire series. Hold on, here it is. Watch. It was not slow, but it was... Yeah, well, oh, hold on. Double... Oh, now we're cooking.
Oh, there we go. Evie's trying to bring more people. You've got to understand. People love the thumbs up. They'll love you as well.
That's it.
Look, we love to see the whole team celebrating. SHG, they move back into second place on the ladder with a 2-0 victory. They do just about overtake Garm.
SHG win, that's the hashtag we're seeing on your screen right now, but you're damn right. SHG take home the win. The damage was just so good, and you're right, it wasn't a clean game, but it was definitely a better a better game than we expected SHG to perform, because at the same time, DCG's had a couple ups and downs. They've got a win on the board, but this series, they showed life. But it just wasn't enough life in the hands of SHG.
Yeah, I do think they did show a lot. I think the person that showed a huge amount was Feng. Game 1 on that Yunara, he very nearly put the whole world on his shoulders. And then on the Jhin, he's just not empowered in the same role, but he was still landing some very nice deadly flourishes. His curtain calls were good. He was playing Jhin into Wukong, but I really don't think he was getting caught out too much. Feng, if you're gonna get anything from this, it's that, oh wow, is that it is so cool. As Feng, I'm so happy to see this because game 1, he actually was, in my opinion, MVP. It's just that Arya had like this crazy KDA and looked really flashy. Arya also had an incredible game. I think game 2, Arya was a little bit quieter while Vista was still going crazy on that pike on this champion that had a little bit more flashiness to it, able to put out some real pop-off moments. But I want to talk about that game one. I know we're not going to see the highlight here, but game one, that 4-man Magnet Storm might have been one of the best ults of all time.
Yeah, honestly, I think it really was. And even this, the aggression coming out early, Vista, later into the game might not have had that same effect, but really set the stage for the tempo of this game. Even this one, I don't think was the ultimate effect because they were just a little bit caught out. They still go down here, but Vista still showed up incredibly well with the whole sole purpose of just being a disruptor. Not so much looking for the kills, but to be in these fights and cause damage, because this was the fight. We got the awesome 3D play of it as well, but there was just not much they could really do because even though Vista's not really doing anything right now, their result was imminent.
Exactly. He falls off as this game continues, but it didn't really matter because the rest of the team was able to pick. I'm going to see this clip so many times because it was so cool. Imagine if he'd landed that third one. Oh, would have gone crazy.
I would have lost my mind.
But, I think I would have been right there with you. Even here, just flipping Pop 9 over the blast cone, completely denying him escape. Again, he even lives in this play, just sits in the grey health, generates that health back. What a performance out of this support.
Look, and what a performance out of SHG. The first game, they were so far behind. Like, they really were struggling, and they couldn't really find an answer into that first roster. But then game 2, they turned it around. The Realm Warp was phenomenal, too, because it was actually 4 members deep, and they said, we can just full commit here, guys. Flashes from Aria just means the damage is even better. Even with a curtain call in their face, you can't really do it. But this steal, 1 HP Carrix was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, Pop 9 definitely tried to get something back. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. SHG showed that they are still pure class. But I do want to give the flowers to DCG. SHG are a hard opponent. Yeah. They came in. We both predicted a 2-0. I honestly thought it was going to be much more one-sided than it ended up being. DCG had a lot to show us, and it makes me really excited for DCG's matchups against teams like GARM, where I really think they can take it to them.
Look, I 100% agree, but we've got another series on the board here, Carrot. It is the Vikings on your screen up against another team you're about to see as well, but Stella, Guri, Chica, Haki, and Sulong. This team has been making some waves. They're out on their ship. They've been sailing towards greener pastures, and they're ready to fight to take that land because they've been looking so good this split.
They really have. MVK have picked up some notable names on their way, including DCG that we just saw. Players like Guri, like Stella, have been putting on shows. Haki, in particular, has been playing some incredible Ziggs games and the like, able to put out a massive amount of value, and they play unlike most of the other teams in the LCP.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different take, right? Like, I think we can always say that the LCP is a very aggressive league. Like, we love to just take fights. I don't think any other team is as aggressive as Vikings are. They will take every fight humanly possible, but it's about who they're up against. It is the Flying Oysters, CFO, Rest, Shadow, Pout, Doggo, and Kino. Honestly, this shakeup of roster has been doing pretty good things for them. I don't think they've had the results they were after, but damn, they're still looking strong. Pout in particular is a damn good mid laner.
Damn good mid laner for sure. And I think, look, CFO, it takes a bit of time. You've switched out 2 members of your team. You've got to integrate them. You've got to get the synergy going. But I do really think, in particular, Pout and Kino individually have looked really good. It's actually the rest of the team that I need to just start lifting. Doggo, he's starting to come back to form. He's got a much better support beside him now. We need superstar Doggo back if we're going to have CFO reclaim their further glory.
Well, let's have a look at this head-to-head because we wanted to talk about the junglers in this pick because this is where you mentioned before, Guri has been a monster, but Shadow too has been controlling these games, and the stats do not lie. Shadow is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Champion pool is very similar, but Guri with like these random Aatrox picks, and he's making them work, is actually incredible.
Yeah, exactly. It seems to be a little bit of a VCS special, this Aatrox, in the LCP at least. I know he's played elsewhere. But it's the VCS junglers that pull this out. It's Drakthar, it's Guri. And they do make it work in this aggressive, just front line, able to find these picks, find these engages. Meanwhile, Shadow, he can't play Pantheon. I mean, as in, you shouldn't let him. He absolutely can play it. He's fantastic at it. Do not let him get Pantheon. That's my only words as we get ready for this game.
Do not let him is the words we're hearing. But guys, stay tuned. We're going to go on a short break as we get ready for our second series of the night. It's the Vikings versus CFO. You're going to want to stay and watch this one. We'll see you in a minute.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
まずはやっぱりコーチのお二人のすごいなんだろうな仕事っていうのがすごい良かったと思うし、それに加えてやっぱりメンバー同士のやっぱ信頼っていうのがすごく大きかったんじゃないかなと思いますね。正直、特別な方法っていうよりかはやっぱりよりどれだけ LOL に向かい合えるか打ち込めるかなんだろう、一言で言えばハードワークですよね。もう本当に今年に全てをかけて、練習してるというか、やっぱり本当いろいろと最も向き合うことができたからかなとは思ってます。もちろん今までもずっとしてましたけど、いや本当に怖いですよイージェン。本当に怖い。てかもう今年1年彼と戦わなきゃいけない、俺かわいそうだなと思いますもん本当に。いやマジでしんどいですイージェン。いやもうでもなんとかやられないように年上としての意地を見せます。
我每天都在关心我前队友过得怎么样。上路阿志嘛，就是最近在忙别的事情，可能有意想不到的地方。打野跟中路就基本上在当兵嘛，打野刚当完，北体感觉就一样废在家里。跟教练他们，因为有时候会团练到嘛，然后有时候就会问他们问题，然后问他们日文的东西。就是现在的情况的话，就是大家的实力都差不多吧，谁努力一点都有机会拿到冠军。日文的话，我是刚学，然后基本上没有什么基础，所以沟通上有点困难。私はウディです。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Khi mình thấy tiếng đúp vô địch ở mùa trước, mình khá là vui cho bọn họ, nhưng mình cũng có phần cảm thấy khá là cay, bởi vì mình đã khao khát chức vô địch đó rất là lâu rồi. Nhưng mà cũng không sao, mình sẽ cùng Gam để tiến tới những chức vô địch sắp tới. Mình nghĩ tiếng đúp đã làm khá tốt ở mùa first stand vừa rồi, nhưng họ cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn để có thể đạt được kết quả tốt hơn tại những giải thế giới. Mình thì cũng không muốn ăn ủi gì nhiều, chỉ muốn nói là mọi người cố lên. Đây là mình nghĩ XD cũng có phần nói đúng, và đối với mình khi mà mình bước qua đội mới thì mình đã sẵn sàng cho việc mình có thể thất bại hoặc thành công. Nhưng ở trong suy nghĩ của mình, dù có thất bại đi bao nhiêu chăng nữa thì mình sẽ cố gắng thành công ở một thời điểm nào đó. Mình nghĩ mình nhớ lúc đó là kết quả không được tốt trong screen, nên là chắc là tất cả mọi thành viên đều khiến mình muốn đập phím, bởi vì mình muốn kết quả nó thật tốt trong cả luyện tập.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Through limitations, give thanks to the haters and praise for the gracious. Make way for the greatness. Take hold on my wings with a leap of the faithless. Don't wait, dedication. Put the work in now. This is my renaissance. With a little bit of class, with a little bit of fuss. Many men try, but they can't be me. With a little bit of trust, with a little bit of gruff. Many one blind, but they can't be seen. Take a little bit of grit, take a little bit of that, take a little bit of this, take a little bit back. Let me see, stand down, let me hear you get loud. When you hear the word shout, my renaissance.
好的，来到了下半场的比赛，首先要登场的队伍，在前面的赛程中已经成功了捕获 DFM 以及 DCG， 仍然持续的在往太平洋进发，起航的维京人 MVK， 上路 Stellar， 打野 Guri， 中路 Chica， 下路 Harky， 辅助 Silong， 教练 Big Coral。 紧接着要登场的也是本周 PCS 赛区的最后希望 CFO， 上路 Rest， 打野 Shadow， 中路 Pond， 下路 Dogo， 辅助 Kino， 教练 Chowi。没有想到在这边讲出这句话这么难受啊！目前 PCS 赛区已经到了退无可退的境地了。CFO 可不可以帮我们赛区扳回一城比赛？马上开始。
Oh my god, if this guy doesn't know how to get me going, then I don't know what's happening here at the LCP, because we got a game on a series on our hands. Guri and Chica for the 2v2 of our second series of the night. Carrix, are you as hyped as I am? Because this is the series we've sort of been waiting a little bit for. Like, this is CFO's redemption arc coming into play.
This is a series that really sets the tone for the back half of the split. We are at the exact midpoint with the end of week 4. MVK, are they a real contender? A lot of people had this team down in that 7th, 8th slot when they saw they promoted their academy. They've proven to be much more than that. CFO looked dire, but brought in 2 new players to be a shot in the arm. And so far, it's looking like it's working, but they need to prove it today.
Yeah, that's the big thing, and this is the question on our lips: is it worth making a roster change midway through the split to promote these players that might have a little bit more experience, or is it more so like the full academy roster that says we've got so much to prove and we can do it, we have the skills, we have the technology, Carrix? Maybe they've got the cool gear of the keyboards, but no, it's the Republic of Gamers. All their gear is top form regardless, because they are a sponsor of the LCP. But now we're in the 2v2. Bans look good. We're not going to see the Singe Cassiopeia anymore. Maybe. But both sides have got that band out, so it's totally sweet. What would you like to see in this 2v2? You know what? I'm going to make a prediction. A bold prediction.
Yep.
Nah.
Yep. Throw it to me. Nah.
I think that's going to be a nah.
2v2. Wow,
yeah,
that is a bold prediction. I'm going for the Howling Abyss 2v2 classic. Poppy and Nivea. Slam it in. You put the wall up, you charge him into it. Bob's your uncle. Well, Poppy's gone. All right. Well, I'm kind of right. They were thinking of it as well.
That's true, especially Pout and Rest are both very aggressive laners too, so we'll have to see if they want to go for something a little bit aggressive in this 2v2. But I feel like that's what makes these special, you know? There's the Cass ban. I'm not sure. Wait, was it not already banned? Why they ban it? It's already banned for them.
I don't think they knew.
I don't think they've been aware of it.
They've done a little bit of misreading, but it's okay.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Yes.
Yes! I'm so excited. That is so good. Okay, I love it. Let's just see if they can make it work though, because you can put in some spicy stuff, and there's the Carly being looked at. Pout maybe giving us a little 101 of what we could be seeing in the actual games, but Rest as well looking in the Pantheon. So the CC is saying we're just going to kill this kitty cat.
They're certainly going to try. And I mean, at level 6, Rengar jumping in, he gets hit by a W. He kind of just dies. It's going to come down to how well they can play. And look, it's not really fair. You pick Ivan. Now it's a 3v2.
Yeah, getting Daisy out. Going to be doing all those knockups as well. Like, I don't know what to make of this. I've been asking for the Ivern Rengar for a long time now. From the start of the split, I've been asking for it. But this might not be its game, because I feel like the Pantheon Akali just has that damage potential to lock down a member. So we'll have to see what Cheek is going to do. But instead, they're just throwing up those cutesy emotes, just like I would do as well. What's your common go-to, like, you have to do in any ARAM game? Is it like, do you emote? Do you do the fist bump with your U? What's your go-to in an ARAM character?
This is where I admit my greatest shame is that I probably have sub 10 ARAMs played ever.
Wow. That's okay.
I'm not an ARAM gamer. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine.
I like laning phase.
Look, fair enough. Well, there's laning phase in on the bridge, just so you know. There is a laning phase. It only lasts like 10 seconds, and it's once the minions actually hit each other, and then it's done. So it's only now that you have the laning phase. Usually it's filled with dancing or flashing, where everyone on the flashes. And if you don't flash and someone starts hitting you, it's disrespect. They get no honors.
That's very disrespectful.
It's horrible. Well, we've seen a lot of nasty things in ARAMs, but you wouldn't know because you haven't played any ARAMs. You need to get on that.
Oh, I've seen plenty of nasty things in League of Legends. I play top lane. Don't worry.
Yeah, fair. Look, the island can be a little bit scary in a dark place sometimes, but no, there's the jump forward. Okay, nice little lockdown. So there's no cleanse here either for Chica, so they are going that full aggression. They've got the ignite they can use, but it is actually Guri who's taking the farm, so it's a bit of an interesting one. They're not really sharing around the gold, but I like these just being able to jump from one side to the other. As Chica getting jumped on, taking half health, a lot of damage, as it is still too much to handle. Now had to give up the bushes.
Yeah, but they get another one back. They summon up another one as they're just going to let this wave push in. Again, this is going to come down to level 6. It's a really explosive play for both sides. Rengar just being able to jump out of that ultimate, of course. Akali, we saw in Series 1 the amount of damage this champion can put out. We also saw in Series 1 the slowest 2v2 we've seen pretty much ever, and we don't want to repeat of that.
No, it was a little bit too slow for my liking. I'd like to see a little bit more explosiveness out of these two. I feel like Vikings and CFO, they're the teams to get us there. We've already seen a little bit. Ignites have been burnt. Flashes are still available. Actually, I'm not going to... Let's just talk for a second. Rest and Pout don't have flash. They have double barrier, double ignite.
That's very true.
That's awesome. They're fully committing. They're like, we're going to survive and we're going to keep fighting. As this is the one they're talking about. Rest getting jumped on as well, but Chica is already low. That's the backwards flip. Is not going to hit, but trying to return fire. I think, yeah, Vikings have to just back on this one.
They get it back. They should be full health coming into level 6. Chica actually cancels his back. He's a little bit scared of Rest, and I don't blame him. He's a scary guy. Guri will just take the rune to heal himself up, actually roots Rest so that he can't come in and says, no, this one's just for me. Get your own.
The big downside I'm seeing here, though, characters as well, is that they're shoving in such a big wave. It does a lot of damage to this tower. Look at it start to melt. It's so many minions bursting through. It's down to half HP.
Yeah, I think if that happens too many more times, we could see a tower win condition. I still don't think it's super likely just because we do have such an aggressive setup from CFO. I think this will come down to an explosive fight where ults are pulled, where Pantheon is man-dropping in. If they can catch out Chica and... I'm just wondering.
Man-dropping in?
Yeah, man-drop.
Like,
yeah, here he goes.
Exactly that was going into the play against the Cogger. The man drop was good. I don't think we can call it that, character.
It's been called that for years.
The man drop. Oh man! Give him a bear costume, and then it's a bear drop.
Yeah, that's great.
You're killing me, dude. You're killing me. But okay, so
what else are we here for?
The man drops down. We're not going to be able to see that again for just a short time, but now we're going to see they're looking for a little bit more as Pout. Daisy's being pulled out too. Backwards flip is good, but he has to use that kill. Oh, beautiful. Re-engage. Cheek is low. He does get taken out. The ignite did the damage, but now Daisy's in this fight, and it's Guri trying to get a little bit more off. Might be enough, though, because Rest is incredibly low. The ignite ticks once again. Rest does get away, but no, it is actually a little bit more going forward. Pout wants to secure that second kill, but just can't do it.
And this is a really rough spot to be in for MVK because it just means that they can go for another engage. It doesn't matter if one of them goes down as long as they get one as well. So much Christian. I just want to point out, we're not going to get a replay or anything like that, of course, but Daisy got a crazy two-man knock up in that fight. Yeah. Daisy went nuts.
Daisy MVP in this 2v2. Confirmed.
Exactly.
But I look at this now, like I look at this, and yes, we're seeing really good work from CFO's side where they're just pushing in these waves, getting it done. But the items is like, what can Vikings really do in the 1v2 here? Like Chica's all alone. Rest could just jump on Chica and they're dead.
I mean, you're completely right. And while we sort of wait for this next thing, I've got a question for you. Of all the champions that like have a little buddy that they summon, like Daisy, Tibbers, that kind of thing, who's your favorite? Who's your favorite little friend?
I guess like what my screen is
my feed has also my feed is also frozen, unfortunately.
Yes, I'm not sure what this is not ideal for us. My feed is sort of broken, so I don't know what's actually happened. Hopefully we'll be able to find out, but yes. Very interesting. Okay, we're back, and there's a bit of a fight going on as Rest is taken pretty low. Okay, jumps forward once again, gets the second one. Another kill. Online again. The world feed came back as they were fighting. Nice to see. But okay, so my favorite little like minion, and I'm not sure you can call it that. I don't know if you could call it this, but I kind of want to say Fizz's Shark.
I think that's fine. That counts. I'm fine with that.
I think it kind of counts because, like, he's got some really good, like, if you go the Fuzz Fizz, you get a big pug and he just jumps out and goes like a little doggy. But at the same time, if you go the Tundra Fizz, you get a killer whale, and that's my favorite animal. So sort of like, yeah, that's why Tundra Fizz. Great stuff. Man drop is good, but can they do a little bit more damage off as Guri is the target, and he's just gone. And CFO take the 2v2 with comfort and poise. And in fact, so much poise, the man drop looked good.
And there it is. A 2v2 does get a CFO pick. I guess they will take first pick as MVK will go over to the red side. Want early access to that dragon. Potentially playing around the bot lane. We'll have to see how that manifests. But first pick for CFO, I like that a lot. Get some prio for Shadow.
Yeah, look, I definitely agree. I think going for the red side, though, it's a very staple for the Vikings. They love going red side because they love getting like easy access to these dragon pits. It's always a big point of focus for them too, so maybe we're going to see a little bit more love heading down to the bot side as well, especially with like the counter pick option that the Vikings will get. They might be able to pick up some very interesting comps, if I'm being perfectly honest, but we'll have to see. Is Akali going to be picked up? Is the Orianna going to be first picked once again? We're going to have to wait and see, as we are going to get into draft very soon, Carricks. But right now, let's look prediction-wise. What do you think tonight's series is going to be?
Well, I predicted MVK picking up a 2-1 win. I think CFO has a lot of things going for them at the moment. This team change has been working, but I still think they're a little bit rough around the edges, a little bit shaky. But they are more than capable of proving me wrong.
Yeah, look, I have the exact same scoreline. I think Vikings might just take the win, but you're right. I think CFO's got a couple, maybe some eggs up their sleeves. Maybe they've got a little dove that could pop out at any time. Maybe a rabbit's in the hat. Maybe they're just going to pull out some magical moves and see what's going to be working for them tonight. But who knows? At the end of the day, CFO is still a bit of a powerhouse. They're definitely middle of the pack, but so is Vikings. So this is really a testament to see which team wants to start heading up into that higher end of the ladder, or which team is going to sort of start falling down and see if they can take a couple good wins off the lower ranking teams. But regardless, Carricks, we're in for a draft. We're down for a pound. We're here for a penny. And now let's see what these teams are going to be locking down, as it is the Nocturne, Ashe, and Karma taken off the board already.
Don't blame them at all. Take Guri's Nocturne away. He's been pretty deadly on that one. The Ashe, the Karma, the Varus, it's all just making sense, but it is leaving a lot of mid laners up. Pout still kind of has his pick of the litter here, as does mostly Shadow. The Nocturne is not really part of Shadow's pool. That's why CFO obviously is happy to ban it away. Pantheon, I said before we went to our break after last series, we don't let Shadow play Pantheon.
No, don't let it. But honestly, they're not banning it out, so we might be seeing it here. Big Cora might be thinking about what is the call. Varus taking off the board, Anivia 2. So they're obviously scared of Chica on this Anivia pick. The bird is the word. Is it going to be wordy enough for this game? We might see another bird. Could see a Quinn. We could see an Azir. I don't know if there's any other bird champions, but regardless, Could be something. But there's the Rumble. Pantheon could be picked up here.
I think Pantheon absolutely could be. And then the question is, what are you getting in exchange? You can get something like an Orianna. You can get something like a Ryze. These high priority mid laners, because I don't think there's any way. Like, Shadow must be just yelling, pick me Pantheon, because he's been an absolute killer on it.
Yeah, and there it is, locked in. It's going to be doing the job for him. Again, Pantheon's only had a 3 wins, 7 losses, so it hasn't had the same result we'd expect to see from this global sort of pressure. Maybe if you don't lock in like a Ryze here on the other side, I'd be a little bit concerned because you don't want to give too many globals, but instead they pick up the Ezreal. I was about to say Fiddlesticks? Like, please, give me that. I want to see that Crow Storm going nuts, but okay, hovering a couple options, and there's the J4.
Yeah, they secure 2 really high priority picks, but unfortunately they do give away the potential combo with the Jarvan of the Orianna. Of course, actually, now I'm thinking about it, it's a bit silly. You're not going to pick Orianna into Jarvan, so maybe they will block that. It probably might be a Ryze for Pout. I kind of like how MVK has done this.
Yeah, like I like what they're sort of putting down. I think the Ryze is good. There's a lot of global pressure right now if they do lock it in, which they have. The Realm Warp and the Grand Skyfall, or the Man Drop, as we're probably going to start calling it from now on. It really comes down to what you're going to put up against this Ezreal, because there are a couple of picks you could lock down. Varus is good, but it's so hard to land those Chains of Corruption, but it's already banned, so don't even worry about it. Jace now being hovered, so they're looking to their top side.
Yeah, Jace, for Rest, he's a champion. He's had a lot of good performances on Gnar as well. You didn't get your Gnar in the 2v2, but you did get your Gnar on Summoner's Rift. Makes sense. Rest has actually been fantastic on this. It's something that we've sort of talked about in other content, where Rest has looked fantastic on Gnar, but the team hasn't been very good at playing around Gnar. He's like teleported in with a really good Gnar bar, gone mega, and then the team just has backed away for a little bit too long and then engaged when he's out of Gnar form. And the Vayne is locked in. Stella's going to go top with it.
Okay, I kind of like it. I like the Vayne lock-in here. It's going to be able to shred through the shields that are coming up. Ryze has shields. The Gnar is now no longer sort of up against like another tank where they can bully hard in this lane. Vayne is going to have a bit more priority, but it comes down to if it gets picked off early. Pantheon loves to roam and could just focus topside. And if Stella is a little bit too aggressive, he's going to get caught out.
Yeah, I mean, he does need to play careful. This Vayne can be a very volatile pick, but Gnar doesn't have a fun time against this. It's a pick that's coming in sort of all around the world. If you're confident enough, if you think you have the hands, you can just pick the Vayne and try and take it to him. We'll have to see what Rest can do, what Shadow can do, because that is how you beat it, is you send your jungler up there and you punish him, as you were saying. Bans coming in, it's ADCs and supports.
Yeah, and that also opens up the story that Vikings love to control this bot side. So maybe the Vayne pick was to say, we just want to draw pressure up here so we can get dragons a bit more. But Lucian, Caitlyn taken off the board, Nautilus taken off the CFO. So obviously it's a different flavor that they're after. Reduce the AD carries, reduce Doggo's pool. But how do you stop Sulong's pool at the same time? Nautilus being that really high impact support that we love to see. In fact, I love to play with Nautiluses as well, but unfortunately my wife doesn't like to play Nautilus. She likes to play Seraphine, but that's a whole nother story again. But Cassiopeia now taken off the board, so looking at those mid laners.
Yeah, Cassiopeia taken away. That is something that has been creeping up in priority. We have seen quite a few little bites at that apple. Actually, not the most successful. And Aris had a game where he got very far ahead on the pick, but wasn't really able to bring it home. Zoe could be really interesting here. Chica does have a very strange champion pool compared to the rest of the league, and he goes Annie anyway.
That's it. Okay. It makes sense. I get the Annie, but also Zoe, like Paddle Stars, that's fine. Smolder could be locked in here for Doggo. We've seen he's had a lot of success with this last year in this pick too, so it's all about that scaling. You can pick up something like a Bard potentially to really rotate around, but Yanara as well. You know what? Lock in the Lulu. You're chuffed. Absolute cinema play, because look at this CFO team comp. It's looking so well rounded. Oh, give me the Pike. We just had a masterclass. Can Vikings follow it up with their own form?
Sulong, I just want you to think this through. You can lock it in. You can lock it in, but I want this timer to tick down a fair bit because we got to think this through. All right, because he's gone the Pike. And there is a lot of synergy. You go in with the Tibbers, with the Jarvan Dunk. Yeah, you're setting the Pike up. I kind of like it. It's good as well. Ezreal, we talk about it so often. You can leave him alone in lane and he's okay. It lets Pike roam around that level 3, level 4. But we've got to be very careful here because this champion is feast or famine.
Oh, look, and we saw a feast in the first series. We'll have to see if we'll get it again, Carrix, but I'm looking at both these rosters. They both have very strong gameplay for both sides. Like the lockdown for Vikings is phenomenal. The front to back for CFO is top tier. Like both teams have drafted quite well. I personally think CFO have drafted a little bit better. I just think they have that easy front to back. If Gnar can get a good Gnar off, you are going to get a lot of follow-up from the team. Your Gnar is going to have a little bit of that splash damage too. I do just want to see Vikings blow someone up though. I think this Annie Tibbers is going to do some damage.
Big damage. And we do get one of the friends that we were talking about during the 2v2. Tibbers is one of the little guys that gets to join us on the Rift. We've had a lot of little guys tonight, and that's my favorite type of champion design is little freaks. So Annie, big fan.
All right. Look, we get to see Tibbers in this first game. It's always going to be a good time, but here we are raring to go. Game number 1, it is CFO versus MVK. Which team's going to come out ahead? We both think it is going to be that Viking, but at the end of the day, both these teams have a lot to prove and a little bit more love in the bank. Looks like, let's have a look at these skins. So, Leon, Ruthless Pantheon. There's better ones. It's okay. That's fine. Panda Annie, good skin. Pirate Rise, gonna get that purple Smurf out once again. Striker Ezreal. Come on, man.
Arcana Lulu.
Okay.
Kino.
Look
That's
at
a Kino choice.
Flash from Doggo instantly. Oh my lord. And
my word.
Once again, trying to hit one more. What is the aggression out of the Vikings? They've come hungry for blood.
Well, they're on a raid, apparently. They're looking for Valhalla as they just go in on the bot side, just burn all that. Normally, we see these summoners exchange. It's just jockeying for level 2. But this time, they're just going to push an entire wave into the tower. Stella on the top side getting rest low. The Vikings are here to play.
They're not here to play. They're here to dominate. That's all we want to see. Oh, Stella wants to go a bit further.
The towers.
Too long. He's already trying to semi-proxy or just push them back again. It's 2 minions to 13. Like, what sort of domination is this? This is a bit of a rough start for CFO because there's not even a kill on the board. They're down 500 gold just from pressure.
Okay, well, let's catch our breath for a moment. I didn't think we'd be getting into this one quite so quick, because Sulong didn't back here, by the way. He's still just lurking in this brush. I don't know if they have a raid on him. They do ping him out. I guess he was spotted on a ward. We can't quite see. I'm just going off the mini-map. They do know where he is now, but this Pike is just so dangerous now that you don't have any flashes on the bot side. Hooks can just be dead.
And Hook's just hitting there as well. Kino unable to sidestep, but you're right. So you need to be careful though, because if you do use that hook and you don't have your dash, you cannot get out very easily. But they have flash available, so it makes sense. They're already level 3 compared to the level 2 on the other side. So I think it's pretty comfortable to say, and very aggressive again, just forcing them back. Oh, it hurts. CFO, I don't know if they're really going to have answers for this.
Yeah, Sulong there just doesn't quite land the E, so does take a fair bit of damage, but of course Pike just gets that grey health. The jungler's been called Shadow Spotted. Would have seen the Jarvan as well, so a lot of attention down this bottom side.
Yeah, well, this is it. We talked about the hard aggression that we wanted to see from the Vikings to prioritize this bot side. Oh, Guri just scared me for a second, but no, Pout doing a good job just sitting comfortably, farming up a storm. But now it is going to be that second Scuttle Crab going over to the Vikings. So no trades even. It was just full commit and great control from the Vikings in this early game. What do you do? Nah, what do you do?
It's not fun. Vayne top, it's one of those horrors I was talking about earlier that we see on the top lane. It's exciting to watch. It's less fun to play against, and that's what Rest has to do. He has managed to get his health back into decent shape, but he is just going to get shoved in completely. Shadow, I guess you've got to go up there and try and get something done, but Vayne Condemn is really good against Pantheon.
Yeah, it really is, because even if you do go to get the lockdown, it's not going to be enough. And now Sulong as well saying, I don't need to get my quest, guys. I'm going to rotate real fast and see what we can do, because Pout here, not much mana, is half health, so could look for a little bit of a play if he's not careful. There's the flash. Oh, misses the flash out with the ignite. Was just too good. Pout, quick fingers.
Yeah, Pout managing to get it done. Trading 2 for 1 in flash is really good stuff by him. Evidently could smell something in the water.
That's sewage.
Keeps it going. Well, he's Pirate Rise. Maybe he's encountered Pike. You know, he's from Bilgewater.
Oh, true. That's very true. Honestly, like, yeah, a bit of Bilgewater action. Maybe he knew Pike before his ship sunk.
True.
Like
maybe.
There's a lot of ambiguity here, but thank you, League of Legends, for the incredible lore where we get to have fun with it. Missed cannon. That's not ideal, Stella, but it's okay. Your control is phenomenal. You're still up a crazy amount. But clean games win games, Carricks. That's the difference. But First Dragon is up on the board. It's an Ocean Drag. I have to see which side it is. It is Vikings already posturing towards it. Guri is down on this bot side. I'll have to see if they do want to lock it down, because already Shadow's moving up towards top and Void Grubs aren't up for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit early to head up that way. It's just sort of clearing. It's just going to mean MVK has prio over the drag. Of course they do with how the bot lane was going. Of course, they were just constantly shoving Doggo in under tower. This one was sort of just the payoff for that. And this is sort of one of those things that sometimes gets talked about. And, you know, there's arguments saying, look, it's not quite that simple, but we'll have to come back to it.
Getting a good stun off flag and drag. The combo was just absolutely gorgeous. And an easy first blood for Guri. That was actual clinical precision of how they played that.
That really, really was. That is exactly what we want to see. That's going to get Guri, this Scuttle Crab. It's going to get a little bit of vision control on the top side. And when those grubs do spawn in a minute and a half, I think MVK will be on the front foot to pick it up.
Oof. And we were giving such high hopes to this CFO roster, trying to see if they can find their feet. But in this early game, it feels like they've lost a couple of toes in the run. As we do see Sugar as well, coming in for Vikings first. Coach Comms, looking to get a little bit of info, maybe talking about these Void Grubs up in 1 minute. They're saying, you guys have the skill, you have the pressure. Let's start making it work for us, as they've got a 1.5k gold lead at 7 minutes, Carricks. And that's pretty good odds for any team, because Shadow is no longer in the shadows, spotted out by great vision.
That he is. As Pout as well, just on the move, spotted out by a control ward. No Realm Warp shenanigans yet, but now with that Pantheon level 6, could link up with Shadow, try and make a big play where they overload one side of the map. I'd like to see Sulong getting on the roam again.
There's nothing really crazy of note. I think both sides are just happy to farm it up a little bit. They got that early gold. I think they just want to sit comfortable. Ezreal's got that tier now online too, wanting to stack that up as much as possible. But Doggo as well got a cull, so obviously saying, I just need to get my stacks too, get that little bit of a gold injection as well. And should be Bob is your uncle. Maybe your cousin. Depends if you have a cousin or an uncle.
You know what? We've got downtime, and I'm a massive nerd. So we were talking about League lore before. There is one champion in the game that is canonically the uncle of another champion. Who is it?
Oh, a champion?
Is the uncle of another champion.
Isn't it Garen to Lux?
No, Garen's Lux's brother. It's actually it's Viego to Vladimir. They have a really weird family tree. It's like complete nonsense.
What?
They have a nonsense family tree.
But he's a vampire. Vladimir's a vampire, and
He's
Viego
like 100 years old, and Viego is a corpse from another country.
Well, we need Chad to check on that, because I don't believe you, but that sounds, you're right, it is nonsense. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Nonsense.
Do you know what that tells me? That tells me that there's going to be an arcane series of that, so they can clean up the backstory like they did with Vi and Jinx and Echo. There's we need to clean that up, guys. So
we are
that's
going to not seemingly.
That's true. Well, it's at the same time as well. On top of that is we're seeing Noxus LeBlanc in that situation too. Isn't LeBlanc related to Vladimir now? So it's like, are they all mixed up in this?
They're both in the Black Rose, which is the third pillar of Noxian power. I told you I was a nerd.
I'm excited by this.
It's I can't remember. It's like strength, guile, and cunning, I think. And it's Darius, Swain, and Vladimir. Darius, Swain, and LeBlanc. The three pillars of Noxian might. I think that's what they're called.
What's Vlad then? Why is he in the cool video?
Vlad's just, her friend.
He's just a homie.
Yeah, he's also part of the Black Rose. He's just not the leader. LeBlanc is like hundreds of years. LeBlanc got really powerful. Yeah, kind of. LeBlanc got really powerful back when Mordekaiser was the leader of Noxus.
San Usul. He's actually, I love that skit, by the way. That's another little backstory there. We're hitting everyone up with the lore. This is what you do. Oh, there is the grand Skyfall. Nice chase. Stella is getting flashed on, exhausted. Fast tumble away. Final hour is just not enough, and Rest is able to secure it, but Flash's ultimate's burnt. Now Guri might be in a bit of a cheeky spot as CFO are now catching out the jungler. The wild growth is good. Cataclysm even better. It's the flash forward trying to secure the Krug is not going to get it done, but CFO are turning up the heat.
Okay, CFO, I get it. You don't want to talk about it.
Vikings don't care about that heat. They want more as the depth from below lands. Kino is now the only one available. Cheeky's here, flashes away. Depth from below just to get that little bit of a reset. Hook could just hit. It's an easy lockdown. I think Kino's just easily gone from this world, and a nice pickup for Haki there. Here comes Shadow, though. You've got to be very careful. Vision is good, but nice little shifts over the Realm Warp as well. Oh, Sulong, the happy feet. But there's a little bit more stuns. Hook is good. Tib is now being dropped. Haki may be able to hold on. Shadow could go down to this, but Haki needs to secure the kill. One going over to Chica. Now it's on to Pout. Stun is there. Hook pulls it back once again. A little bit more. The flash is good. Pout could return fire, but it's not going to be enough damage, and Chica has to walk away, and this long fight results most likely in Vikings getting another dragon.
Okay, I guess the players were also getting a little bit bored as it's a flurry of action around the map, and I can't wait for the replay because there's actually like a couple of really crazy micro moments there. But Guri now is in a bit of trouble with the bot lane collapse. TP will come in just to make sure this dragon's nice and safe.
Yep, love to see it. Good little TP there just to stay alive. Let's look at this replay because this, it's the top replay. Okay, Stella had a bit of a rough time in this one.
Yeah, look, just couldn't get away, unfortunately. Just can't make up the distance. Tries to condemn Rest out, but it's just flashes being burned. We go straight to the bot lane, where I think Guri was just trying to steal some Krugs. Realizes he's being collapsed on, though. But where it's huge is Sulong coming into this play. Guri gets cleaned up. There's not much you think if it can be done, but they recognize, hey, the Rise is just going back mid. We can just keep going. Throws out the hook. Doggo's in trouble. And what we want to look at here is a really little play from Sulong. You called it out on the cast, but he just uses the death from below just to force the backstep from Kino. Didn't want to get hit. The backstep means he can't dodge the death from below. He goes down. And we can't say anymore.
What side characters? I'm so sorry, but it is Vikings again pushing the tempo, and it's a double kill for Haki. It's just disasters across the map for CFO. But now look, wait, all the damage up top. Chica was up here
as well.
Oh my lord.
Well, they have certainly put their foot on the gas and accelerated this one as MVK just takes about 5 kills in the last 2 minutes. They decided that they've had enough of laning and they want to play the ARAM instead. But they're not going to do it only in the mid lane, of course. They just want to fight, fight, fight. There's a man drop going bot side. Teleport. Can Haki find his way out?
He might just. He's just made it a little bit far enough. Rest was actually hit. They're full committing. They're diving for this one. They want Haki's blood, and it's just going to not be enough. They couldn't commit all the way. It was so good until that final shot missed its mark. But now they're just sacrificing up so much more across the map too. Towers beyond half health. Oh,
Let's
yeah,
have a look at how Rest went down. It was just a condemn. Oh, Rest has no idea that Chica's here. He's just not respecting it. Goes under the tower, and Chica is able to bring the damage.
Simultaneous play across the map. And yeah, this was the other one. Haki, this is like, it's rewind back on this because it was just the overstep. And Guri's like, I got this for free. Cataclysm in, Kino just gone.
I mean, yeah, this play was extremely clean as they all put up the big thumbs as, yeah, they just clean out the map. MVK just visits everywhere. Pout is desperately trying to get involved in this. We've seen a couple of Rel Warps now trying to move around the map, but he's not able to match the tempo that this Pike is giving MVK.
Yeah, Pike 104. Sulong is working very hard to make this work for them. Shadow's trying to step up, but just misses the Burrow hook. But now they're looking for a little bit more. Shadow's actually going in. Wild Growth good just to get the knock up, just to get a bit more of a disrupt. There's the Cataclysm, flag and drag out. It's just to secure a good hook. Shadow is quite low. Death from below just misses. Shadow able to get that final charge off. Haki's very low, does get shut down over by Kino. No. It's just a good turn by CFO.
CFO just finds everything. Chica on the top side turns it around onto Pout.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And now CFO are looking at a free Rift Herald. They are quite low, but no one on the other side of the Vikings has TP up and available. So it's just going to be free.
Yeah, they're going to get this Rift Herald, and it's so unfortunate that Sulong ulted early and missed, because with the way that fight went, there was like a triple kill in his future. But it just starts, this looks over-aggressive. I don't know if Shadow needs to go for this, and I especially don't know if Guri needs to run in the same way he did. An excellent flash by Shadow, though. Sulong, if he'd been able to get resets in this fight, it obviously, you can see what would have happened. Let's have a look at how this one, because Chica starts low, just drops Tibbers, immediately chunks Pout out. I think that was a bit of a, hey, I'm trying to get tempo Tibbers, but in the end, with Pout going aggressive, Chica just turns it around.
Yeah, it's nice to see. It's the Annie power play, 1.1k gold up, 3-0. Is a pretty good scoreline, especially with a Malignant. So you're going to be dropping Tibbers as often as possible, almost as often as you have Flash, which is actually going to be dropping it more than how much you have Flash. So still, it's crazy damage. You're going to be seeing the little family friend just out doing their best and living their best life. Unfortunately, Bears made of fire kind of scare me a little bit, but that's okay.
Yeah, but have you seen how cool he looks in the new skin?
Yes, the demon skin.
Really cool. It's so cool.
It is really sick. I do agree. Rift Child being summoned mid, it's going to be able to crack open this tier 1 tower. Should be first tower going over to CFO if it does land its full charge. There it goes. A nice little pickup. But there's a TP coming in. It is actually going to be Chica wanting to just help secure. And they look, what? They're looking at back? What is going on? Another tower going over CFO. Doing a good job, but see if they can hold on. Doggo moving fast.
Yeah, going really fast.
Drive fall. Dragon's already gone. It's just been picked up. Vikings in full control of the bot side, but a lot spent, but CFO still came out ahead.
I mean, the Dragon being picked up, it's sole point for MVK. I think overall, they're not too unhappy with that one. Sulong has quieted down a little bit. They'll be happy to see that Pike slowing down. It was actually pretty accelerated because he got a couple of cuts from the ult, even though he wasn't necessarily getting the kills. Shadow has gotten back into this game. That mid lane fight was pretty good by him. I'm still waiting for a really impactful Grand Starfall. That one was a little bit too late. You're now on the clock. You've got 4 minutes until a soul fight, and we do not want to give up a Cloud Soul when something like Annie, just being able to run that little bit faster than you, just means she stuns you. And think about the Vayne just running at light speed.
Yeah, even tumbling at light speed. It's like, you know how when you play those like games where you can actually tumble, but instead of running, you just know it's faster to just spam tumble as much as possible. That's what Vayne's going to be doing in this game. But now they're looking topside. They might be looking for a player. There's a deep TP flank coming out.
Stella.
It's on to Stella, who's now going final hour, trying to do a little bit more damage on the power. See if they can do a little bit more as Doggo is now here. The damage is just too much. Stella trying to hold on, and it is just going to be taken down. Doggo getting another kill on the board, 3, 2, and 1. But instead, it is Vikings making a trade for towers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a distraction, Vayne. We all love Vayne spotting, and apparently so does CFO, as they just go up there, claim that kill, but lose overall on the map. Stella is... Okay, your Vayne top is sort of meant to be super ahead. Oh, Sulon clashes with Shadow, but he is a very slippery pike. You want your Vayne to be ahead, and he's not, but I don't know how much that matters for the success of this comp.
Yeah, look, I think they've picked, like, I sort of called it out at the start of this game in draft, is like Stella's picked the Vayne to be a disruptor to enable Vikings to go for the one thing that they really want, which is dragons. Because these teams, especially the Vikings, I'm pretty sure have a 100% win rate if they get Dragon Soul. Like, that is a crazy statistic to have. Like, Dragon Soul just feels so good for these teams because it just alleviates and gives them the power up to just do whatever they want. Not to mention a Cloud Soul on top of that Carrix, which is one of the strongest souls in the game.
I totally agree. It is one of the best ones. They've got a comp that can use it well.
It's all about that movement, J4. Oh, hold on. Power could be caught. Realm Walk is available, but it's not going to go very far. It's still going to get caught out by Annie. Does get the stun. Tippers has been dropped only to half health, but Sulong's being caught out. Instead, Shadow is there, but the flash is good. Oh, wait, there's a TP coming back in. They want to re-engage. Let's see if the Cataclysm is going to do the damage. Stella is here. Does just get knocked up on the Wild Growth, and I think they get out of dodge.
Yeah, just about. This is something good from CFO. They're able to blunt the aggression from MVK. MVK, earlier on, we had that flurry of motion where they picked up all those kills back to back to back. And since then, it really hasn't happened again.
I do like it. Dragon is up in a minute and a half. That is where both these teams are going to be looking to put that priority. But Baron has also spawned. We are 21 minutes into this game, Carrix. 6 kills to 8 is not bad, but the score in the gold is dead even right now. It comes down to who's going to take this next big fight and start to snowball again. Objectives have been fairly well traded over. Good Hook comes out. Shadow is here, but so Stella trying to do a little bit of damage. It's just not enough. Like you said, this Pike is starting to feel more and more irrelevant.
Exactly, and that's the real problem with this champion. We've seen it all over the world. The champ's great for the first 15 minutes, and then just once you turn 20, you start feeling everything slow down a little bit, or maybe that's just me venting a little bit.
I was going to say 30 is when people feel the slowdown, not so much 20.
Well, I haven't got to 30 yet, so mate, God, if it slows down even more, we're shifting into reverse. But this game certainly is not shifting into reverse, as the Dragon is only 15 seconds away.
Yeah, 5v5 is definitely brewing as they are trying to clear out, get as much vision control as possible. And Kino's pretty low, already taken below half health. That is going to be a big member to be worrying about because you got that beautiful Wild's Growth that can save you in a pickle. But if Kino does not play safe, they will just get pops. And I think they just have to give. They're just surrendering the drag.
They are just giving it up. That's just soul for MVK. They just didn't have the positioning on the map. CFO, we're just caught out. We're caught without the tempo despite having 2 tempo cheating tools.
Yeah, but that also just begs the question. Baron was up. Why were they not looking to maybe go for a secondary play and try and bait them in? Or because they are quite strong in these team fights. Doggo is quite online, 3 items locked in. That Kraken's going to help. So I'm not sure what the thought process is with it. I think Kino was just too low and said, okay, guys, we might just have to give this one. It's a bit rough.
We give it up. Baron is available. The gold is basically dead even. The only big gap at the moment is that it's not the completed third item on Haki.
As there's the engaged Guri getting caught out, flag and drag just to stay alive. But now they're looking for a little bit more, so they just look to secure the Scuttle Crab. And it is CFO maintaining control over the Baron pit.
Just holding it for now, holding out, just looking for vision, jockeying for it. It's CFO with that advantage at the moment. That Scuttle Crab doing a lot of work for them, but they have to just be so careful. I think their team comp is just heavily favored at this part of the game. I think that's the reality we live in, but any mistake can be punished so easily. A flash Tibbers, a hook from Sulong, you just will die.
Yeah, and that is the scary part. Stella up here as well, just teetering around. It comes down to execution the most for Vikings. It's one good Tibbers, one good lockdown, but at the other side, the front to back out of CFO in a 5v5 situation is going to be very hard to deal with. They will just slow you down, lock you down, and hurt you. So it's really about which team is going to get that first jump, who's going to get that first lockdown, that first pick is really going to define this next big fight. Who are you putting it on though, Carrix? Who do you think is going to get this big fight? Because look at Chica, Flash is available, so is Tibbers.
I'm going to say that it's MVK. They'll get the first 2 kills in the fight, but then Doggo will start barking and clean up the rest.
Or don't make me start doing those sounds because I'll do it. I've got no fear. But now, Rest is actually here. Could be caught out solo. They might be looking. They're looking for another hook. Just gets the flash out from Rest, so he's not going to be able to do the flash now, which is what you'd expect in this next big team fight. But now they're starting up the Baron. They've already secured the flash. I'm not sure they're going to have the... They might have the damage to do it, but the rest of the team starts to follow up. Rest did not back. He's still here. They could be looking to turn. Stun is good. Flag and Drag's even better. And there's the Nah gone. Rest is just going back to sleep.
Rest is still here, you say?
Sort of bit my tongue a little bit. He shouldn't have walked up all alone up there, but now they're looking at this Baron. 9k health. They're looking for the re-engage. Pout has to flash away. Trying to be very careful. Tibbers is good. Damage is even better. Harky's picked up Kino. It is Vikings all up in their business. It is just too much damage. Look at Doggo go though. He's got the moves. He's got the hands. It's just not enough as they're cleaning up. Shadow is just a shadow of his word, and it is the Vikings with the ace. They only lose 2 members, but now they're heading to the Baron.
My, oh my. I got some of that right. I did say it would be MVK winning the start. Doggo didn't get it done in the end. As Baron will fall, MVK pull ahead. They find the pick. Rest. Losing his flash was bad enough, but then just sticks around and steps up as a mini-nah?
Yeah, nah, not ideal. Look at this. Boop.
Have to have a look. Yeah, just caught out, flag and drag, condemned into the wall. There's nothing he can really do, particularly without his flash. It's also a good true shot barrage, just softening Doggo up in this fight. They know that they don't need Sulong and Chica actually hitting this Baron. Their damage is pretty irrelevant, and then Doggo, he's having to use all of his mobility just to move away. He already used the dash, he's already used the flash, so when Stella comes in and dives on him, the damage is easy. It's a lovely EQ flash from, okay, Sulong.
That's okay, he didn't have Baron anyway, it's fine. It's not the end of the world.
All right.
Yeah, it's a mid-late game Pyke right now. We're okay. It's fine. But no, look at the damage jumps. They're looking pretty good here, Carrix. You can see as well, Haki doing a really good job on this Ezreal. Up in farm, up in kills, but just not up in gold, but still having impact. And you got to look at Chica, though. 406 on this Annie. 700 gold bounty is just an absolute fear if you get near this little girl, because she will just blow you up. That Void Staff with the Malignance. Oh, damage.
It's a lot of damage, and that's one way to make your Annie scale into the late game. The Dark Seal at 10 stacks could be turned into the scary Guri. Slowed up.
It's now they're trying to jump on. Barrage does hit. The Flag and Drake's not enough. Now Stella's all alone. They'll be so careful as they're trying to get that final hour. Now they're looking for the re-engage fight. Yeah, let's see if they can have the damage off to do it. But no, Transcend itself is just about to come off cooldown, so Doggo's not going to have all the power up and the dashes. But they get their pick, and it's a pretty good fight there for CFO.
Yeah, that's not a bad one at all. They burn a lot of resources. They take Guri down. Guri's not going to be back on the map when the Elder Dragon spawns. I don't think it'll be pulled on spawn by CFO. They don't have that setup. But the fact that MVK will be chasing their own tail to get into it. Let's have a look at how Sulong died, because he was dead out of a replay. He just kind of swam into the enemy team, gets caught. No, the Pantheon ult was nowhere near him. He just walks into Kano and just gets found.
Yep, the whole team was there. Right? Got the picture-in-picture as well is showing another fight going on. They're definitely looking around this Elder. But now it's about who can get the damage off or who can get that pick. It's all the pick comps that we're seeing. Rest still in that mini Gnar, very close to Mega Gnar. Shadow off in the wings. Could be looking for the, what is it, the man drop? I'm not calling it man drop, man. I can't.
You don't have to.
The man drop.
Like, you drop a man on him.
It's just too much for me, dude. Like, it feels awkward to say man drop in the man drops. Now that I'm saying it, it's kind of fun. But now, okay, Elder is actually started up. Barrage does go down, but it's not going to have too much damage to speak of. But they're waiting on Rest. Rest is still in that Mega Gnar, so they have to wait for this out, and then they can sort of look to re-engage or start to poke once again. But they're looking a little bit, is it a flank angle? Because look where this J4 is. Like, clearly on the other side, Stella's decided to leave and say, oh, I'm just going to go push mid, guys. This is totally sweet. But it looks like, is Vikings just giving?
No way. I don't think so. They just waited out the Mega. They're going to try and land some poke, and Rest has been a little bit caught.
Yeah, Rest could be taken out, already very low now. Dragon is at 10k health, gonna be very careful. One good hook, stun goes forward. True Shot Barrage is nice, but the shutdown's even better for Doggo. They're online and clearly getting the damage off. But let's see if they can return fire. The death from below. It's all Stella doing everything humanly possible. The Grand Skyfall, the man drop is not gonna be enough, and a triple for Haki secures everything for the Vikings.
And it almost went so wrong. Shadow landed a basically perfect W, stopping Chica. Chica didn't get the ult off. He flashed forward and didn't actually get to drop the ult. So it looked really dicey, but in the end, it doesn't matter. MVK pilot the fight. That double ADC comp means they can win out the fight, but now they look a little confused. They realize they can't end the game, so now they're resetting.
Look, I don't think that's a bad idea. Like, they sort of won the fight. It was a very scuffed fight. Lovely. Like, things were going everywhere. True Shot Barrage was perfect, though, Carrick's there.
It 100% was. The True Shot Barrage was huge, but in the end, it was just everything was already on cooldown. They can't interact with it. The timing around the Mega Gnar, I called it out in Champion Select. I think Rest Gnar is actually quite good. I don't think CFO's Gnar is quite good. They don't play around the Rage Bar perfectly. He wasn't in the right form.
Yeah, no, that's so true, and I think that's what Vikings read really well, and now they're looking to contest this Elder once again. Another big fight, but Chica has the flank, not spotted out on vision. They're walking up. Oh, the Timbers just dropped a little bit too prematurely, but there's Doggo just doing so much damage. Stella's able to lock it down and get the things. Everything's moving. Chica's off to the side trying to hold on. Realm Warp is coming back in, but now they're getting caught out once again. Shadow is gone. Another pickup for Chica. Let's see if Haki can hold on as they are getting the pincer movement. This is just how the Romans did it. This is how Haki wants to do it, but he has to walk away and dodge out as much as possible. But still, it is CFO, still well, healthy. That's a TP coming back in. Chica's wanting blood too. Look at the damage from Haki. What just happened? They blew him up and that Rest is gone. Pout is the last one standing too. Another stun from Chica. It's just a mid-diff at this point, and it is going to be the Elder going over to the Vikings.
Oh my, call it the Battle of Lake Cannae, the way they collapsed their center, just like the Romans. As Elder will be secured. I get it, don't worry. they will get the Elder. We go into the replay. It actually starts with Chica making a bit of a mistake. Gets spotted once again. Just Shadow stopping him. The Tibbers was not great, but it doesn't matter. They just do too much damage. Rest, again, does pretty well, shuts down Stella, but now they're fighting on these two fronts. The pincer is activated. They can't go into Haki. He does too much damage, even with a bit of a weird true shot barrage. He's just throwing artillery over them. And then, I mean, you're trapped between a rock and a hard place. When a TP comes in, here's Chica, bang goes Haki, and at that point, you have the potential scaling mid, but he can't 1v5. Pout, there's nothing he can do, and he is kind of getting diffed.
And the hard thing there is, it's not just damage. Haki's doing a damn good job. Doggo really trying to keep his team alive. But with a Cloud Soul as well, that is why they are so fast. Chica TP'd in and was there within a second, purely because this Cloud Soul just went, whoop, okay, extra movement speed from base. Let's just run as fast as possible. So it's like this movement speed added in is actually aiding so much. And now it's an 8k gold lead to the Vikings. They're looking to clean up this game. Elder in tow, but no, Pout is going to have to flash out of there just to stay alive a little bit longer. But they're looking at their first inhib. It's already going down. Looking at the second one in mid lane as top has already been taken off the board. Oh, Burrow does just go wide, but it looks like it is the Vikings looking to end this game right here and right now. Two Baron empowered waves. Everything and nothing to lose as rest is just gone. Sulong with the depth one below just to feel good and look even better as Shadow's trying to pull them back off. Condemn into the wall, but the Elder buff does the damage and they are looking at the Nexus. It is free, it is easy. Cataclysm goes forward, Pout is gone. They just want to buff those stats here, Carricks, because they've taken game one and they looked good doing it.
They look fantastic doing it. They clean it up. I think there was that mid-game trough where MVK looked a little bit lost. They didn't look like they knew how to close it out, but they found it coming around that Elder, coming around that Soul. And you've got to say, CFO, why did we give Soul up so easily? Because that movement speed was clinical.
It really was, and I think that was the big pincher is you can't outrun a Cloud Soul when they just have so much mobility inbuilt into their kit. Pyke has movement, Ezreal has dashes, Annie can get the speed up with her shield too. Like, there is so much in it that you have to be so careful of, and look, at the end of the day, I think Vikings just played better.
I totally agree. I think the lanes went better. I think the mid game went better. And something to note as well is just they didn't really think about the Ezreal in their draft, because you see the damage charts, no one could interact with Ezreal. He just got to stand at max range, throw Qs, throw arcane barrages constantly, or true shot barrages, I should say, constantly over 3-4 members of CFO. Coming into game two, we've got to think about how our draft interacts with the enemy draft a little bit more.
Look, I totally agree. And one thing that we have to note right here, right now, is that Pyke has a 100% win rate in the LCP right now. That is nothing to think of, like, stuff just because it's being so highly sought after in these games. Honestly, LCK started a movement and everyone's starting to follow up because it's looking really good everywhere. This pick is so well used, at least in the early game. I think we criticize it a little bit too hard in the mid to late. I think it's all about how it's piloted in those times. I think regardless, we saw a really good game out of our Pyke, and they had a good showing. So I'm excited to see what they're going to pick up next, because Pyke is just like one-of-a-kind champion. It's aggressive, you get those resets, the ulti does all that damage. Like, it's hard to find. What other champion would you compare in the support role for that? Like, I don't even know. Swain, maybe?
I don't really know any. Does it count? I've seen Taki play Camille support. Does that count?
I don't know if that counts.
Pretty aggressive. I've watched him play it in professional play. I do think Pyke is a one-of-a-kind champion, and the part that always maybe gets a little bit goes under the radar is the W. The fact that Pyke could be here at any time. He could be a screen away, and you can't. He's so hard to ward for. He's so hard to spot out. He just swims over the wards. He doesn't care. It has to be pink wards. Gives Sulong so many angles in this game and was constantly finding value.
Yeah, that just disrupt there as well from the wild growth to cancel out the flag and drag, really solidifying these kills. But it is the Vikings saying, if you take one, you take a penny, we'll take a pound, because the flash hooks going straight back in onto Doggo, kill confirmed, and it was just a little bit too easy. Is like you said before, the stutter step that they cancelled out from Kina, yeah, that one right there just gave enough space to secure it once more. So Vikings playing to the absolute max of their potential with these champions.
100%. Of course, the one thing to point out there is he didn't have to stutter step, just take the ult. So it doesn't do that much damage if it's not executing. But it's one of those things where you're just trained to dodge things. It is playing on muscle memory. As Subong here, again, this fight looked like it was going to go really well. MVK, it's really only that flash that basically saves this entire fight. This was where CFO really fought back. But it's only down to that flash from Shadow. Sulong was inches away, and rest. This was just an overstep.
Yep.
Game
I feel
2.
like that was play. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where it really broke open. This Baron snowballs into the Elder, and that snowballs into the ending of the game. Game 2, I still do think CFO have a lot of sauce. We need to get Pout more involved. The Rise, we barely, there was a Rise in the game, and I don't think we talked about it.
No, that's exactly it. Like, the Rise felt very unheard, unseen, didn't really have the impact. And that's the one thing we talked about from this rookie player is Pout has actually had great showings last week in particular. They played exceptionally well, and we wanted to highlight how good they are in this game. Against the Vikings, they just didn't get a chance to stand up and show it. So it's really nice to see that Vikings sort of capitalized on this and said, okay, like, we know how to shut these guys out, and it's just by playing faster and looser than them. So really big props. Look at that speed. Boom. That is not sped up. That was actual speed of that Annie, which is insane.
Yeah, just zooming on in with the remains of that home guard, and of course that Cloud Soul by this point in the game. It was an ugly one to watch if you're a CFO fan. It was a great one to watch if you are an MVK fan. And MVK, I think, are making themselves a lot of fans. As we said, they promoted like pretty much their entire academy roster coming into this split, said, no, we've just got the faith in these guys. We can make this happen.
You basically said it best, Carrix, is they've got the sauce. They're putting it on the burger. They've put their patty on. They got some lettuce, tomato. They got the pickles as well. Now they just need the mustard, and we're cooking with the goods. But we're going to go to a short break as we're getting ready for game number 2, Carrix. Maybe I'm going to go cook up some fries with my awesome burger that is these games. But stay tuned, CFO versus the Vikings. So who's going to take home the win?
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates. The Vikings are yearning for Valhalla, but it is not for them. They are sending CFO to the depths of Tartarus. If actually that's a whole nother thing anyway. That's Greeks, but still, Carrix,
We're mixing our metaphors.
We have to at this point because Vikings are running this game like they can, and you know what? Maybe they're going somewhere else. Who knows? But Vikings, they're up first game. They're looking pretty good.
True. I mean, the way Vikings are moving, maybe they're just Kratos jumping between afterlives and claiming names left, right, and center as they are just looking really, really good. MVK, I'm just so happy to see this team. Of course, these are players that I've had my eye on for like a little while, being a big VCS fanatic. I'm so glad that they came into the league, and look, we didn't have the highest hopes for them. We were saying, you know, they're probably going to be down there with DFM. It's really hard to jump from academy to the main league and make it work, but they are. They're taking it to teams. They've 1-0 up over CFO, and it's the reinvigorated CFO. We have to see if they can fire back, because it is a dull omen for the rest of CFO Split with another loss here tonight.
Look, and sort of solidifying their own place down at the bottom of the ladder or near the bottom of the ladder is not where you want to be after what was arguably one of the best introductions to a team in a pro league for a first year, I would say, ever. They went so far and did so well. Now to just be shown the door is not ideal, but this is their chance, Carrix. This is where they can flip that script and start to turn these games around. We'll have to see what the draft is going to tell us as we're getting ready for it, but we saw that it is actually going to be counter pick for CFO, but it's red side for Vikings. So what do you make of that?
It's an interesting decision there. Giving counter pick, who are you giving that to? Are you going to try and get Rest a good matchup? Again, look, people are going to flame his Nah because it looks bad, but I still don't think Rest was the problem. He got counterpicked and actually just played the counter really well. Came out of lane ahead of Stella, even though in the end the team fights didn't have the greatest effect. Maybe that's the way we go.
maybe it is the way we go. And you know what? The way we go is into this draft, though, Carrix, because game number 2, CFO on blue side, Vikings back on red once again, but they are 1 game up. Nocturne taken off the board, Varus and Nautilus too, looking very suspect of a game 1 ban phase.
Nocturne taken away, as is so common here in the LCP. That champion is just not allowed to be played. Orianna still available as well, so we might need to keep our eye on good ball delivery systems. That Xin Zhao is one that comes to mind, but also the Nefiri we saw in the first series, even though it was a loss in the end. Nefiri can get into the middle of the enemy team with the ball pretty well.
Oh yeah, and the safety to just jump up in the air, get out of any sort of damage. It's like having a Fizz, but an AD Fizz, and does more damage and has a direct line of sight to the AD carry. It's a whole nother level of gameplay, but there's the Xin Zhao banned off the board, so Nefiri becomes even more imminent in this game too.
So I actually would like to see it banned. If you're CFO, you don't have first pick, and I think it will get first picked away from you.
Well, there is a chance.
I don't think we want to give Guri Nefiri.
Yeah, look, I think it's like,
Orianna.
do you give Orianna or do you give like the Nefiri? I feel like picking the Nefiri early when you don't really know what they're picking, like, it is good, but I think it's picked into very specific champions. Like, they pick it into the J4 because you can get out of a Cataclysm. So there's the Aatrox ban. Okay, bit of respect to Guri.
Okay, fair enough. That is a champion Guri gravitates to. He does like that pick a lot. I don't know if that's where I would ban, especially when we're giving Karma up instead.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Support Karma is going to be punching out some good damage. So Doggo still very much in the wake of having to deal with this now, when it is just going to lock you down a little bit more. So what would you pair with it? Varus is gone, Ezreal's also gone. Are we thinking a Jhin most likely for Haki?
I think Jhin makes sense. Haki does like to play things. He's played a lot of Ziggs. He likes to be able to sit back, just provide long-range value to his team. Corki is also still available. It's not the most one-to-one pairing with the Karma, but the great thing about the Karma is she's very comp agnostic. Yes, there are ADCs that work particularly well with her, but there's none that work really badly with her.
Yeah, no, I like that. With the Rumble being picked up too, this spells Vikings want a Cassante. Hasn't been banned out, but there's a Nefiri already picked up by Shadow. So this tells me it's going to be a little bit more harder for Sulong on this Karma to be able to keep Haki alive as long as Shadow's looking towards the backside. But I feel like Cassante is going to be an easy pickup here for the Vikings. Kale being hovered. Garen being hovered. Yeah, there's the Cassante. Just lock it in. Lock it in. 3, 2, 1,
look at Kale. I believe in you.
No. Kale's crazy nonsense. But no, it's very strong, but crazy nonsense into that. You're not playing Kale into a Rumble.
It's true. That would be a little bit crazy, but what is MVK if not a little bit crazy? No, this time they will just go to Xante. Wukong, of course, is still available, able to be picked up. Orianna just slipping through the cracks here.
I feel like they're probably thinking about it, but at the same time, an Orianna for the other side for Vikings could also be really good. So I think it needs, if Pout wants to have a good performance, I think the Orianna is the right call here. But Aurora being locked in instead, so they're obviously picking that because it goes well into the Orianna as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a pre-countering it. They think that's where the pick is going to go. It does dissuade them, maybe saves them a ban if Pout thinks he can handle Chica's Orianna, which Pout has been pretty good so far outside of pretty much just game 1 in this series. Banning out the Caitlyn. Yeah, Caitlyn Karma, you can't play into that.
No, it's so much range, so much poke. It's just nothing you can really do into it, so it makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be surprised if they do ban away potentially Jhin, but the Bard being taken out spells that they're trying to look at these supports.
A lot of supports will probably be banned out here. I would expect another one to go for MVK. Of course, they've already got that Karma. ADCs, I guess you do have the Prio pick on this one. That Corki's still up. Xayah wouldn't actually be terrible either. Can just get up in the air when the Wukong goes in. Wouldn't mind that at all. Doggo does have a pretty mean Xayah.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that Haki could go Xayah too, because the second Shadow wants to get on top of you, go up in the air, you got a bit of safety, and then come back down and lock them down again. So that is another side to the solution. Maybe let me cook for a second. Karma mid. Is that possible?
It's definitely possible. That would be an exciting one. I think Chica would like that as well. Chica hasn't been like a big player of these like hyper carries. A lot of the outside, he's got like one game on Yone. He plays a lot of Galio. He plays some Victor, that kind of thing. I kind of wouldn't hate the Karma mid, but that's a Senna being hovered.
Senna is definitely an interesting pick. Is it going to go like a fasting Senna, like is going to be the support, or are we going to be seeing like a very different sort of gameplay? But I think it is a Sivir instead. Okay, a different S champion.
Faked us out there, doggo. Just got us excited and then went for the Sivir. Sivir is also actually not a bad pick at all. Does have a little bit of game into the Karma, can get the spell shield down on some of the poke. When Wukong and Cassante run at you, you just press R, you can kite back the ricochet. It doesn't really care about who your first target is. It's going to do the damage even if you are just whacking a Cassante.
Oh my lord,
Hui.
and it's Chica with Hui again. If that's a Cogmore, being picked up for Haki,
lock it in.
I am down for it. That is going to be actually insane. The range is still going to be phenomenal once you hit level 6, but the Hui as well brings in so much more. So you don't even really need to play front to back, but Kalista as well would cook so hard.
These are some crazy hovers and the Kalista's locked in.
It's done. I am so down for it. I love this Kalista pick. It's so impactful. We've seen it in so many other sort of regions too, where they love it. It's such a strong champion if piloted well. That is the only difference though.
Yeah, it has to be piloted super well. And I think the one thing that I'm noticing is that there's a rumble on the other side. It can be hard to play into the equalizer as Kalista. That slow is pretty brutal as Yumi. The cat's here.
Well, at least Karma can't hit the cat because it's going to be sitting on Doggo the whole time. But dogs and cats don't usually play well together, so I'm not sure how this bot lane's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, that is a little bit weird. Maybe Shadow's just not going to gank bot lane at all. They're just going to keep them, you know, you keep one pet in one room, the other pet in the other room until they get used to each other, and then you can have team fights. You've just got to, get them get used to each other.
Like, okay, looking at these two comps though, like if you had to put a winner on it, like for me, I'm looking at Vikings. I actually think the Kalista, if it's given any inch of a lead, will start to run away with it, especially with a Karma in tow. And then Cassante, the 10,000 year champion, is going to be so hard for them to really kill, especially for a Sivir who needs to get late game.
I think the one thing here is that if it goes late, if there is any missteps in the early game by MVK and they don't say stack the dragons well, they don't get leads in the lanes, they can very quickly run into trouble. Sivir is just going to do more damage than Kalista as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Yumi as well will make that Sivir incredibly difficult to dive. Just able to have a spell shield plus that Yumi ult coming off it. That said, that's not even sort of talking about the Hui, which is a champion that is very strong when executed well, but when is bold and underlined.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. You're damn right on that. It now comes down to that execution as we are in game number 2 here, Carricks. CFO versus the Vikings. Vikings are up 1 game thus far, so it is all on them to get this win on the board if they want it to be a clean 2-0. But we think CFO is going to give them some trouble. So we are seeing the cool skins. Spirit Blossom Hui versus Battle Bunny Aurora. Very nice. Blood Moon Kalista, arguably the best Kalista skin. Marauder's pretty good too.
So good. Yeah, the Blood Moon skins rock. Very sad that none of my champions that I like playing have a Blood Moon skin.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Bit of cheeky damage too. This is why the Karma gets picked. With Harkies on Kalista, it's going to get a little bit rougher. Oh.
Yeah, look, I mean, we don't want to fight this early. I think we want to just sort of cede a little bit of lane control to Haki and Sulong. There's not a huge amount that Yumi Sivir can do into this. We are going to get a level 2 almost certainly earlier for MVK. So just playing around it at the moment. Kino jumping off to just soak up some damage, get some auto attacks down. But there's that level 2. They're going to get pushed under tower, but that's kind of Sivir comfort zone.
Yeah, look, just hitting them up, getting those little bangerangs going out. It's not the end of the world. What? You don't like the word bangerang?
No, I love it.
Get a little bit
Shadow
of Skrillex
lurking.
up in here. Yeah, Shadow is here. They're in a bit of a cheeky spot. Exhaust goes out. Heal as well. Let's see if they're going to look to turn this fight. Haki is level 2. Sulong already very low. See if they can hold on a little bit longer. He's going to most likely be first blood, but the heal was pretty good. Yes, it is locked down. Shadow is low. Rend is better, but is the shots too much? And Kino picks up Haki, and a disaster for the Vikings.
Cats and dogs play pretty good together, apparently, Pike. That looked unkillable. Shadow coming down, able to deal out so much damage. Just level 3 ganks have been ruling the league. And something we said before was anything goes wrong early game, you're in trouble. And I'd say that qualifies as something going wrong.
Yeah, especially for Shadow on this Nefiri too. The champ has had so much agency in the LCP, definitely a favorite. And look, you can see the exhaust heal instantly. The Shadow was just there.
As Sulong went down and basically, I mean, actually did buy a fair bit of time. I respect Haki doing this. He knows there is no path out here for him. He just has to try and get something back. But it's just the heals, and actually really good play there by Kino. Bringing those Yumi mechanics as he was just hopping in and out constantly. Sulong will step up to Doggo and just put the leash on him and then walk away.
Look, I own 2 cats. It's notoriously hard to leash a cat too. They don't really like that.
Yeah,
if anything,
I can imagine not.
You got to put them in a carry case if you're going to take them outside. That's the crazy thing. Dogs, though, they love to go for walks. So it's like, I feel like trying to put the leash on Shadow here is not going to end very well, because they're going to be like, all right, let's go to the park. But now, a bit of a scuffle in the jungle. Here he is here, Shadow, being looked at by the monkey. Usually monkeys can beat dogs most of the time.
But it's a lot of dogs.
It is a lot of dogs. It's a pack of dogs.
It's a lot of dogs. Like, I could put a leash on the main Nefiri, but like the whole 7 of them, I'm getting pulled over.
What, by who? The dog police?
The dogs. They're gonna pull. No, they're gonna pull me over, falling.
I've never read that one. You're gonna fuck up within pout as well. Could be looked at by Guri, but is enough damage. The flash over the wall. Guri wants more blood. Does get that final hit, but now caught out. Does have the little clone to jump away. Shadow is low, but they do walk out with just 1 death apiece.
Yeah, well, it's a shame the dog police weren't here to help out Shadow, as Guri was able to get that one done with a good flash over the wall.
The dog police. I wonder what type of dog would the dog police be?
Well, are they on the dog side, or are they policing criminal dogs?
I would actually say, in this world, there's the dogs playing poker situation. Why are the dogs playing poker? Why are the police dogs? That's the other question I'm posing out there. So my thought process on that is, those big wrinkly dogs that
I do.
Yeah, imagine that, and just every single one is just called Sheriff. That's a dream right there.
That's like the grizzled, hard-boiled detective. He's been on the case for too long.
Nonsense aside, lanes are looking pretty good. Items are slowly coming on board, but it's all just about the poke game right now. Rens, this is the beautiful thing about Haki's Kalista, and I want to point this out just for one reason. They've foregone the barrier and gone exhaust instead. So they've clearly said we need to slow down Doggo on this Sivir. But at the same time, Rend acts almost like a secondary smite. It has so much damage. If you have enough spears locked in, it can do so much. So I actually love this pick, because if they're looking at all these drags, it's going to help them out, because First Dragon is up on the board and it's an ocean.
Yeah, that could be one to go play around. A little bit of health regen goes a long way when you're getting sieged by a Karma. But it is that early lead for CFO. An early lead. Ooh, it's actually a fair bit of damage coming in.
Yeah, exhaust is enough. Doggo is actually very happy with that. Guri was off to the wings, but was looking at the drag. So maybe they have to back off here once again. Sulong just baiting that out very well. maybe a little bit scarily well, but now, so long as here, flashes burnt. Doggo has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, Flash has been burned. Should give MVK a bit of a look in at this dragon if they want it. But Shadow has arrived. As we'll see Guri off with Pout pushing in his wave as well. Did see Chica was thinking about roaming down to the bot side. Sulong needs to be really careful. Shadow has ult.
Yeah, but there's the call to pack. Is it going to be enough as the exhaust is good? But no, not good enough. The Shadow picking up another kill of the game. This is the Nefiri power. It's the 202 Nefiri going very much that lethality burst as well. You got to be worried here, Carricks.
This is a real worry, that the fact that CFO is 1,000 gold ahead this early on with the composition that MVK has picked. Their scaling just is not the same as CFO. Hui will get stronger and stronger. He'll be able to try and paint their way out of this, but I think this Kalista has not really worked.
Look, Kalista is not an early game champion. I think the Sivir Yumi was the right call, as it has the better wave clear. It will be impactful as the game goes on too. Kalista needs like that early insight or that early lead, which I don't think the Karma really utilizes too well, at least in laning phase. The speed up in the shield is going to be so big as the game goes on. Once Kalista has 2 items, and it's most likely going to be the Bork and the Ginsus, if you can get a Hurricane in there as well, you are laughing. That is Kalista's like big power spike. Vikings up here with this, these grubs is really great proactivity in the face that they are still about 700 gold down.
Exactly. At least they're getting something back. They're getting a little bit of priority. We'll be able to potentially get some tower play to try and find some gold that way. Shadow spotting out Guri as well, just knowing that both junglers are on the same side of the map. Not trading onto the dragon. Also, no real vision set up for CFO. It's deep wards for MVK on the bot side of the map. They've got sort of 3 in that L around the red side jungle. Should mean that after a reset, when they roll back out onto the map, they're favored for that bot side objective.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can already see that they're starting to sort of rotate down a little bit, but it is, in fact, CFO looking down towards this bot side. Maybe they could look to go rotate to the dragon now as they have the priority, and Haki has to back.
Does have to just back off. Yeah, just takes some punishment. Not what we want. Rolling back out on the map, though. There's the dragon being started for Shadow. If he can kill this fast enough before MVK can respond, it's actually a really good cheat play. I think they expected him to reset, but with the bot lane staying with him on it, this is just going to be an objective picked up for CFO. Really good stuff. Oh, Guri is in range. Could he go for it?
50-50 smite, I think he used it before, but no, it's solidified by CFO. It is going to get that final whisper. Is going to be enough as Guri trying to walk away. Monkey business is not enough. It's between 2 worlds is good. Now there's the exhaust going down. Guri needs to be careful here. They could just die. Shadow goes up into it too long. Gods get the stun. The damage is good. Haki getting the rend, and it's enough. They're pulling them back in. Doggo's caught once again. Spell shield used, but is it going to be enough? Is it get another rend back again? Haki gets taken out by Pout, and the cat might just leave, but a good pickup that keeps Haki in the game. And at the end of the day, it was CFO with the dragon take.
And that was really came down to a fantastic crushing maw coming in from Haki, just reading the play ahead of what was going on to make sure that the second kill could come in. We'll see it in this replay. It starts with Pout buying a fair bit of space, but just too deep from Shadow. You can't fight Haki after the exhaust has worn off. The spears are stacked up. There's that crushing maw, just keeping Doggo locked down. There's nothing for him to spell shield. He will get rendered down. Good job by Pout to get one back. But in the end, it is just a consolation prize. Haki gets himself back into it.
Yeah, it's nice to see Haki still down, only a wave, but with those kills in tow, it's going to get them a little bit more. They are building towards the Bork. As you can see, the Vampiric Scepter and the Pickaxe there are both completed, so the damage is online. But it's a well-known fact, if you're playing Kalista, you need to buy boots first. You basically aren't really a champion without that movement speed because the dashes rely so heavily on it. But let's just talk about mid lane for a second, because look at Chica, 20 CS up on this way. They are playing very well.
I totally agree. You're really painting us a good picture of the mid lane, because Chica is someone that I think has gotten a bit of criticism in this MVK roster. A lot of people have been really excited about these rookies coming in, but maybe have said that Chica might be the weak link. Chica might hold them back. In this situation, he's really not. He picked a champion that I'm a little bit suspect of. I think Hui has a lot of potential, but is a little bit inconsistent at times, and I don't like that. There's a lot of damage going out. Just a bit of a poke ult onto Pout.
Yeah, Shadow's on the wrong side of the pit, so it has to jump over that wall, but really nicely done. Spiraling Despair actually took out half of Pout's damage. Sadly, there was no objective on the board to take.
It is a bit of a shame. We'll get away as well, but the objective is just going to be another couple waves shoved into the tower. Pout picked this Aurora first. They put a fair bit of priority onto this, and so far, it's not really coming to bear fruit, at least in the lane. This is a long game to go. It's not falling too far behind, as Haki having to flash.
Yeah, instantly flash because there is a Shadow waiting in the wings. Haki needs to be very careful, as the call of the pack could just be used once again, but now we're finally seeing Guri making his way down bot side. Does dodge out the Yuumi, but now it's all about how can you make the proactive play, because Shadow is still here. Sulong taking some poke. It's going to be enough as there's the cyclone going forward. Exhaust is good. Final chapter is being used, but is it going to be enough as they get the rend? Is it going to be good? Guri picks up the kill. There's the call of the pack. Shadow trying to get out of dodge. TP is on the backside. They'll be so careful as there's the equalizer. It does get dropped on their head, but they are able to dodge it out.
No.
Here's that jumping over the side. Between two worlds gets used. Guri is just gone, and a nice pickup for Pout, but it's the rest of CFO looking to charge down the Vikings. Haki trying to dodge it out, but Shadow is the damage and the death, and it is this Yuumi that's just keeping them in this game. Carrix.
Yeah, Yuumi getting so much value in these long extended fights, just able to pump out heals. And this is something else we haven't really talked about with the Kalista, is exhaust is so doubly effective. We'll have a look at how this played out, because actually it's a really good start. Haki pretty smart there, recognizing he can't just get too close. It's just stacking up spears, playing on the edge, ends up holding Sulong in the ult for a really long time, just constantly threatening it. But it's just Pout earlier on the move. Chica was coming down, you see him at the top of your screen now, but he can't participate in this play. There's nothing the Hui can do over the wall except try and land a fear. It doesn't really go anywhere. Haki desperately tries to get out, but with an exhaust coming in, it slows both of your movement speed and your attack speed, which means it does both. Like, it doubles it for Kalista, essentially.
Yeah. No, that's no fun at all, especially
it's
with...
pretty mean.
It's so mean. It's a little bit too aggressive. I think we just need to calm down for like 5 minutes maybe. But no, you see Gold Lead went over to the side of Vikings just for a second and then came all the way back up for CFO, who are now a 1.6k gold lead up. So they are in a bit of control of this game. Void Grubs are still in the hands of Vikings. Dragon has been started up and most likely going to be confirmed, but no, it's actually been cancelled out. Guri's here. Doggo's just been caught out without their support. Now there's the call of the pack. It's going to be enough for Shadow. Is jumping over this wall. Haki does a lot of damage. Is going to be enough. Jumping over the walls. He's teetering on death, and Haki can survive this fight. One more will do it, and Haki is an absolute beast on this Kalista. Question mark the frog, because that was beautiful.
Okay, Haki, fair enough. He's speaking to us. I'm listening as he goes massive in that fight, able to just dance all over CFO. It's a Rift Herald picked up. It's MVK finding everything they needed after a spotty early game. It turns out the 15-minute mark is their comfort zone. Let's have a look at this one played out, because it just was a dive. Doggo too far forward, just should not be here. And then Shadow with the Yuumi thinks they can get it done. And honestly, I don't blame him for thinking it. He's damn close. It's Haki just able to get over the wall to dodge a bit of the final chapter.
He jumped that wall 5 times. Just going backwards and forwards, where it's just like, I can't follow this. What do I do? So Haki played that actually exceptional and read the map so well there. If I was Shadow, I would just be like, man, I've just had my ankles broken. But now they're coming back onto the board.
Making a mockery of walls. Like,
Especially if you're the dog and you can jump walls quite easily, but once you've jumped it, like, you can't jump it again, not for a little bit. Whereas Haki's like, I could do this all day.
Haha, watch this. Just jumping back and forth as MVK will pick themselves up a dragon as well, adding 1 stack to their own as they're going to get that going. It is fairly late, though. These dragons have not been prioritized, so any potential soul is quite a long way away.
Yeah, Rift Herald being used bot side as well, and I think they just have to give, so it is going to be the tower going over. Already secured first tower on this top side too, because Stella's just had a bit of a free time just walking around up in top. But now they were looking for a bit of a dive, but I think they're just going to reset. Not so much Shadow can do, but a second charge for Shelly is pretty good for the Vikings. 2.7k gold lead now at 17.5 minutes, Carricks. They have spun this gold lead incredibly well.
That they have, and it's largely on the back of movements from Guri. Guri individually has a bit of a lead over Shadow, as the junglers have both actually been very, very active, picking up a lot of kills. This should be another tower going down if they can muscle their way to it. Yep, it's just a big bonk from Guri. Yep. Takes it out, but a fight's breaking out.
Stella is here, hit with the exhaust straight away, but there's a TP onto the back. Equalizer could be dropped on them as Stella trying to go back in. Does look at Doggo, but decides to stay. Maybe it's a full commit. Stella wants this damage between two worlds is good, but I think Stella's not along for this world. Pound picking up the kill, and Haki has to run away. Gets the shield. Now they need to hold on. They took the mid tier 1. Now it's about just saving their own.
And I think the only criticism I have there is Stella just didn't need to burn the flash. They got a little bit caught out. They had the TP committed behind them. Stella, look, he was dead. Unfortunately, there's nothing that Cassandre can really do there. Go for the all-out, try and maybe style on them to get a 1-for-1. Probably don't press your flash to try and get out. There was really no hope of escape. But it's a good fight back there by CFO. They lose their tower, but they do manage to make MVK pay for it.
And now we're looking at items across the board, and Haki is entering into the danger zone. They've got the Bork, they've now completed the Ginsus. So the Rageblade online means it's going to be doing so much on-hit damage, and it's going to get harder and harder to kill this Kalista. I talked about the mid-late game of this champion if they're given a slight lead. Yes, they were shut down early, but they've come back spectacularly here, Carricks. They're up 20 CS over a Sivir. Let's just, without any attack speed based items, I'm not counting Bork or Ginsus as that, I'd see them more as damage. Without like a hurricane on board, that is an exceptional effort. Now they're looking for Doggo once again. Cyclone's good. The final chapter is there once again, but the heals come out. Doggo, whoa! Chica hits the final mark. It was absolutely balling right then. But a huge play once again. Guri is making moves on this map.
Really is, and it's the Hextech Rift coming, Chemtech Rift coming in as that mega blast cone. It's so hard for teams to track where the junglers can be coming from when they can just be coming from 2 times as far off of those blast cones. This will be vision secured around Baron. I don't think MVK will pull this one here, though they can threaten it. You were talking earlier, every time the Baron or Dragon is on the Rift, you are just inherently better with it due to Rend. It comes in with the Mega Blast Cone. It's a lovely Cyclone, gets the double knockup. There is that Severing Bolt and the Comet to finish the job.
Killed by a comet feels like one of the biggest disrespects in League of Legends on Summoner's Rift, because it really doesn't do all that much damage, and to die to it is pretty rough.
It really, really is. But, I mean, if you think about it, if I got hit by a comet, I don't think I'd live. So maybe it's just a little bit more accurate to real life, just showing off why League's not real. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this one.
You know what? If I got hit by a comet, I'd 100% soak up its power and its energy, and then I'd spin it back out from my chest up into the stratosphere. Like, I think I could do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is this the reveal? We're finding out who Pikeman has been all along?
Pikeman has been on the Rift throwing burrow hooks all his life, but no man. What is it, manfall?
No man drop in this game. As Guri's going in again.
Going back once more, wants a little bit more blood. There's the Fate's Call just to get a little bit of movement back in. Doggo is just blasted once again. Kino, see you later, alligator, but it's actually a kitty cat. I don't know what sort of saying you say for that, but now they can look at the Baron.
That they absolutely can. The bot lane has been cleared out. They've just taken Doggo out of this one. 0-5 on this. If a Pout is lurking, they're going to find out he's here now. But the spears are stacking up. Have fun contesting this one, Shadow.
Oh, it's a hard one as now they're looking for a little bit more damage. Pout's going in between two worlds. Haki's just dead. The shutdown was just too good. Equalizer hits, and now it's the call of the pack going back in. Shadow's gone up into it. Guri has to be careful because they've reset the Baron. Sulong now trying to take on Rest. Does get the shield. Might just stay alive. They could look at Rest and deal the damage. They've got the little plants. The little fruits are doing it, and Guri's on a rampage. Now looking for Pout. He's got no mana, but they have to reset because look what else is up. There is a dragon available. They baited out the Baron, but now they look for a little bit more. Shadow coming back in for this fight. Chica has to flash, getting out of dodge. So does Stella, but can they survive a little bit longer? Sulong is so low still and remain for that fight. And honestly, Vikings get out incredibly well.
They do, and that actually was Pout doing a really good job there, just going in a really, really aggressive play to just make sure that Haki was dead. It puts paid to the Baron immediately. Stella coming back in. Oh no, has Doggo been caught again? No, he hasn't. Does manage to find a way out. Vision cleared around Baron as well as CFO stabilized for what feels like the first time in quite a bit. We'll have a look at the replay. It was just a bit of a vision sweep, and then Guri, I guess, just realized, oh, hang on a second, you still don't have any counterplay to the Cyclone. Just goes in, gets the knock up. The final chapter can't really turn around. Sulong gets thrown forward, puts the W down. Long range assistance from Hui will mean that it's an easy double.
Oh, and this damage here as well between two walls was just good enough, and it was the Baron that was helping out there, so it really was a 2v2 with that Baron doing some damage. Pout now coming low to mana, and Sulong living here is criminal.
It is. He manages to sneak away on a tiny little bar of HP, gets out of this one. Chica did really well as well, was buying a lot of space, dealing a huge amount of damage while Haki was down. But we come back to live, and the boys are back on top.
Boys wanting to fight it out because boys be boys, and a fight is brewing as Guri is going back in. Cyclone's good, but is the damage going to be enough? But it's between two worlds that gets so much onto Guri. It's just a clone, but Stella's now left all alone to take them on and melted away. That is the power of the Rumble here, and Guri's walking away with a slither of health again. And I just don't know how Vikings can get away with such criminality.
I mean, there is just thievery on the Rift, apparently. But CFO are fighting the back. They've called in the dog police as they take down Stella. He's having a really hard time getting anything done this match. This just isn't the kind of team comp you can stand in front of and be Cassante, right? He will just shred you.
I need to take a second, just like a pause of everything while I sort of reconsider everything I'm talking about. What is Callista building there? Got a giant spell and a chain.
Sunfire
what?
Cave. Sunfire Cave. I play top lane. I know what that builds into.
Yeah, like you can say that, but why? It's Callista.
Very, very good question. I would love to know what that is. I'm also realizing that does not build into Sunfire Cave. But anyway, Guri did try and make something happen here, but it was just a little bit too deep. Pout got a lot done in this one. Stella, again, was just a sacrificial Cassante. It's Giant Spelt and Chain Vest makes Sunfire Cave in TFT. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, there's no Barmy Cinder, unfortunately. I was sort of just like,
no Barmy Cinder.
Yeah, no, but I've been enjoying a bit of TFT, but this game is actually on a knife's edge, though. Still, it's a 2k gold lead up for Viking. It's looking good. 26 minutes in, but it's 10 to 11 kills apiece. And CFO are hovering very strongly and got a lot of vision control on this top side around Baron. Really comes down to who can pull that trigger first, but neither team really has that edge of the dragons to make something work. Then Guri's off to the side here, clearly seeing some shenanigans, but not going to act.
No, just lurks in that corner there, always able to just W over the wall. He's going to be Jack Shows built for Haki. So Haki just wants to be more survivable. He has to basically play at melee range. He's going to be in the middle of the fight. So yeah, fair enough. Just a lot more survivability. He's already doing so much damage. He just wants to be able to live while a Neferi, while an Aurora is hitting him as hard as they are.
Yes, no, absolutely, especially with Doggo getting stronger and stronger as this game goes on. 3 items completed. Okay, Stella might have been caught, but it's just Shadow on the Neferi. Fortunately, Stella is so tanky right now, picking up almost their 3rd item as well. Have to be very careful of when this Cassante is going to really come online. But yes, you got to think though, Rumble's doing a lot too. Rest is in these fights, and this Equalizer is starting to do some damage.
He is doing a huge amount of damage. This Rumble is a real problem, and that Equalizer isn't easy. I said this earlier, for Haki to deal with. Kalista just has to hop over it. It doesn't have like a blink or sort of a true dash in the same way as other champions might. We can just instantly get out of it. Just has to hop away. If there's nothing to auto attack, just has to stand in it. But MVK are going to say, you're going to fight us or we're going to get Baron.
Yeah, look, and they've got so much great vision over this Baron. It just feels like they can't take it very quickly, as there is something a brew, and Pout is just coming back in. Shadows at low health. Equalizer's been dropped. It's just to do a little bit of that AoE damage to cancel it out, but Rest is between worlds, is being used. Let's see if there's going to be a little bit more, as it is Shadow trying to snipe it away. Good Cyclone comes in, but there's no real damage to follow it up. Chica and Sulong on the backside. That's a golden Rest. Not going to be long for this world. Stella picking up their first kill of the game. Now they have to look back at the Baron, but they have to be careful. Shadow's still very strong, level 15. They might not be able to start this one up, as it is Haki clearing out those wolves. But still, Haki, where are you going, my guy? Can you do this? Do you believe? I think they do, because look at where Guri is on the back line. Teleport's coming in. They're looking for the re-engage. No Cyclone though, but it's still a lot of damage. Wait, Shadow could be caught. It's just going to be the dashes. It's going to be enough damage as Pat actually picked up the Karma, take it off the board. Now they have to reset once again, and it's just fight after fight. These guys are trading 1 for 1.
Pout is keeping CFO in this one. He is kind of playing the hero, able to just buy enough space. The Karma going down. It's a lot of value gone. Now Chica has to run away. Does have that move speed, does have a blast cone, but the dog is falling. Awfully fair. Well timed there by Chica.
Well done, the fear. Now the Dragon's being looked at instead, but it's just Guri on it. No Equalizer to... Oh, actually, Equalizer's already back up off cooldown. That's how long that fight was. Carrix?
It was a long fight. It was 1 Equalizer long. That's going to be our new...
How to time it out. How long was that? I was about 3 Equalizers.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've got maybe another 10 Equalizers in this game, hopefully. Right. Let's have a look at how this one played. It did start with an Equalizer, well placed there, immediately forcing MVK off of the Baron. And then they just don't really link back together. Haki's not able to bring his damage there. You can see he's not auto-attacking here. He only starts auto-attacking now onto Rest, because he's just at that little bit too short range. And then when it looks like there's a fight on the side, as Chica has gone down in the live feed. We'll have to have a look at that one after. The re-engage onto Shadow starts out so well, but it's Pout. I hope we do see his side of the fight. As Sulong, just goes to try and get vision. They spot everyone out, but Sulong just stepping too far forward. Pout's going to move in, jumps in, just takes them down, goes into the weirding. Really good stuff by the Aurora.
I think this was this other fight that we saw Chica actually going down on. Equalizer. It was just too clean.
Exactly. We have a fight, and then 1 Equalizer later, we have a pick.
Yep. In fact, yep, that's all it needed to be. And the equalizer is about to come back up once again. Now they're looking at Haki once more. Shadow going up, but is able to stay alive a little bit longer. They're trying to hold on to this tier 1. It is going to go down. And now look at where Guri is on the backside. Cyclone's good. It's onto Doggo. They need to take it out. It is Haki getting that rend. It's a lot of damage. And it is Guri going unstoppable. Getting a little bit more. It's bouncing 1-2, 1-2. Pout is just gone. It's a double kill for Haki. And now they're looking very strong. And the Vikings are back in it once again. 3k gold up. And they're pushing down mid.
They're just going to walk at them. Stella can find Shadow as well, stop his recall. The only man left alive, the only one left to try and hold the base. Guri going low. Can they actually finish the game here, Pike?
It's 27 seconds on some. They've got a full wave. Like, I guess they might be looking for it. They're full committing. Cheeky getting jumped on. Call of the pack is going to be used, but Shadow is still not low as they're getting taken very low. The rend is there, and it looks like Vikings are just ending this game. They said, look, you can take these fights, but we will take everything else. And it is the Vikings with a clean 2-0 against this CFO roster. The rookies are feeling themselves tonight, Carricks.
That they are, and they're looking really, really strong. Again, another win for MVK. This is a team that's climbing up the ranks. They're taking names on the way as well. They've beaten Relove DCG. They've beaten CFO. Who knows who they will beat next?
Oh, look, and if this is the new Vikings that are coming to the stage, take a bow. You boys have earned this one. That last game, it was a bit backwards and forwards, but they still looked so good, and everyone was there to support the CFO roster. They just didn't have an answer for this Vikings team. Now we're going to say, oh, look, more thumbs up. I'm here for it. I love a good thumbs up. Peace sign. Oh, no.
Oh, the Duke
He's in with a Kamehameha, man. Oh, that's two. Oh, another one. Back-to-back mayors. That is a bit much for me. I'm stressing out now. That was beautiful. Come on, do another one. Oh, all right, let's not worry about it. But still, looking very good. We're going to find out who the player of the match is in just a second. Who do you think it's going to be for yourself, Carricks?
I'm looking to Haki, I think. I think he had two really fantastic games. The other option is Chica. The Hui was a little bit more understated, but he was very influential, landing some really, really good fears. See where they go in the end. We'll have to have a look at that after we have the stats. Look at the gold graph.
It's
they made him think that CFO could come back.
They gave them an inkling. They were like, oh, you guys really want it? And then they said, no. And they put their foot onto the gas pedal and pushed it further again. But no, I'm loving this scoreline. Nice to see the first showing of Callista in the regular split, having a good game. It was rough at the start, but did a really good job. And Haki did come back, hitting it up with the final amount of total damage, 23.7k. Honestly, Vikings felt very unified in this series, and here we are. We're looking at who is going to be, I think it was actually Stella who they're giving the player of the match to. That's where a lot of this focus is, but also at the same time Guri was looking damn good, so I would probably give it to Guri myself because they were just so impactful and so relevant in every single team fight.
Yeah, I can't. It's interesting. This replay was such a team play. You can't even tell quite who it is, but it is going to be Haki because, of course, that Ezreal in game one was unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Well earned for Haki too. First timing on the Callista out here in this game, plus the Ezreal game where they were just mincing people left, right, and center. Those true shot barrages were making their mark and hitting players on the map, which is, at the end of the day, what do you want to do? So big props to Haki, player of the match. Really nice to see another 80 carry getting on the board for showing that they have impact.
100%, and I love to see it when it is one of these promoted academy players able to get up there. I think that's Haki's second as well, might be joining the number one on the player of the match. And I was a little bit suspect of this Callista when it was drafted, but clearly Haki has put in a lot of time on this champion with his mechanics. Even though this level 1 play doesn't go super well, don't judge him by this one. No. His mechanics were very, very clean.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is one of the things. Kalista is said to be by a lot of pro players, one of the hardest AD carries to play, purely because it's all about how well you position in team fights. Haki in these first couple clearly went a little bit too far forward, but picking up a double kill is nothing to be sort of to put your nose at the same time. But Haki really demonstrated why they were sort of being as proactive as possible. You're getting all those spears in, then you get those strong rends with the TP here, sending it back. I feel like the Fate's call could have been slightly better in a couple instances, but in this situation, they just got caught out, and it was just a little bit of an overstep.
Yeah, it 100% was. Just in the end, it's hard to break down quite what happened to this game, because it just feel like it was hand stiff in a lot of situations. Sometimes CFO just going a little bit too aggressive. This is when we made a mockery of why do we even have walls, as Haki just goes back and forth, gets his frisbee from the neighbor's yard and then throws it straight back over. Just doing horrible stuff there.
Yeah, honestly. And I think that was a nice thing too. This is why I wanted to give Uguri my player of the MVP, because look at this. Every single time we see Doggo, there is a monkey on him doing damage and popping him up into the air. So I want to give Uguri my player of the match, but at the same time, I understand why Haki got it. They played exceptionally well. But honestly, it's these junglers in every single team that is getting the job done. They are so proactive around the map and they're reading it so well. It's why we see such success in these teams. And it's why we love the LCP for how aggressive we are as players. Every single game is bloodthirsty and they want to do everything they can to get kills. They're all KDA players at this point, Carrix, and I'm here for it.
100%. That's why we love the LCP. Other leagues, maybe they've got better macro and good League of Legends, but we have skills and we have action. And tonight was an action-packed one. SHG picking up that first 2-0.
Look, and I love it. SG is 2-0, but Vikings 2-0 too. So these best of three, it was a quick night for us here, but big props to both these teams because they were both teaming in that third and fourth. So let's have a look at the standings to see where they've landed on the ladder, because that is going to be the next big thing to talk about. Is these guys are all very close. There it is. SHG solidifying second, but they're very closely followed by Vikings behind them. Gammon fourth, Secret Wales. Yeah, we're not even going to look at you. You have not dropped a series. You've been living large. And then you got Flying Oysters, Ground Zero, Real of DCG all at fifth, and DFM in that eighth. But now, this top four teams, Carrix, what's your take? What's your go-to point for this?
Well, 2 through 4 is so close. So many of them have only lost to Team Secret Wales as well. And there it is. Haki joins Eddie. It's Vietnamese ADCs getting the players of the match, apparently.
I am here for it. It's the AD carry rosters. They're looking good. Eddie and Haki are on it. But let's take a look into the future, Carrix, and let's see where we're going to be heading next week into week 5 as to what these teams will be up against coming into it. Honestly, I'm so keen because it is going to be Vikings versus GZ in the first day into GAM versus DCG. I'm not going to lie, I like these games.
Yeah, these are really, really good games. We need to just see which teams can keep up their run, which teams can sort of break into that. We've got that 2nd through 4th bracket. Everyone that's 3 and 1, they're only separated by game difference. And will they keep that run going? GAM so far have only lost to Team Secret Wales.
They've only
Can
lost
they
to
keep
what?
that up?
Look, Secret Wales are bloody good. They're at the top of the ladder for a reason. We'll have to see what they're going to do. But at the end of the day, Carrix, it's been a long night, but also a short night. But it's been a bloody good weekend. Any final remarks before we close out tonight's show?
The only thing I can say is tune in next week when we decide who the real top dogs are and who we might be sending towards MSI.
Oh, that's where we're all heading. MSI is the dream for these two teams. We've got 2 slots available. Who's going to take it? You're going to have to tune in next week to see who's going to keep their ladder place up there. But from all of us here at the LCP, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you on the next adventure. Good night.